Swordsman's angry expression. This ends the negotiations with him. Then the MC summons Hamon to speed up the work on step 3. In step 5, Bangul is summoned to create rebar and concrete. Lloyd reflects that the 6th step is to install the rebar. For this project, he will need a reinforced concrete floor, ideal for this dry and hot climate, and more durable. In this part, many things need to be done by hand, and the MC thought he would need the centaur's help, but they were completely useless for this kind of work. Thus, there was nothing they could do. In that case, the Grand Master would have to do all of this. So in step 7, it was Javier who had to finish the entire project. In step 8, he also patched everything up. Just as in step 9, he put in all the sand. Finally, the MC declares it's time for the grand finale, watching from afar that his work was practically complete. After 7 months, this large construction project was ready. Lloyd boasts to Javier that after just 7 months of work, the project is complete. This awakens the swordsman's ire, as he practically did everything alone. But since he couldn't afford to complain, he just turns away, leaving the MC alone. The MC laughs upon seeing the system message alerting that Javier showed him his angrier side. After all this work, Cherokee welcomes the centaurs in the middle of the arena. The chief says it marks the ban on impromptu races and a speed limit in the village, knowing there are those who disagree. But that doesn't matter since he is in favor of it. He shouts that the prize for the winner of the first race will be to claim the right to ask for his daughter's hand in marriage. The first challenger is Comanche, the annoying guy who never gives up, and the other is Schumacher, who is already being booed and called slow. Comanche goes up to him, saying he saw him run and that he must have gone slow in the village to avoid colliding with anyone. But he says that, being honest, he also didn't give his best in the races because he thought the opponent wasn't worth it. According to him, no matter how much the world changes, losers will always be losers. Lloyd steps in between them, telling them to stop that talk. With his shovel raised, he tells the competitors to get ready. Cherinin watches closely, worried about what might happen, just like her father, since her daughter is at stake. With an explosion of mana, the race begins. At that moment, Schumacher's start is so fast that it rips the clothes off Lloyd and Comanche. It was as if a turbine were passing through the audience. Before his opponent could even move, Schumacher had crossed the finish line. The winner turns to Comanche, saying he was in a hurry. The other competitor is so stunned that he can't even react. Then Schumacher goes to his beloved, asking her to marry him. Lloyd observes that finally the centaur was able to say that. Cherinin looks at her beloved with teary eyes, and hugs him, saying he was late. Even the chief of the centaurs seems pleased with the union. Bursting with happiness, Cherinin shouts for everyone to hear that he is her man. The happy couple looks together at the one who made their union possible, Lloyd Frontera, who also seems satisfied with their happiness. That same night, in a tent in the village, the atmosphere seems tense among the family of the little boy who had been run over by Comanche. The boy's father sees no other solution, and declares seriously that the couple should separate. His wife, who seems discouraged, agrees, as she can't think of another solution for them. Thus, the race the next day had the title, Honey, Can We Be Together Again? The racers, of course, were the couple from before. For Lloyd, that was a terrible title, and Cherinin explains to him that it had become a trend among the centaurs. They were addicted to racing on this track, so they invented reasons to divorce just to marry again. The MC could only think, in disbelief, that this was the craziest species he had ever known. Changing the subject, Cherinin hands him a type of scroll. It was a map showing the location of the taupo that the centaurs had promised. The MC grabs it quickly, and Cherinin comments that he is the most shameless person she has ever met. Then she corrects herself, saying that, in fact, that was her. She accepted so much help from him, and is grateful for everything Lloyd has done. He says he only did what he had to do. The system alerts him that he has left a legendary mark on the safety and development of this people and gains 100 bonus points. Javier, who was also there, just stares at the master, thinking that Kim Suho only did what suited him. But the results always ended up helping and benefiting many others. It was very different from the heroes and nobles he had heard about when he was younger. But that didn't matter to the swordsman. Lloyd was the protagonist of that world, and Javier followed him in search of the taupo while thinking about this. But suddenly, his body starts to fragment, and when Lloyd realizes something is happening to his friend, Javier disappears completely, leaving the MC completely in shock. This couldn't be happening. Then Javier's voice, which seemed to come from nowhere, calls his attention, asking if something had happened. Confused, Lloyd struggles to explain what had happened, causing the swordsman to become even more confused. Seeing that he wouldn't be able to explain anything, the MC simply tells his friend not to worry. It was nothing. Imagining if he was becoming neurotic, and that's why he was seeing things. He then notices that they have reached the edge of centaur territory. It was time to remove the time freeze. The place that was once completely covered by the icy dome now flowed with the temple along with the rest of the world again. But this happened without any special effect. And once again, this left the MC furious, although Javier warned him that he should have gotten used to it. Then something happens to the heart of our hero. He feels as if he is being frozen, and he crouches down, hands on his chest, leaving Javier worried. For a moment, his heart had frozen, and he questions the winter but, wanting to know what had happened. The creature explains that this was an effect of the ability, and that it was not a problem, at least not now. But that didn't explain things. Who would know this right is the one who created the butt, who is irritated by the way the MC keeps calling her. According to the creature, she can leave Lloyd at any moment, but his heart would be ripped out if she did that. The MC had no choice choice but to keep her if he wanted to use the ability. However, he would die if he removed her. The creature tells him he can ask for more details from the person who is coming. At that moment, Javier alerts him that someone is approaching them, declaring seriously that he believed he wouldn't be able to stop what was coming. The two stand up, looking toward the horizon. Then an immense creature appears in the sky. All the duo could do at that moment was wait to find out what it wanted. The grand dragon lands right in front of them and looks at them majestically. With wide eyes, Lloyd knows that the dragon covered in ice is Tyrannus, the creator of the winter. But the dragon declares that it was the MC who ate its heart of winter, who abuses this power and froze the time of this world, wanting his heart back. Feigning ignorance, Lloyd tells him he has no idea who the person the dragon is looking for is. Javier stares at his master. Why was he lying to such a powerful creature? Tyrannus continues to stare at the MC, even the winter, but inside him is apprehensive about the situation. Then the dragon asks if he really thought he would believe that. So the two bow, and Lloyd asks what he was looking for, explaining that he heard wrong and has the heart. Irritated that his plan didn't work, although this plan was pretty stupid for Javier. The creature is angry. The heart was a gift to the founder of Manjitano, and the MC isn't even a descendant of him. Even so, he absorbed it. He could only have done this by stealing. The MC states that he is not a thief, nor a descendant of the royal family, but he works with them and married one of their members. In that case, the dragon wants to know with whom, and he reveals that he married Alicia Termina Magentano, the queen. To be sure, Tyrannus questions whether he can go to her and ask if this is true. Maintaining the lie, the MC states that the dragon should do so if that is his will. With that, the winged creature shoots into the sky. The two humans slowly rise, and the MC begins to question what he would do now, sweating profusely. Meanwhile, Tyrannus has already arrived at the queen, who, confused, asks him to repeat what he said. Then he repeats it, asking if she had married the person who absorbed the heart of winter. The queen doesn't understand anything but knows for sure that her answer will have serious consequences. The divine dragon that appears in the history of the founding of Magentano, who helped King Michael establish the kingdom. This dragon, the great Tyrannus, appeared before Alicia. She didn't know if he was there to deliver a premonition, if the kingdom was in danger, or if it was about the heart of winter. But he asks her, the descendant of Michael, if she married the one who absorbed the heart of winter. And it's this question that she doesn't comprehend and asks him to repeat. Thus, the dragon does as she requested. But upon hearing him again, Alicia wears an even more confused expression. Then Tyrannus screams in fury that by her reaction, that man lied to him. In her mind, she organizes her thoughts that Lloyd absorbed the heart, which made the dragon furious. He had been fooled by the lie that he obtained the heart by being married to her. Trying to fix things, Alicia explains that they married in secret, and her reaction was due to her surprise that he knew about it. The dragon then wants to know why she would marry in secret, and the queen tells him it's because she is shy. But that doesn't explain things for him. Alicia says she feared getting too nervous during the ceremony, blushing and becoming the laughingstock of her people and other countries. For some reason, this sounded strangely convenient, and she tells him that the heart of winter was given to them. Lloyd didn't steal it. Tyrannus continues to think for a few moments, until he declares that he believes her words. Then he disappears, as if he had never been there, leaving the queen standing alone on the balcony, fuming over what that idiot had made up. The next time they met, he better be prepared for what awaited him. Meanwhile, the MC and Javier waited for the dragon, seated formally on the ground, and Tyrannus indeed reappears before them. Lloyd appears serious, as if he is certain of the truth of his words. The dragon declares that the MC spoke the truth, and the MC hesitates, trembling for a moment. With an angelic smile, he reflects that he was sure he was going to die. He would do anything for the queen now. Tyrannus still had things to say to him, declaring that in that case, he would tear out his heart all at once without causing pain. Lloyd didn't have a single minute to celebrate that he would live before receiving such a sentence. Tyrannus saw him as a problem. With a dragon's heart and the heart of winter, it was a power that shouldn't exist. That could end the heart of winter, which is why he would take it back. Then the heart of winter is sucked from the MC's chest, and Javier tries to draw his sword to save his master. The MC shouts that the dragon would regret it if he killed him. With that, the heart stops being sucked, and returns to Lloyd's chest with a thud. Tyrannus questions why he would regret it. Now that the MC knew the dragon was listening to what humans had to say, he was at an advantage. Feigning tears, he tells the dragon that he is part of the Dragon Kings Association. Tyrannus doesn't believe it, but Lloyd asserts that it is true and that he can check if he wants. Analyzing the human before him more closely, he realizes that the MC had indeed been recognized by him, by referring to the king only as. Lloyd knows that this dragon must be truly strong. Javier wouldn't stand a chance. He adds that if he were killed, Tyrannus would have problems with the king. The dragon feels threatened and doesn't think it would be so bad to have problems with the king if it's for the sake of the natural order of the world. Still playing the victim, the MC tells him that he has accepted that he will die and couldn't threaten someone so powerful. But he would like to suggest something that would ensure he wouldn't have problems with the king even if he killed him that day. As that didn't seem like a bad idea, the dragon allows the MC to share it. Lloyd wants to make a bet. If he wins, he'll be free. If not, the dragon can take the heart of winter from him. Still feigning tears, the MC states that he knows he will lose. But if he is killed because of her, the king wouldn't care. The bet was that he would get to hit Tyrannus in the stomach once. If he made him vomit, he would win the bet. Continuing with his drama, Lloyd shows that he would would never be able to do something like that. But when he dies, he would have the title of the one who punched the great Tyrannus, so it wouldn't be bad for him. The dragon looks at the human, wondering if the bet was really worth it. He then decides to accept the suggestion since he would kill him anyway, being innocent. The MC thanks him and humbly asks for one more thing, telling him that he has always loved water and dreamed of being buried in the sea, so he would like the attack to happen near it. Feeling pity, the dragon agrees to the request, and they head toward a river while Javier thinks that his master won't have a chance. Continuing his Oscar-worthy performance, the swordsman tried to think of a way to save his master from imminent death. Then the participants of the bet arrive at the river, and Tyrannus declares that he is ready. For a moment, Lloyd continues with his act, but then returns to his usual devilish face, declaring that he would attack him. Just seeing that face, the dragon hesitates, and Lloyd runs toward him. Using his ability, he shoots at the stomach to maximize the damage, but in front of the immense creature, the attack didn't seem to have any effectiveness, and Tyrannus begins to say that it was a valiant attempt and that Lloyd would be known as, but he has to stop speaking as he starts to vomit. Lloyd's ability allowed any organism he struck underwater to vomit with a single blow. Even being covered in that substance, the human was more than happy he had won. Tyrannus had been living peacefully in his cave, until suddenly, something disrupted that tranquility. Out of nowhere, time had stopped. The dragon knew that this was the power of the Heart of Winter but wondered who could have used it on such a large scale. But what really caught his attention wasn't so much the use of the ability. It was that the heart was in a human. Someone had managed to devour it, and still stop time. Someone like that was surely dangerous, so he flew to this person when time returned to normal. And now the same dragon was regurgitating because the human managed to hit his stomach. Feigning stupidity, Lloyd questioned about his victory, while the dragon continued to feel unwell, until his body began to glow intensely, and he returned to his human form. Still vomiting. He asks the MC what had happened, who pretended not to know how he had won that bet. Then the human asks if he can continue living since he won. As an honest dragon, he confirms that yes, he would never break a promise. The MC had never been so afraid of dying, but now he knew that his ability really works. Tyrannus, however, says that the promise only applies this time, but according to Lloyd, that wouldn't happen again. The dragon questions if he was doing the right thing, as the MC was cunning, shameless, and had strange powers. But if he were truly evil, his son wouldn't have accepted him into his club. The MC interrupts Tyrannus, wanting to know if he is really Verkis' father. As if it were just a silly question, the dragon confirms, leaving Lloyd completely stunned by that. Even the dragon doesn't understand the human's reaction, who runs to him and grabs his hand. With a look of true sorrow, the MC admits that Tyrannus must have gone through some really difficult times. A human covered in vomit grabbing his hand was very strange, but the MC continues to tell him that he must have suffered a lot. No matter how much he tried to get rid of it, he couldn't let go of the hand. But suddenly, a tear rolls down his face. The dragon doesn't understand where it came from, but Lloyd says that he must let all the suffering out. Knowing Verkis, he knows that the Dragon King was extremely lazy and selfish, even though he was the strongest. His father must have suffered for thousands of years. Hearing this, Tyrannus' tears keep rolling, and he finally gives in to the MC, embracing him. He confesses that no one had ever told him this. The dragon worked hard to raise his son right, and went through a lot of humiliation. In the end, the one who fixed him was his wife, and even his daughter only has eyes for her brother-in-law. All his effort was in vain. Javier watched as the dragon, who once seemed so dangerous, cried, considering himself just an old man whom no one cared about. But Lloyd asserts that Tyrannus' family can have fun now, due to all the hard work the dragon put into raising them. These words make the Dragon King cry even more. The MC's plan worked perfectly. Now there was no way to think that someone so understanding was dangerous. Observing the scene, Javier no longer knew if that was really the protagonist of that world. Whether what he was doing was good or not, he didn't know anything anymore. In fact, sometime later, the three looked at the sky. Tyrannus reflected on the shame of hugging a human, and the MC told him that humans and dragons were quite empathetic. The dragon stands up and asks if the MC was indeed named Lloyd Frontera, stating that soon, Lloyd's life would come to an end. The Heart of Winter was slowly freezing his heart, and after a while, he would die. The MC asks the Heart of Winter if he is a murderer, but even he didn't know that. He had let himself be absorbed to save him. Not wanting to die so soon, Lloyd questions if there is anything he can do to prevent this. To melt the frozen heart, it was necessary to absorb the Eye of Summer, which has the power of fire. That was another divine artifact of Magentano, and the MC asks how much time he has left until his heart is frozen. For the dragon, he still had between 5 and 10 years. What reassured the MC was that it was enough time for him to resolve everything he needed. Tyrannus saw that the human had a strong mind for thinking this way. Perhaps that was what caught Verkis' attention, and the heart. He then asks what Lloyd still needed to resolve and wanted to know the details. If it wasn't something too difficult, he would help him. Thus, the MC shares that he needed materials and to prevent the tragedies he saw in his dreams. The dragon reveals that he has 2 of them, the Horaki and the Takafuna. Lloyd's eyes sparkle when he hears this. He bows, asking for the items. Since they had been used as pillows by the dragon, he sees no problem with that. The MC rejoices at the luck he had. He had managed to get almost all 5 materials he needed. Now he just needed the Kiara. From what Tyrannus remembers, Verkis should have that last material. His son was researching dimensional travel and had sent the Kiara somewhere. The MC gets irritated that the idiot sent what he needs to another dimension, and asks where it was sent. The dragon remembers that it was sent to Seoul, leaving Lloyd incredulous. That is a place he knows very well. On the peak is a mountain at the edge of the southern plains. Lloyd finally reached the Taupo and even gained 2,200 bonus points. With Tyrannus' ability, the material was easily teleported to the mermaid realm, and they proceeded to retrieve the other 2 materials from Tyrannus' lair. Thus, they also acquired Horaki and Takapuna, and Lloyd earned even more extra points. The dragon asked if he should teleport those as well, but the MC replied it wasn't necessary, because he had already helped a lot so far, even if it seemed insignificant to the dragon. Lloyd explained that he couldn't keep troubling him and would prefer the dragon to just watch now. Nevertheless, he was worried, knowing that the MC would need Verkis to obtain the Kiara, which wouldn't be easy. The MC lowered his head. Then, with his demonic face, he declared that he was an expert in dealing with such problems. Even Tyrannus, who had been persuaded, believed he could also convince Verkis, thinking what a terrifying human. Lloyd began shouting for Draghi to come to them, and the dragon immediately appeared, landing right in front of the group. Now the humans seemed even stranger, as he could control a bone dragon. Tyrannus thought the MC had the power to destroy the world in seconds if he wished, yet he still wouldn't do it. He warned the MC that altering destiny wouldn't be easy, even Verkis couldn't do anything against it. However, he believed Lloyd would fulfill the mission he had taken upon himself. With that, the MC gave him a farewell smile, and the duel continued on Draghi. Javier questioned if Veskis would perform a dimensional teleport like Tyrannus, as he was so lazy, but the MC had a plan. The swordsman pondered this, until he asked if Seoul was Lloyd's hometown. The MC stared at him, asking why his friend thought that. Being so observant, Javier had noticed the master's face change when Seoul was mentioned, but the MC smiled, stating that now his homeland was Frontera County. He missed that place and wondered how everyone was doing. That same night, in the land of Frontera, soldiers were approaching. The man who seemed to be their leader said that was the village rumored to have many treasures and riches. He was the former third prince of Arios, Eddie, who had failed to rebel and ended up leading a group of bandits. If they controlled the place, they could create a new country. Eddie declared to his troops that they would wipe out that village and behead its lord. Then he ordered the first unit to burn the houses, but as they rushed towards them, they encountered a group of orcs and fled in fear. The prince questioned his subordinate about why there were orcs there, but the man had no idea either. Ignoring this, Eddie furiously ordered the second squad to cross the forest and invade the count's house. But in the forest, the soldiers found elves preparing dinner, and the soldiers wondered why such creatures were there. Moreover, one of them stepped on a flower, an unforgivable act for the elf, who grabbed her bow to eliminate the soldier and his comrades. Despite the combatant's explanation, the leader didn't believe much in the story of elves grilling meat in the forest. Yelling that they couldn't turn back after coming this far, he ordered his troops to advance. As commanded, the soldiers rushed towards the buildings. Kuga ran to warn Greg that several sword-wielding bandits were coming their way, but Greg found it hard to believe that the county was being invaded. At least he would have the chance to test one of his projects. Then he launched a type of missile towards the enemy troops. Their leader watched in confusion, not understanding what was flying through the sky. As it fell, the missile caused a massive explosion, making the soldiers flee in panic, as they had never seen anything like it. On the other hand, Greg was disappointed that he missed the target, though it was better than in tests. But the prince didn't give up, thinking they were attacked by demons, followed by a loyal servant. Elsewhere, Cortigus ordered the sleepy Solidas to do something, and only now did Greg discover he was a dragon. So the lazy one transformed, and this time the prince and his servant fled in panic. Away from the village, some villagers saw Eddie, scorched, fleeing from Frontera County. He declared with a trembling voice that he, the Prince of the Abyss, would gather his forces and one day destroy that territory. But at that moment, the shadow of a giant creature approached him. It was Draghi, landing. Now, Eddie must have lost all hope of doing anything against Frontera. Even the peasants were astonished to see such a creature. From atop the dragon, the MC appeared, asking what the prince was talking about, if he wanted to die. With that, the villagers understood why there was a giant dragon there, and the prince seemed completely defeated. In the future, the county would be called by bandits the demon god's territory. But for now, it was time to open the portal to Seoul, although the one who had to do it was, as always, asleep. As dawn breaks in Frontera County, the skeleton soldiers head to Verki's chambers to put on a show. They make an infernal noise trying to wake him up, but the Dragon King continues sleeping as if there were no noise at all, so they increase that terrible noise even more, and Verkis finally awakens, not at all pleased. With just the power of his gaze, the skeletons are destroyed. When Lloyd enters the room, only lifeless bones remain. As soon as he enters, he starts catching his breath, and Javier prepares for what's coming. Then the MC begins to sing for the Dragon King. The mansion trembles with the horrendous noise coming from the MC. Not even Javier's magic can protect him from it. It was the worst thing Verkis had ever heard in his life. When the MC stops singing, everyone is paralyzed. Then Lloyd smiles, greeting the Dragon King and asking how he was. Before the MC sang, he was fine. There was no way he could continue sleeping with that noise that seemed to come from a black hole. At that moment, he remembers something important. He had been sleeping and hadn't called his wife back. The blame was all on the MC, because instead of fulfilling his duty, he had gone months without calling his wife. But Lloyd had only promised to do what was within his reach, and he hadn't promised anything about calling Mrs. Dragon. Calling her was something only Verkis could do. He was desperate, not knowing how he would talk to her now, and the MC might have a solution for that problem. The Dragon King could tell his wife that he was very busy, because he had to deal with a bad guy from another dimension who was using strange powers and doing bad things. Since he couldn't let a guy like that go unpunished, he followed him and managed to capture the guy. In the end, the bad guy was Lloyd. For Verkis, that was the perfect excuse. She would definitely believe it. She might even praise him. The MC also suggested bringing him to her. In front of her, he could pretend to be the bad guy. Looking at the master, Javier thought he didn't even need to pretend. He was naturally bad and always lying. The MC kept smiling, waiting for the Dragon King's response, who stared at him silently. By now, he knew Lloyd well and knew there must be something behind this. So he asked what he wanted, and Lloyd revealed that he needed his help to find Kiara and Soul. Verkis didn't understand what he was talking about, until he remembered it was one of the materials of the Jewel of Truth he had sent to Soul. The Dragon King could send him there, but not to the exact location of the material, though he had something to help find it, and he showed a weird sniffing dog that would point the direction to the Kiara. He also had a magic wand that could take them anywhere. The MC expected the king to open a portal like the hellish ones, but Verkis just muttered some dull words and threw a small hammer on the ground, where a distorted portal appeared, far below Lloyd's expectations, though by now he shouldn't expect much. The two stood in the middle of the portal, and Verkis began to explain that it was a round-trip portal. If they stood on the teleportation platform in the other world, they would be brought back. As they sank into the portal, the king said that since Soul was the MC's homeland, his body must be dormant there, but he shouldn't try to find it, or something horrible would happen and destroy everything. Then they sank completely into the portal. In Seoul, another portal opened in an alley, and the two reappeared in the MC's old world. Javier thought this was his master's homeland. If he decided to stay in this world, he would do everything he could to bring him back. Suddenly, he noticed something was wrong with his mana. It had completely disappeared, and the swordsman wondered if he couldn't use it in this world. Then he heard the barking of the sniffing dog they had brought, which was already reacting to help them find the Kiara. The swordsman couldn't stop thinking about what would happen if something dangerous occurred now that he had no mana. As soon as they stepped out of the alley, a bright light hit his face, and the world before him was completely different from what he was used to. The first thing that bothered him was the air. The air of that place felt like hell. Lloyd said they needed to buy some things to avoid drawing attention, and that he shouldn't worry about the mana. The swordsman agreed but felt something was off with his master, who was walking with difficulty, as if it was hard to breathe there. The last material needed for the Jewel of Truth was the Kiara, a mysterious material said to change appearance to blend with its surroundings, and it was hidden somewhere in Seoul. The MC was struggling to grab something from what seemed to be a trash can. He pulled out some clothes from it, saying they could use them, even though they smelled a bit. The swordsman wondered if his master was okay now since he seemed strange before. No sooner had he thought that, Lloyd clutched his chest as if something was wrong, but what really worried the swordsman was behind them. A policeman appeared, yelling at the two that they were stealing and that the MC should return the items he took. The MC was furious with Javier, who should have been on the lookout, while the policeman wanted to take them to the station. Lloyd tried to argue that they were part of the collection team, but the policeman said they were cosplayers dressed like that. Then the MC began to pull something shiny from his coat to give to the guy, offering gold stones as a reward for his hard work. It should be enough for him to buy an ice cream or a new car. The officer was mesmerized by the stones, but he said he would arrest that ugly cosplayer for attempted bribery. Seeing that his plan didn't work, the MC threw the stones into the air, and the policeman yelled that he couldn't waste them. Thus, the two took the chance to flee while the other was distracted chasing the gold. In their escape, Lloyd couldn't believe that even in this world, he was considered ugly. Meanwhile, the policeman bit the stones to see if they were real. He had pursued the profession to fulfill a dream and had failed. Because of this, he vows to arrest that ugly cosplayer and the handsome foreigner. Over the radio, another officer hears that there was an ugly cosplayer on the run, and the MC was right in front of him. Even without seeing the MC's face, he is chased because they even found his back ugly. After running a lot, the two managed to hide in an alley. Javier thinks they could have bought clothes with that gold, but Lloyd says they would only accept money. It would be better for them to return to the portal to leave their belongings. They would move when it got dark. Javier notices that his master had become strange again. He seemed tired to the point of barely being able to move. The swordsman comments that even without mana, he shouldn't be so exhausted, but the MC says it was just the bad air and changes the subject, telling them to change clothes. Even so, Javier feels something is wrong. When night falls, their tracking dog starts pointing to the Kiara again. This time, the two are wearing normal clothes and shouldn't be chased. The problem now was where the dog was pointing. It was in the direction of the Soul Tower. Lloyd couldn't believe they would have to take the tower. Behind him, a police officer says over the radio that he didn't see an ugly cosplayer but had a guy with an ugly head in front of him. Before they could be caught, the two start running away again. The MC knew they couldn't take the normal route to the tower. They would have to climb the mountains. Javier asks what else his master could do to hide his ugliness. Even with the mask, he couldn't hide it. The two enter a forest to reach the tower, and soon Lloyd is already tired, barely able to walk on his own. Javier asks if he doesn't want to rest a bit, but he refuses, saying that he, Lloyd Frontera, could handle it. He barely finishes saying this and falls to his knees, admitting this time that he couldn't keep up the act. The swordsman asks if his heart wasn't doing well, and the MC says it's really pathetic. Javier says that he has only been acting differently since they arrived in that world, but Lloyd says that is his normal self. When he lived there, he always felt scared and strange. When his parents were alive, everything was still okay, but when they passed away due to a mental illness, things got worse, and he needed time to adjust to the pain. When he met Javier, it was a shock, and it was as if he belonged to that world. He felt he could do anything. That was his true self, a nobody full of emotional pain. Javier asks if when his master lived in that world, he blamed himself for all those things. If he blamed himself so much that he ended up trapped, just like he was now. The MC says he wanted to give up but couldn't. Everyone criticized his parents for falling for a scam, and they took their own lives. People commented on how they could have done that, but they didn't know how scary that illness was. His parents were amazing people, and Lloyd wanted people to know that, so he couldn't stop. The MC did everything he could. He studied, worked. He did everything necessary. He needed to be an example of how well his parents raised him. The swordsman tries to console him, saying he did nothing wrong. Who had placed that burden on him? The MC himself did that to himself. If he didn't take responsibility, he would have nothing. Javier thinks about it for a bit, and says he worried for nothing. Whether in the continent of Laurasia or in Seoul, for him, Lloyd was the same person. Whether he was causing trouble with his ugly face or crying his eyes out. In the end, he was someone who fulfilled his duties. So the MC wipes his tears, and calls for Javier, who was in front of him. Recovered, he says that he will show the way. It seems that Javier's master was back to normal. Finally, they reach the Seoul Tower. The tracking dog keeps barking in its direction, in front of a railing full of locks. The MC picks up one of them to see if any were the Kiara, but the dog doesn't bark at it. But as soon as he points at the railing, the dog starts barking again. Now he was sure that piece of iron was the Kiara. The item must have fallen when the tower was being built and camouflaged itself. That dragon could have left it in a better place. Javier is curious about the things hanging there, and the MC explains that they are love locks. It was a tourist spot. Couples placed those locks on the railings, wishing their love to be eternal. The swordsman sees that it would be difficult to remove that piece of iron with so many people around. Should they hide and do it later? But Lloyd wasn't sure what they would do. He gets distracted looking at the people gathered there, remembering when he was a child and visited the place with his parents. The MC says those weren't just locks. They were memories, promises. When people missed someone a lot, they went there in the hope of finding the one they were looking for. And Javier observes that place was important to his master. The two end up sitting, watching the people around, and the swordsman comments that he was glad they went there. He was curious about the type of person his master was in that world. The MC thought he didn't care about that as long as he kept the county safe. Javier agrees and reiterates that he was just curious. It was just a silly conversation. Lloyd goes back to thinking about the problem in front of him, as he was also a human being. He didn't want to destroy people's important memories just because he needed something. The joy and butterflies in the stomach they felt when hanging one of those locks. The desire to stay together forever. The memories people wanted to revisit. By the look on the MC's face, he didn't like all that romance. That's why he calls for Javier, deciding he was no longer a human being. The swordsman didn't understand why his master had suddenly become furious. He was unpredictable, but he should have expected something like that. The MC declared that they would remove that abomination from there. This behavior suited him much better. Lloyd began pushing through the crowd, saying they needed to inspect the fence. Then the two supported it on their shoulders, and the MC had to use tremendous strength, but they managed to lift the fence. Maliciously, the MC said that the locks made inspection difficult and would get rid of them since relationships had ended anyway. Then someone appeared, asking if they were now pretending to work for the maintenance company. It was the three police officers, stating that the wrath of justice roared in the face of evil. The thunder of judgment would end all evil. The three joined together as if forming a megazord, and they charged at the two with stun guns. Before they were hit, Javier ran towards them, dodging the shock prong tips. This made all the girls there notice how handsome that thief was. Of course, the swordsman continued moving as if he didn't even notice the stairs, while the girls started taking photos of him, and they posted that there was a handsome thief in Seoul Tower. Amid all the confusion, the two managed to escape, but the police reappeared. Javier suggested getting rid of them, but Lloyd thought it was better not to. After all that sword training and construction, he believed they were faster, and indeed, the two easily left the officers behind. Then the police turned to social media to find them, searching for handsome fence thief, and located them. They were running in Gwangwaman. When the officers arrived, they had already disappeared, but there didn't seem to be many places to hide there. In an alley, the fugitive duo started getting rid of the clothes they were wearing. Javier asked if it wasn't a pity to leave so soon. The MC could stay a little longer, but Lloyd said he had already seen his family, looking at the sky. Actually, he had a colleague he would like to see, but he was waiting until he was ready for that. His colleague worked on a construction site and was praised for his effort, despite not having the best appearance. Some civilians informed the police that there were two thieves changing clothes in an alley, and the three officers appeared, shouting for the criminals to surrender. From the red-haired officer's face, things wouldn't go as they thought. On the ground, there was a portal closing, the clothes they had worn, and a note with some stones on top. The portal rapidly shrank, until it disappeared, leaving the note thanking the police for their service. Back at Frontera County, the duo was sitting beside the railing full of locks. The MC didn't seem recovered. Javier got dressed, observing his master's condition. But Lloyd was more than fine, celebrating that he had finally gathered all the materials. With that, he still gained a few more points in the system. Now was the moment to reverse the world's destiny. Elsewhere in the kingdom, Thanos observed the landscape around him with a cadaverous expression. To summon the king of hell, he needed a clear desire and a few items. times. If he wished for someone's death, he would need the physical body of someone who harbored much resentment towards the target. According to the king, what he sought was in that dungeon, and it seemed the mage had found what he was looking for. At his feet lay a skeleton with a decapitated head. These were the bones of someone who harbored that resentment. Someone who had studied dark magic to save his family, but who met a miserable end at the hands of Lloyd Frontera. More precisely, in Javier's hands. Thanos picked up the skull, calling it Lepellin, asking if he would like to know how the man who did this to them was doing, saying that thousands followed the MC, who took all the things that talented people like them should have enjoyed. He was lucky enough to have a powerful knight by his side and the queen's trust, which wasn't fair. It would be hard to take back what was theirs, so instead, they could bring him down. They would make the whole world despise Lloyd, and he would have a horrible death. While giving sinister laughs, a light began to emanate from the skull. Then the light ceased. The vessel was ready. Now he needed the second tool. A large amount of fear to fuse with that vessel. By terror, he meant war. And to incite a war, he needed to drive the queen mad. Now, he would head to the Magentano Palace. In the county, the MC was breaking the locks with promises of eternal love. He laughed, saying he would reduce those promises to ashes. If he didn't have love, no one should. Javier noted that the master seemed like a villain doing that, but Lloyd just wanted to leave everyone equally single. Finally, they managed to get rid of all the locks. Despite being tired, the MC wished he had brought more of them to destroy even more promises of eternal love. At that moment, the fence began to glow. The item transformed back into its original form, a white cube that fell to the ground at the MC's feet. He picked it up, staring at the item. With the last material, he gained a few more points in the system, but this time, he didn't seem excited about it. In fact, he held back tears, emotional for gathering everything he needed. Without getting emotional, he declared that now they would begin the next stage. They had to go to the Mermaid Kingdom now and gather those things. For Javier, his master could celebrate his achievement a little more, but he knew that was the MC's way, and that's why he could save everyone. The giant octopus continued holding the entire kingdom, and Lloyd commented to Javier that they had already been through a lot. They built a bridge in the capital, a railroad in hell, a canal in the army, a sauna, and a race track. Questioning why they built so many cool things for others, Javier said they did it for the Jewel of Truth. It would be a pity to build it there, but there was nothing else to be done. But the MC says there was something they could still do. They could take the Gem of Truth and build it in the Frontera County. Seeing Javier's disapproving face, Lloyd says it's not like he's a bad person. He had never done anything truly evil to anyone. Actually, he had done something once, or maybe 4 times. Not talking more about it, they head to the palace. The Mermaid Sovereign says that they really found all the materials for the Gem of Truth. They could use everything the kingdom had to offer for its construction. Lloyd thanks her, saying he will give his all in the construction and restore the glory the kingdom had in the Age of Myths. Tears from the MC start forming a small puddle. Noticing that the vassal was crying, the sovereign asks if something is wrong, but Lloyd makes a drama, saying it's nothing. The queen insists that he is their hero, so they would help him with any problem. Then the MC reveals that he was very sad about having to build the Gem of Truth in the Mermaid Kingdom. The woman doesn't understand where he's coming from. The gem was made to be built in that kingdom. Javier watches his master whining that when the Gem of Truth is completed, people blinded by greed will try to take it, and a war will start, ruining the peace of that kingdom. The queen, not expecting something like this, is shocked. Lloyd says he will start the construction, but she asks him to wait a bit, questioning if the gem should really be built there. According to the MC, it could be anywhere as long as it's in the water, and for the sovereign concerned about the kingdom, that seemed like a good idea. Exactly as Lloyd had planned from the start. Leaving the palace, the MC says they will build the gem in the county, and the Mermaid Kingdom is free to use it, ironically saying he was very worried about the safety of that kingdom, telling that he only told the queen the truth, but Javier knows that the master just wanted the Gem of Truth for himself. The MC ends up revealing that maybe what he said didn't come from his heart. Seeing Javier sighing, he angrily asks why he's looking down on him, but the swordsman says it's nothing. If everyone is happy in the end, that's what matters. It seems he had become a bit more pragmatic. The two celebrate the day, and Javier asks about the portal to hell. The MC will ask the Gem of Truth how to close it. The next day, they go to Lake Capua, deep and wide. It was the perfect place to build the gem. Before that, Lloyd asks for permission from the lake's owner, Bibian, who of course agrees, to understand a bit more about the place. The MC thinks it's better to dive in. At the bottom, he finds a spacious enough area, with leveled and resistant ground. He enters simulation mode. They say the gem emits a lot of energy while formulating a response. The MC wants to see how much energy it is, and the model starts vibrating. It seems things weren't going as he expected. A giant whirlwind starts forming above the gem, with a force much stronger than expected. The whirlwind grows, moving the entire surface of the lake, which explodes with all that energy. All of this was way beyond expected. The water rises beyond the mountains around the county, and destroys all the buildings Lloyd had planned for the residents. He couldn't let this really happen. On the surface, Javier was calmly playing with the pets. When his master emerges, you could tell by his face that he was disturbed. Noticing something was wrong, the swordsman asks if there's a problem. Then the MC screams furiously that he still wouldn't have his long-awaited retirement. He leaves Javier on vacation until further notice. While thinking about how to resolve the situation, it seems that when there was no fight, the swordsman also had no purpose. With nothing to do, he goes back to the village, looking at the landscape. Everything had changed so much. It was just a poor village a few years ago. The voice of some children calling for their father catches his attention. Now they could study in the capital, receiving a good education in high-level institutions. In another corner, he saw an orc and an elf together. Even though they had many differences, none of that mattered in the county. A little further ahead, Kuga was apologizing to Emily. Because of him, she had changed a lot, but she liked becoming stronger. The two were having fun doing strength training, which was still very strange to Javier. He still needed time to get used to that. After all, training wasn't a bad thing. The soldiers were also excited. They had just completed a large statue of Lloyd. Even Solitas was crying with happiness after finally sculpting a dragon, even though the master thought it was slime. Everyone was fulfilling their dreams. They were well fed and reaped the fruits of their hard work. There, everyone was enjoying themselves in a beautiful, well-lit place. But what about that person? When would he leave and take advantage of it too? At the mansion, Lloyd's parents were worried that their son wouldn't leave the library. They couldn't get a word out of him. They wanted to know what was keeping him so busy. His father says that although their son had practically become the hero of the county, sometimes it seemed like he was a different person. His mother adds. The two thought the same about it. The MC didn't call them father or mother and had changed completely since that day. They sit thinking about it for a moment. Then Arcos stands up, saying that his son had matured and that's why he had become a new person. It was time to give that to him. Maybe it would improve his mood a little. It was the family coat. His father had planned to give it to him when Lloyd became the lord of the county, but he deserved it. Smiling, Arcos remembered that his son had begged for it before. Surely this would make him happy. At this moment, the MC comes up with an answer. He would build it beneath the Frona River and create a dam to prevent flooding. He wanted to simulate this right now and finds his parents in the mansion corridors. Knowing that his son was in a hurry, Arcos says he had something to give him and proudly shows him the Frontera coat. For a moment, the MC doesn't know how to react to the unexpected gift. He ends up saying it's a nice coat and thanks him. Lloyd mentions that he is busy now and will try on the coat later. The father recalls that the MC's grandfather used to wear it, always saying it looked amazing and asking for it. The MC pretends that he just remembered that and thanks again. Walking down the corridors, distancing himself from his parents. Then Arcos comments that the son never knew his grandfather. The next morning, Javier greets the count and the countess who were in the garden. Marbella asks if the swordsman was enjoying his vacation, but he was feeling restless, not knowing what to do. To the countess, he says he's been through a lot recently, and she gets curious about where they traveled last. It was very hard for Javier to explain this now, but when he could, he would tell them. With a lost look, the count asks him at least to say where his son is right now. Javier begins to say that he was at the Frona River, but is interrupted. And at this moment, the swordsman knows they have figured it out. What they really wanted to know was if their true son was alive. How could Javier respond to the two, bitter, with no idea what had happened? Trying to avoid the question, he asks what they meant by that. Marbella tells him about the MC not remembering the family coat. Arcos says that to be sure. He asked if the son remembered his grandfather wearing it and only received a vague response. They noticed differences in their son when he began to put effort into things. His actions, words, expressions, everything changed. Since they are always with their son, they are sure that Javier also noticed the difference. Arcos tells him that the man is working hard for the county, and they are not ungrateful about it. But they cannot stop worrying about their true son and want to know if Lloyd is alive. The swordsman becomes anxious. How would he tell those parents what he knew? The real master, Lloyd, is not alive. As far as he knows, he reincarnated, but there's no way to know in which era or form. To the count and the countess, he was basically dead, and even though he was a useless idiot, he was still their son. If they knew that someone had expelled their son's soul and taken over his body, if they knew that, both they and Kim Suho would lose their sanity. But how could he lie to those people? Even so, Javier needed to give them an answer. First, he asks for their forgiveness for keeping the secret all this time. The two look at the swordsman, desperate. They would finally discover what happened to their real son. Then Javier begins to say that, in fact, their son suffered brain damage. Both his personality and memories were disconnected, leaving both of them speechless after hearing that. Worried, they want to know more about it and ask the swordsman to explain further. Continuing the lie, Javier says that he hates Lloyd ever since he was adopted. He was teased and even had his wooden sword broken. Arcos apologizes for the behavior of his son, but the swordsman says he has nothing to apologize for. He tells them that one day, the count asked him to look for the son who had disappeared. That night, while he was going to search for the MC at the bar, a thought came to his mind. It was annoying that he had to take care of that piece of human trash. These words leave the couple shocked. They never thought Javier could have such thoughts. Not stopping with the lie, the swordsman says that having grown up with such a ridiculous person, it was normal for him to become grumpy. Emotional, the count and the countess sympathized with everything the swordsman had gone through. That night, he found his master, who continued to provoke him as always. Suddenly, something changed in Javier's mind, and he couldn't stand being humiliated anymore. At that moment, he lost all patience and hit Lloyd in the back of the neck with the sword scabbard. Without averting his gaze, the couple is completely shocked to learn that Javier did that to their son. After that, the swordsman thought about what he had done and tried to wake up his master. But when he woke up, he didn't remember much, just that he was a bad person and would try to be a good man now. The sword master agreed with the idea and threatened to kill the MC if he told anyone about being hit. So that was why Lloyd started acting like a completely different person. Everyone is silent after this highly elaborated lie from Javier. The count notices that the swordsman is starting to unsheath his sword. The couple rushes to stop him while he says he should end his life after hitting his master. They shout that the swordsman didn't do anything wrong In fact, he fixed their son. Arcos emotionally says that Javier did something amazing and thanks him, having no idea that it was all a big lie. At that moment, Lloyd appears behind them with urgent news. The couple asks what it is, but the MC thinks it's better to go inside to talk because this would take some time. He passes by Javier, who had just told all those lies, saying that the swordsman had grown, which wasn't surprising since he had learned from the best. Inside the mansion, the MC asks his parents not to panic about what he is going to tell them. He tells them everything about why he sought the Jewel of Truth to stop what was coming, and that he would have to build a dam for it. After hearing the whole story from Javier, learning about the catastrophic future that could happen didn't surprise them. Arcos says they noticed that their son was doing something for the county, but wished he wouldn't do everything alone. According to the MC, as long as the two of them are fine, that's all the help he needed. With all his workforce gathered, Lloyd says that they will carry out the largest project on the continent, and if they trust him, they will be saved. With that, the system gives him several titles, such as the Bathroom Ghost, and being completely trustworthy. He knew that all the work he had done would help him in the end. The MC separates Team 1, the engineers who would show everything they had learned. Team 2, the White Spade Cavalry, should fill, move, pack, and dig. In Team 3 were the skeletons who had infinite energy. Team 4 was composed of heavy equipment operators, the pets. Team 5 consisted of the multi-tribal technical support team, who were responsible for resource acquisition. Lastly, there was Team 6, which would do the rest of the heavy work and was composed solely of Javier. With the teams defined, it was time to start construction. While they were excited down below, above them, in the Celestial Kingdom, in the first administrative building, someone seemed to be analyzing some documents. Gabriel, the executive administrative officer of the Kingdom of the Heavens, was talking about an illegal construction, the construction of Aotearoa, in the Kingdom of the Earth. As it was too bright there, Gabriel could barely read what was written. Realizing that this referred to the Jewel of Truth, he says that if they build it, war and chaos would arise again. The other man tells him that the materials have already been gathered, after learning about them from Verkis. Gabriel recalls that building the jewel is not easy, but according to the other, it wasn't impossible either. If he signed the document, Raphael, the chief inspector of construction in the Kingdom of the Earth, could begin the demolition. From the roof of the Frontera mansion, Lloyd says that what he's about to say might be hard to believe, but he can stop time, and starting now, he will do so for a year to begin the project. With this announcement, the crowd looks at him in disbelief. The MC knows it's hard to believe, but they would be scared if he stopped time before starting the construction. At that moment, the effect of his full trust title is activated. The knights are the first to declare that Lloyd is the best, followed by the other workers, excited about his powers. Javier looks at that devoted crowd. They seemed like a bunch of idiots, blind to their leader, who encouraged them with a crazed face. To the swordsman, those people weren't right. Then the MC freezes time in that region. With that, another part of his heart is also frozen. Lloyd doubles over in sudden pain and Javier questions if he's alright. But he really wanted to see the Jewel of Truth. After thousands of calculations and simulations, he got the perfect design for the dam. By creating watercourses around the Jewel of Truth area, they could start building the dam. Since the available technology was limited, he would use a model made in Spain during the Middle Ages. At the same time, they would also build the Jewel of Truth. Everything would be ready quickly. Soon all the work would be rewarded. Suddenly, the voice of the Dragon King echoes in his head, asking him to meet immediately. According to Verkis, it was an extreme emergency, and perhaps the MC wouldn't be able to build the Jewel of Truth, so he runs in the direction of the Dragon King. Almost breathless, Lloyd finds him lying on his usual couch. Lying on his stomach, the king is in pain in his neck and asks the MC to massage him. Lloyd is serious. He wants to know what the emergency is, but Verkis keeps saying this is an emergency, and if he doesn't massage him, he could destroy everything. The MC looks at him with disdain and anger. That guy is really an idiot. Then he starts gathering mana in his hands, asking if it's just his neck that hurts. He would massage him so hard that the Dragon King would scream. With all his mana gathered, Lloyd charges forward furiously. How dare that guy call him when he's so busy? He was going to kill that stupid dragon. But the king tells him to stop just touching his neck and to start the massage. Thinking this is just a dragon's pretense, the MC decides to use even more force, as if he wanted to separate the neck from the rest of Verkis' body. This time, the dragon says that the MC is terrible at this. He's disappointed. That was more than annoying. That guy really managed to make him lose his temper. This unlocks his new ability, Absolute Ugliness. People turn their faces away when seeing such ugliness. Still applying pressure on the dragon's neck, Verkis asks what the MC would do after defying fate with the help of the Jewel of Truth. What would he do after getting it? For Lloyd, the answer is obvious. He would destroy it. Having that thing around would only bring problems. He couldn't live peacefully with the whole jewel. Looking at the MC's face, Verkis feels disgusted by his ugliness. At least now the dragon is sure that Lloyd wouldn't let the jewel be used for evil. Since this guy truly wanted to live a life without worries, having gotten the answer he wanted, he tells the MC to leave. The system even warns that the MC had used his mana heart to the limit with all that force. He also levels up and becomes an expert in the sword, and as a passive option, he gains the Sword Master Syndrome. Without seeing the system window, Verkis wonders if there's something wrong. The dragon's words echo in his head. It's now becoming desperate since his senses are extremely sharpened by the new ability. The MC starts shouting from the noise in his head, but the dragon thinks he has earwax. While Lloyd continues desperate with the new ability, he tries to walk despite all the noise. Irritated, he still has too much to do to waste time with this. The MC thinks about using some points to level up the mana heart, but it's better to save them for an emergency. Recognizing the symptoms, Javier questions if he has the Sword Master Syndrome. The MC begs him to be quiet, but Javier smiles at what's happening, giving a lecture on how the master should find true inner silence. All that chatter makes Lloyd fall to the ground, his ears bleeding, and the swordsman begins to laugh at his situation, wishing him good luck. Then the MC notices that he can see all the imperfections on the swordsman's face, but he had none. Instead, Javier's face was glowing. Despite teasing his master, the swordsman stayed up all night with him, teaching how to deal with the senses. And only a few months later, the completion of the dam and the Jewel of Truth was nearing. Then Javier comes up behind him, saying the MC seems pretty stable, even with the Sword Master Syndrome. He apologizes for saying that out loud, pretending to be concerned, even though Lloyd tells him to shut up. Smiling at his master's suffering, Javier insists that he cares a lot about him. When the MC starts to say he'll find a way to punish him, a golden light begins to illuminate the area. Lloyd turns around, wanting to know where the light and that angelic music were coming from. Since it was in the direction of the sun, it was hard to see, but it seemed like someone was floating in front of the sun. In fact, it looked more like an angel, since it had white wings. This didn't seem like something good. Raphael introduces himself as the administrator of the Kingdom of the Heavens and the chief inspector of the Kingdom of the Earth. Lloyd had a bad feeling about this, and the angel informs him that he's there to deliver an order. Raphael takes a notebook, where the order for the builder Lloyd Frontera is written. He must immediately stop the illegal construction of Aotearoa and begin demolishing it completely. How would the MC respond to this? All the workers look up at that figure in the sky, not knowing what he wanted. Raphael orders that, by the will of the heavens, Aotearoa should be destroyed. Lloyd asks what he's talking about, if he's really an angel. Sneering, the angel says that if the MC is seeing the wings, the answer is obvious. But Lloyd retorts that Javier also has wings. Does that make him an angel? Looking at the swordsman, Raphael agrees that he has an angelic face, and Javier smiles as if he already knew that very well. The MC shouts angrily that he doesn't believe in the angel. He's been through too many problems to give up now. With that, the winged one puts the notebook away, and a blaze of fire appears in the sky, bringing with it a hammer that Raphael holds. Around his head, a ring of light starts to form, until a halo appears above it. The MC looks astonished at all of that. More like an angel, Raphael asks if Lloyd believes in him now. Byron recognizes that he carries the golden hammer of conviction, exactly as described in the holy text. That being was truly an angel. In fact, that was the multipurpose administrative hammer, as the label described. Lloyd wants to know why building the jewel is illegal. It wouldn't collapse easily, and this was the human realm. The angel describes Aotearoa as an unusual artifact beyond their universe that reveals all divine plans. It was because someone wished for it that the great tribal war began in the age of myths, causing thousands of deaths. That's why it was considered an illegal structure, and he declares that if the MC doesn't demolish it, he will do it himself. This makes Lloyd furious. It seemed like a dictatorship, and he protests against it. Not caring much, the angel says that all objections can be made through prayers, as long as they are pure and true. Desperate to be heard by the heavens, the MC falls to his knees and starts praying, asking God to grant him the power of the jewel to protect those he loves. He doesn't want to lose them again, he begs. Up above, the angels hear him ask that everyone in the county could live happily, and it seems sincere, until Lloyd gets to the part about his retirement, wanting to live peacefully, and his request is immediately denied after that. Raphael conveys the decision, stating that the MC's feelings were not pure, and once again, orders that demolition begin. But again, Lloyd refuses to do it. With that, Raphael raises his giant hammer, saying that he himself will do the job and flies toward the construction. Before he could hit it, the MC screams for him to stop. Then a green light passes in front of the angel. It's Javier flying to prevent the Jewel of Truth from being destroyed. But the swordsman's presence doesn't stop the angel's attack. Javier needs to block it with his sword. The impact of the attack sends a wave of energy around the construction site. For Lloyd, who still suffers from the Sword Master Syndrome, the noise is deafening. Javier introduces himself to the angel as the knight of the county and asks him to leave. Otherwise, he will have to eliminate him. For a moment, Raphael seems apprehensive about the swordsman's power. Meanwhile, on the ground, another person is running to see what's happening. Solitas goes to see where the huge amount of mana he felt was coming from and realizes it's from an angel. His mother always told him they were obsessed with rules, and with that hammer, the guy had the power to destroy the whole place. If that happened, he wouldn't be able to get married. If he teamed up with the Sword Master, maybe they could defeat Raphael. Sitting behind him, Verkis tells him to stop or the situation will worsen. If the heavens, hell, or a dragon get too close to a fight, the Great War will begin. The entire planet will be destroyed. For the world to remain peaceful, local violations, invasions, and minor damages must be ignored. Although he heard this, Solitas asks who that man is without realizing it's the Dragon King. Meanwhile, at the construction site, the MC tells everyone to move as far away as possible. Raphael informs that he's warned Javier, and if he doesn't get out of the way, he will be accused of obstructing official duties. According to Javier, they both have duties to fulfill. Then the angel attacks him with the hammer, but the swordsman manages to dodge with his incredible speed. Javier seems amazing, and the MC thinks he'll be able to defeat him quickly. Since he reappears behind Raphael, the angel's halo breaks, preventing the swordsman's attack, and generating a noise too loud for the MC again. Not giving up, Javier attacks again, but continues to be repelled by the expanding halo. Suddenly, he is surprised by something. The angel tells him it's not too late. He should give up and follow divine laws. Then Lloyd shouts to Javier that it's a combined attack, and he should cover his ears. From below, the MC begins to catch his breath, preparing. Knowing what's about to happen, Javier does as his master asked and covers his ears. Then the MC starts singing with his eerie voice, but something interrupts him, and he falls to his knees, covering his ears. Not even Javier expected something like that to happen. With the sword master syndrome, not even Lloyd could endure his own voice. From the swordsman's look, the MC was pitiful. Despite hearing little, the angel thought he heard the scream of an ancient demon. Taking advantage of his moment of weakness, Javier attempts a surprise attack, but it is easily blocked by the halo, without the angel needing to move. Then he counterattacks using the hammer, and Javier retreats, planning to attack through the gap in the halo, using his speed to quickly close in. Before he could do that, Raphael warns him it would be useless, because the halo was an absolute grace. As long as he had a pure and righteous soul, he would be protected by the halo for all eternity. This time the angel's attack manages to hit the swordsman, throwing him in the direction of the Jewel of Truth. But before hitting the structure, Javier manages to dodge, flying upward, exactly as expected. This time, he is hit by a massive attack, and is slammed into the ground. It still wasn't over. Raphael lands and stares at the swordsman on the ground. Javier's eyes remain closed, as if he were unconscious. The angel states he would forgive him, but he must not rise again. Then he turns, heading towards the Jewel of Truth. Javier, who was still awake, opens his eyes, rising silently to counterattack. Noticing this, Raphael seriously says he had asked him not to get up, but it was too late, and the swordsman throws sand into his eyes, which makes him scream, calling Javier a scoundrel. For cursing someone, he receives the punishment of 10 demerits, a partial punishment for his actions. With a wicked look, Javier remarks that if he was cursing, he wasn't that pure after all. Watching the fight, the swordsman seemed even more amazing to the MC. Taking advantage of the angel's shock, he counterattacks, but he is repelled by the halo, while the angel still looks foolish. If not for the halo, he would have been hit multiple times. Finally, he counterattacks, but the other dodges easily. To Lloyd, it seemed like the two were fighting evenly now. Despite the continuous attacks, most of them were blocked, and the MC observes that even fighting as equals. Little by little, Javier was gathering injuries, just as it was happening with Raphael. Then he shouts with all his strength, demanding they stop. Still kneeling, he begs them to stop. With tears in his eyes, he asks them to stop hurting his friend, something the swordsman certainly didn't expect from his master. Raphael asks if he can destroy the Jewel of Truth now, but the MC sets a condition. If he didn't build it and change destiny, all the beautiful people of his county would be very unhappy. Everyone heard the MC yelling that no matter what happened to him, begging please let those people be happy. Lloyd would give his life in exchange for that. The angel thinks for a moment about the proposal, and asks the MC to forgive him, but he cannot help him with that. With his head down, Lloyd says that in this case, there is nothing more to be done, as several system windows appear around him. The last one asks if he accepts to level up and become a sword master. Then the MC finishes wiping his tears, and confirms becoming a sword master, making a grim expression again. This time, Raphael is surprised, not knowing what was about to happen. An explosion of blue mana envelopes Lloyd, and he asks like a villain for the angel to hear his song. The two watch the mana emanating from the MC, and Javier wonders if he had become a sword master. The angel warns him not to become a sinner by interrupting his work. The powers of a sword master were nothing compared to his, but the MC doesn't stop what he's doing. Javier spreads his wings again, and tries to protect himself from the sound that was coming by using them. Verkis, who was still next to Solitas, decides to do something too, teleporting to the farthest place he could think of, the moon. For a moment, it seemed the world was completely at peace. Then the MC begins his hateful noise. It was as if an evil aura was taking over the place. Even from afar, the workers suffered from that terrible noise, causing Lloyd's approval rate among them to drop. Finally, that horrible evil aura begins to dissipate, and the MC faces his opponent, having finished his spectacle. Raphael couldn't even move after hearing all that. Even nature, which had been so serene before, barely survived that terrible thing. The first word Raphael manages to say after the spectacle is a curse, which earns him 480 demerits, exceeding his limit of 300. The voice from the halo announces that all his powers will be removed during the punishment period. Then both his hammer and wings disappear, and his halo falls to the ground, leaving the angel with a lost look now that he had nothing left. In front of him stood the MC, holding his shovel and making a frightening face, and behind him was the sword master, who also didn't look happy. Raphael removes his glasses, asking those good gentlemen to calm down a bit, which doesn't stop him from being hit in the face by Lloyd's shovel. The attack throws the angel back, where he is met by someone else. Now it was Javier's turn to strike him with his sheathed sword. The two take turns beating that snobbish angel, quite happy to have their revenge. With all that, Raphael loses consciousness. waking up one morning in the Frontera mansion. Immediately, he wants to know where he is. Lloyd, with an angelic look, tells him he took care of him all night, thinking he might not wake up. Apparently, Raphael doesn't remember what happened before he fainted, only that he was going to destroy the jewel. The MC says he is not a bad person, they just have different ideas of good and evil, and he doesn't think anyone is truly bad. This makes the angel recall what happened, wondering if there really are no bad people. Suddenly, Javier bursts through the door, and the MC doesn't understand what's happening. He has to hold back the swordsman, who wants to finish off the angel. The MC manages to push him outside, explaining that his friend is hot-tempered, and it's hard to control his cruel temperament. In truth, it was Lloyd who wanted to do it, and was only stopped because Javier intervened. But to Raphael, who didn't know this, the MC seemed to have saved him. Kneeling, the angel thanks him, thinking the MC is a good person. It was really as the book said, angels were naive, innocent beings. The MC asks about the punishment, and according to the angel, he couldn't return to heaven during his punishment, but he could communicate with the upper realm using an apparatus that looked like a smartphone. Lloyd also wanted to know if he still planned to destroy the jewel when the punishment ended. If it was heaven's will, the angel would do it for the sake of peace and order in the mortal realm. But the MC questions whether that was truly good for the mortal realm, or just heaven wanting mortals to do its bidding since they were mere mortals. Raphael had never thought about things that way. He knows the angel always followed orders because it was the right thing to do, but asks if he had ever seen the other side. The angel had said heaven alleviates the mortal realm's problems, but what about those people who had even more problems due to heaven's decisions? The angel agrees with the MC. He hadn't listened to what mortals had to say, so Lloyd suggests he take this time to learn more about this world. Raphael is excited about this but worries it might be disrespectful. For this case, the MC already had something prepared. If he signed that contract and met some of his requests, he could stay as long as he wanted. Without a second thought, the angel grabs the contract to sign it. It was perfect, solving many of Lloyd's problems at once. He could use the angel to take the summer eyes off the queen, which would stop her heart from freezing. In the county, life continued peacefully. Bibiang played by the lake with Draghi, and Raphael prepared for a new morning in the human realm. He starts running, followed by various animals and birds singing to him. A little bird asks him to sing too, and since this was his way of rewarding the bird's song, he starts singing too. The villagers are happy to hear him every morning, but one wonders why her master sings differently. The soldiers also surrender to that beautiful voice, and again, one doesn't understand why the master's voice isn't like that. Even Byron delights in the voice, wondering why the MC sings differently. When he notices Lloyd behind him, he tries to explain that everyone was having nightmares the last time he sang, and Raphael was easing that. The angel's popularity begins to irritate the MC, but Javier says he's just jealous. It was much easier to like an angel than a demon, and Raphael warmed everyone's hearts there, just looking at him, a completely angelic being. The swordsman suggests sending him away if Lloyd didn't like the angel, but the MC could still get many things from him. He had two tasks for the MC: to inform in advance everything heaven was planning, which wasn't a problem since he had that communication smartphone. For the second task, he needed to know if Raphael could still prove he was an angel, even if just by appearance. His wings and halo could still manifest. That was great since he would need the utmost cooperation from that being. Heaven was discussing what to do, and it would take some time, so the MC needed to make his request to the jewel before the meeting ended. That way, it wouldn't be a problem for it to be destroyed. Javier starts saying that it will seem random, but he considers Lloyd singing better. It was really random, and he questions if the swordsman knew how ridiculous it sounded. It was truly awful, but it had the same power as a great disaster, full of curses and demon screams, stating that the master didn't like singing and always felt embarrassed after doing it. But even so, he always sang loudly, enduring all the shame to save people. If there was any singing that could be called noble, it would be this. When Lloyd was about to say something about it, the swordsman makes it clear he doesn't want to hear him sing. It's painful just thinking about it, which irritates the MC. Javier was saying ridiculous things. After hearing that last part, all his shivers were gone. Anyway, those two were getting along well. At the jewel's construction, Goming flies over it, unloading the material that would go on top. As soon as the Kiara falls on top of the structure, a large amount of water starts flowing through it. Finally, the Jewel of Truth was complete, and Lloyd asks to open the water gate. Since the dam's construction was also finished, all that water floods the jewel, submerging it, and the MC dives. Finally, he would have the answer he had been seeking. As soon as he touches the top of the jewel, it begins to shine. The thing starts speaking, saying it only tells the truth, calling itself Aodiora, and asks for a secret in exchange for the question the MC had to ask. Once again, this reaction from the jewel is quite dull. He doesn't understand this part about telling a secret. Aodiora wants a secret only he knows. Lloyd doesn't know what to tell, saying he was from another world was something Javier also knew, so he ends up sharing a disgusting bathroom habit of stuffing toilet paper in certain places. At that moment, a beam of light shoots up to the heavens from the jewel's tip, enunciating to the entire county as if they were fireworks. This disgusting habit of the MC, who becomes flushed now that everyone knows his secret. Javier wanted to know more details about this, but Lloyd refuses to answer, irritated. The swordsman says he was worried about the impact wave the jewel would produce when activated. He was different these days. It wasn't like someone was dying. Finally, the jewel wants to know his question, and Lloyd tells that he wants to know how to stop the destiny restoration phenomenon that will ruin the lives of thousands. The jewel begins to glow even more intensely, and a whirlwind of energy starts forming around it. Javier protects his master from its force with his wings. Suddenly, The MC goes to a dark place where it was just him and the jewel, only he would hear the answer. The voice was different this time, saying that Lloyd Frontera should have died but was alive, and he even stole the protagonist's position that should have been Javier's. The world was trying to kill Lloyd, restore destiny, and re-establish Javier as the protagonist. But due to the bug called Lloyd, the world couldn't locate the protagonist and suffered a severe error. Destiny lost control. To return to the original story, regain control, and pacify the world, it needs to restart the story and decide on a protagonist. Be it Lloyd or Javier, the story will restart when one of them dies. There was no other way to do it. Back in his body, Lloyd goes into shock as Javier shouts for him to start breathing again. The MC remembers how much he worked, hoping things would get better one day. Javier kept shouting for him to breathe, desperate. But Lloyd keeps telling his other self to hold on a bit longer. Things would improve. The swordsman continued shouting in despair, while the MC was asking his other self to endure just a little more. He remained lying on the ground with his hands stretched out, seeking a light that would take him out of that situation. That couldn't be real. Not after everything he had been through. Javier kept desperately trying to get his master to respond. Lloyd thought about how things would be if he had another life, and if he died first? The jewel informs that it would just be the protagonist's resurrection. But what if he went back to Seoul? But then it wouldn't be the same as dying. With all this, the MC's heart starts to freeze faster, leaving the Winter Heart worried. Being a master of the sword, he should be able to use his mana to lessen this. Then a system window appears, showing that this was the result of a mind-related illness. Once the symptoms appeared, there was nothing more to be done. The Jewel of Truth repeats once more to the MC that either he or Javier must die. It was the only way. With all this happening, Lloyd's ability to keep time frozen is undone. While the MC continues with agonizing chest pain, he asks the system if it brought him to that world just to suffer, questioning if it was above the god of hell and heaven, if it was a cruel joke, and receives an apology message. It seemed that the weak Kim Suho would end in a pathetic way, that the unlucky would always suffer no matter what he did, but nothing could stop him. He was Lloyd Frontera. Outside the room, Javier tells the MC's parents that he had tried hard, and that's why he wasn't well. Marbella was worried if he had found a way to stop all the bad events that were about to happen. With a reassuring smile, the swordsman affirms that he did, and that their son is just resting. But the Count kept a serious look on Javier, who understood what he meant. Thus, Arcos asks him to continue taking good care of his son, leaving Javier alone with the MC. He enters the room, saying that he didn't know what the jewel told him, but whatever it was, he believed. Just as he was sure that his master was someone who would find the answer. But to do that, he needed to survive. He asks Lloyd to wait a little longer, as he will help him get up once again. Then he turns, leaving the MC alone in the quarters. The swordsman had doubts if he could achieve what he sought, but convinces himself that he could, as he knew the key to it, having seen it thousands of times. He decides that it was Lloyd Frontera. Raphael informs him that the Celestial Kingdom plans to summon the MC, but they still didn't know when. The meeting of the superiors would take some time. Then the swordsman takes the candlestick that was on a table, and combines the sword sheath with a piece of wood to make a cross. With the sword, he lights all the candlesticks at once. He kneels and begins to pray before that improvised altar. The angel himself had said before that they could have hopes if they prayed purely and desperately. Javier prayed for Lloyd to be summoned to the Celestial Kingdom as quickly as possible. The angels couldn't ignore such a pure prayer, but as he wasn't the owner of the jewel, they didn't find it necessary to summon him. As if reading their minds, he begins to pray for the summons to be through a representative. Then a light appears with an arrow pointing upwards, indicating that the way to the Celestial Kingdom was open. He asks the angel to go with him as well, but Raphael is apprehensive about returning, knowing he would be scolded for saying many swear words. Showing that he wasn't giving the angel a choice, the swordsman lifts him onto his shoulders. With a scary look like his master's, he reminds him that he had signed a contract and would help them obtain the summer eye, that they were going to get it right at that moment. Then they enter the light coming from the heavens and ascend with the upward arrows. There they face an older angel. The angel calls it recklessness, saying he knew the swordsman had a noble personality, and he questions if only humans without a noble personality could make appeals to them. The angel warns that what he said was very depreciative regarding the appeals, saying that they must not know how dangerous the Jewel of Truth was. Javier agrees that it should never have been built, and that the decision to demolish it was reasonable. The angel is confused about whether they are going to demolish it, and the swordsman affirms that they are. But there was a condition for doing so. Javier wanted to know when they learned about the construction, and according to the angel, it was around the time of the Winter Heart incident. Then the swordsman slammed the table, startling the celestial being. The swordsman wanted to know why they only requested demolition now, why they didn't mention this before the construction began. According to the angel, they didn't think they would be able to gather all the materials. With a malicious expression, Javier remarked that they didn't even bother to interfere beforehand, only if things went wrong. The creature felt that the swordsman could see through its deepest thoughts. When the human asked if he was right about what he said, the angel did not deny it, unable to lie about its nature. Respectfully, Javier requested that the demolition of the jewel be postponed until the restoration phenomenon ceased. The angel tried to argue against this, but the swordsman reminded him that it was the celestial realm that caused suffering to the humans. Having no further arguments, the angel agreed but asked Javier to manage everything until the situation was resolved. Then the swordsman thanked him for the generosity. Though being the angel Gabriel, he didn't quite believe it, but when he used his truth-seeing eyes, he saw a halo behind the swordsman. He was utterly pure. He mentioned that there was one more condition, that a revelation revelation be given to the royal family by Raphael, requesting they grant the Eye of Summer to Lloyd Frontera. Gabriel pondered this for a moment, and said it was too much. They had already agreed to compensation for their lost time and effort. But according to Javier, what he was requesting now was compensation for the damages they suffered, asking the heavens to compensate for the damage to his heart when he couldn't even sleep after learning about the celestial conflict. Now Gabriel realized that this human was wicked, but he could see that there was no lie in it. He had truly suffered and deserved compensation. However, there was something wrong with that expression. He had considered inviting Javier to the heavens when he died, but he belonged to hell. Meanwhile, at the Frontera mansion, Lloyd gave permission for Emily to enter his quarters. The MC was still not feeling well, and the girl apologized for interrupting his rest, but he assured her he was fine and asked what she wanted. Then the girl handed him an envelope. It was an invitation to her wedding. She explained that she would soon marry Kuga, and this was a special invitation made for the MC, as she would never have met him without his help. Even so, Lloyd couldn't show any happiness. Emily happily commented that many good things happened in the county thanks to the MC, and everyone was grateful to him. Trying to smile at the girl, the MC thanked her for the compliment. She gathered the blankets from the room for washing and left. The MC congratulated her on the wedding, but internally, he apologized to everyone. He just wanted them to be happy, but now he couldn't do anything more for them. Either he or Javier had to die, and as the protagonist, Javier couldn't die. Suddenly, the MC's heart froze even more, causing terrible pain in his chest. Collapsed on the floor, an idea formed in his mind. He was just an extra. It wouldn't be a problem if he died. But a system message denied this, stating that his wish had not yet been fulfilled, and he needed to keep living, or he would achieve nothing. Along with the message, it was as if the MC's body also began to disappear. But he seemed completely at peace with this. Suddenly, creatures started emerging from the sea. Alarmed, Count Cremo watched as more and more of them surfaced. In Asfahan, something was also about to happen. The project Lloyd created there began to crumble. The furious Sultan questioned who was attacking his lands, and according to a soldier, infidels were setting the palace on fire. In the forest, beasts appeared, frightening the native animals. The elves tried to fight them without knowing where so many were coming from. If this continued, the animals would start fleeing. All these simultaneous disasters were being reported to the queen. Alicia wondered what was happening and why it was all at once. Meanwhile, Javier was on Draghi, carrying a huge package towards the palace. As soon as they landed, they requested an audience with the queen. Javier greeted her, showing respect, and she wondered why Lloyd wasn't with him. She asked what was happening, but the knight pretended not to understand, irritating Alicia with the situation. Seeing he wouldn't say anything, she asked what he wanted, and the knight mentioned they had leftover rebar in the county, so he brought some of it, as it could be used militarily. Alicia was eager to torment the MC. After he dared to use the excuse that he married her, a light illuminated the room, and angelic music began to play, making the queen uneasy about what was happening. From the light emerged a creature floating in the air. It soon spread its wings, revealing itself to be an angel, shocking the nobles around. Even the queen was incredulous at what she saw. Stammering a bit, Raphael explained that he was there by the will of the heavens. Therefore, Alicia had to hand over the dragon's eye to Lloyd Frontera immediately. With the message delivered, his image began to flicker, and like him, the light disappeared in the blink of an eye. Alicia thought that was too random. It had to be some kind of prank by Lloyd. She turned to Javier, asking him to be honest with her. But the swordsman was also distraught by what he had seen. A noble informed her that it was a divine revelation. She had to hand over the Eye of Summer. Others said that without the Winter Heart, it was the only weapon they had left. They couldn't give it away. Then the nobles began debating whether the angel was genuine and what they should do. Javier remembers the conversation he had in the Celestial Kingdom a little earlier. Gabriel was angry, saying that angels could not lie, so he could not accept his request. But the swordsman argues that there was no lie in that. If they simply asked him to deliver the Eye of Summer, they wouldn't be lying. Everything was going as planned. There was only one thing left now: gain Queen Alicia's trust. Away from the noble discussions, the queen questions if Lloyd was behind the angel's revelation. Since he wouldn't lie to her, Javier confirms it. Finally, he had stopped pretending he didn't know anything, saying that since none of her vassals noticed it was an act, he also acted surprised. And he knew she would never be deceived by his act. And she knew she would never be fooled by his act, which irritated her. If he got up, he would get spanked like Lloyd. But the swordsman couldn't do something so shameful. Even Alicia agrees that it was a terrible sight. She realized that at least the angel was real and knew that the MC could deceive even the divine dragon of the kingdom. But getting straight to the point, she wants to know what Javier needs the Eye of Summer for. He thinks for a moment before responding. Then he says his master is dying right now. This shocks Alicia. At the county, Emily and the countess go to Lloyd's quarters to bring him food, but he refuses to open the door and asks them to leave the tray outside. Although worried about him, the countess asks her to leave it outside anyway. Emily does so and asks the MC to call her if he needs anything. The tray stays outside for quite a while, until Lloyd picks it up, only to leave it with several other untouched food trays. Back at the palace, Alicia listens to the phenomenon of the restoration of destiny. Javier explains that all the destinies the MC changed would be reverted to their original state, and about the gem of truth. This makes the queen think about the Gigatitan attack and the rebellion in Asfahan. Lloyd was the only one who could stop that. Was everything trying to return to the original state? At the mansion, Lloyd continued sitting on the floor. Then his pets appear, coming out of his shirt. Padom, concerned about his master, tries to hug his face. A system message appears for him. It shows the faces of the Count and Countess. Pa Dong then gets a determined look. He and the other pets start pulling the MC, who was tired and didn't want to go with them now. But after being poked and tapped repeatedly, he's eventually convinced to go with them. They take him upstairs, and the MC tells them that only the Count's room is up there. Even from afar, he could hear his mother mentioning that his health was getting worse and worse. Although Javier said it was just fatigue, she could see through the swordsman's poor lie. She also reveals that the swordsman had done the same before, when he lied about hitting the MC's head, just to protect the person who took the appearance of their son. This makes Lloyd feel even worse. He thought he had believed this lie, and his chest starts to hurt again. The Count says that by Javier going this far, it meant that the person was doing his best for them. The Countess agrees that he wasn't a bad person, and that they should wait. When he got better, she was sure he would tell them the truth, and the Count believes this too. Upon hearing all this, the MC runs through the mansion's corridors, heading straight for his quarters. This time he thinks that he needs to keep living, and he continues to reinforce these thoughts in his mind. Only if he kept living could he tell the truth to the two of them with his head held high. The Queen understood the reason for the angel's revelation, but there was still the problem of the nobles disagreeing on whether it was real or not. For Javier, only one person could solve this, and Alicia adds that this person is dying right now and has lost all will to fight. That's why they needed to help the MC return to normal. Only then would they stop the restoration of destiny. The Queen confidently says that this is her specialty, making people work. It seemed that things were starting to go right. Lloyd was trying to overcome his depression. The first step was to stop isolating himself, seek help, and accept it. He thanks his pets for their help and thinks about the small things he could do now, like taking a bath and cleaning his room. He also had to think of a plan. He had to survive first, find a way to fight against destiny, and get the Eye of Summer. He already had a plan to get the eye, despite the thoughts telling him it wouldn't work. At that moment, Draghi arrived at the mansion, and the MC looks out the window, not knowing what was going on. Javier informs him that the Count had an important visitor, and asks him to follow. As soon as the two reach another room, the visitor is waiting for them. She had only heard their names so far, and introduces herself as their son's fiancée, Alicia Termina Magentano. The Count and Countess are stunned by this, until they are overcome by panic. They both kneel in front of her, who asks them to get up, since she would be their daughter. Looking up, she asks if the fiancé agreed with this. From the window, Lloyd couldn't believe what he was seeing. Alicia seemed bored, drinking tea with the Frontera family. Lloyd's parents were still uncomfortable with her presence there, just like the MC, who still hadn't understood why she was there. The Queen takes a sip of tea, praises the flavor, and asks where they got the tea leaves. Since the Countess takes too long to answer, Alicia asks again, and Marbella can't answer properly. In panic, she says the leaves weren't stolen, but the Count says that the Queen would misunderstand everything. In panic as well, he admits to stealing the leaves, and the wife believes it's true. The MC, who also wasn't feeling well, asks them to calm down, as he would explain everything, and the Queen asks if he had lied when he said he was going to marry her. All of this leaves his parents even more confused. The two can't handle the pressure of the situation and faint. Then the MC asks them to listen to what he has to say. The Frontera couple no longer had the energy to endure the situation. In his thoughts, Lloyd asks Javier for help. Why did he bring the Queen after all? But the swordsman just acts oblivious, leaving the MC still not knowing how to react to this situation. Then it's Alicia's turn to say she would tell the whole truth, explaining that the MC had the kingdom's treasure, which was given to Magentano by the founding divine dragon. Tyrannus had questioned Lloyd about how he obtained it without being part of the royal family, and that's why he lied, saying he was married to her, which made him part of the royal family. This all seemed to be part of an even bigger problem for the Frontera couple. Alicia continues saying that since the MC lied about this, he had to take responsibility for his words. Worried about this responsibility, Arcos says he thinks even 2 lives wouldn't be enough, but Lloyd Frontera was their young son, so he kneels, asking to be punished in place of their precious son. It didn't even cross the MC's mind that his father would do something like this for him. Marbella joins her husband, asking the Queen to take their lives instead of Lloyd's. The MC interrupts them, saying he wasn't their real son. How could they say such a thing? He yells that he did everything on his own. This had nothing to do with them. But Arcos retorts that parents would always take responsibility for what their children did, so the MC tries to say that he wasn't their son, but is interrupted. Alicia says she heard that he had lost his strength due to a heart disease, but was full of energy. Just as she thought, when the MC had something to do, he wouldn't stop until he was at his limit. The responsibility she referred to wasn't about something useless like taking their own lives, suggesting they make the lie about being married a reality. The MC stares at the woman without saying anything, his face getting increasingly dumbfounded as he processes what Alicia had said. Irritated, she gives him a small slap on the face to bring him back to his senses, affirming that he would become her husband and marry her. He would work with her for the good of the empire, pushing himself to the limit and giving his best. But with an emotionless face, he rejects the offer. His parents panic when the two start arguing about her making him work too much. In the end, Alicia confesses that she already expected this answer. As compensation, she asks him to resolve the conflict between the two groups about the divine revelation of giving him the Eye of Summer. He doesn't understand where this revelation came from, since he hadn't done anything this time, so he turns to the only other person who could have done it. But Javier acts oblivious once again. Up until now, he finds himself in a dead end. He always put himself in the position of the one who had to find a solution, who should have made things happen. happen, and he realizes he's been an idiot. This isn't something he could do. It's something all of them have to do. So he asks Alicia not to worry, because he, Lloyd Frontera, would resolve this confusion. Even though he saw no solution, he just had to find one. The MC would start by getting the Eye of Summer. He had to take care of that risk. He would also protect his mother and father, and gives them a confident farewell look. Alicia looks at them one last time, causing the two to worry again. But what they see is very different from what they expected. The queen bows to them, thinking she would see their mother and father again. The two are left confused once more, and a shiver runs down the MC's spine. This wouldn't be the last time Alicia would see his parents. At the royal palace, the nobles are still discussing the revelation. They say there's always chaos because of Lloyd. If he were here, they'd be able to talk about it. Just mentioning his name, the MC opens the doors to the room, asked with his demon-like face if they were looking for him. At the palace, Lloyd was placed in some sort of judgment room. The lords began a meeting on whether or not they would follow the angel's revelation. First, Count Aldez, the leader of the opposition, would speak his mind. He starts by saying that the name of the meeting was a failure for not mentioning the Eye of Summer. Therefore, the scribe has to change the name of the meeting to include the Dragon's Eye. Irritated with the way things were going, Count Lawrence, from the supporting team, shouts that this wasn't a joke. After being told to raise his hand to speak, he continues saying that they need to discuss the main issue instead of trivial matters. To him, the main issue was that the big word had to be added to the name of the meeting. So the scribe changes the name to the Great Emergency Meeting of the Chamber of Lords. But this new name generates even more discussion among them, making them even further from reaching an understanding. Hearing all that useless discussion, Lloyd starts to miss his homeland more and more. But it was precisely for this reason that it would be easy to end them. Only after nightfall in Magentano, they finally come up with a name for the meeting, but it ends up being extremely long. Lord Toscano is the first to yell that they should follow the angel's revelation. It was the will of the heavens, but several others remain opposed to it. One of them accuses that there was no guarantee that the MC wasn't just using the queen. The MC says that as a devout servant of Her Majesty, that would never happen. But if they went along with this, they would be seen as weak by the neighboring nations and a war would begin. When he starts saying these things, the nobles decide to end the meeting, worried about what they would have for dinner. The MC then yells at them that if they don't follow the revelation and misfortune comes to the kingdom, he couldn't accept that either. The nobles beg him to come to a consensus with himself, but Lloyd shouts that he is agonizing, feeling bad whether he accepts or not. With that, the nobles' fight intensifies even more, until the MC says he just had a brilliant idea, making everyone stop to hear what he had to say. The MC explains that they couldn't know what would happen if they went against the revelation, but they did know the risks of losing the Dragon's Eye, the weakening of the kingdom's military power. If he had a weapon as powerful as the Eye, he could take the Eye without harming the kingdom. Then one of the nobles questions what weapon that would be. According to the MC, it was the Vantara Mountains, a mountain range that defended the southwestern side of Magentano, sharp and preventing anyone from crossing by land. Because of this, they spent huge amounts of money to go around them and do business with other countries, having to bow to smaller nations. But what if there were a path through the Vantara Mountains? The kingdom would become the center of trade between the east and the west. Even if they only collected tolls, the amount would be enormous. The nobles immediately complain about the idea, and even Lloyd acknowledges there's a problem. With the new trade route, the workload would increase significantly, as well as the budgets. So he suggests that the House of Lords should share this heavy burden. Now that the topic was the budget, the nobles were enticed by the idea, and they reach a consensus. Lloyd Frontera would open the trade route through the mountains, and if successful, he would get the Eye of Summer. The MC celebrates the success of the plan, and Javier comments that he seemed better at politics than at construction. According to Lloyd, politics was easy. If you mention money, politicians would agree instantly. Then Javier realizes that controlling a country's budget gives as much power as authority. After hearing the Lord's opinions, the Queen agrees with the construction. She was curious about how it would be possible to cross the mountains since all her predecessors had failed when trying. That wasn't a place that could just be crossed, but the MC says that's the key part. It would be possible to take a train and pass through the area, with a sheltered track and a system for diverting railroad paths. He planned to do it like the British did when discovering fertile highlands, but they couldn't use animals there. Instead, they would use a system to climb the mountains, with the train running along the slope where the track would be. At that point, it would change direction and move in the opposite direction. Alicia trusted his skills but questioned whether it would be safe to build this train at the top of the mountains. Lloyd admits that it would be difficult, and he planned to build a route on the flatter surface at the top. Then the Queen moves to her last question. How did he plan to pass through the demon territory at the top of the mountains? Confidently, the MC already had an idea of how to do it. So he, Javier, and Draghi set off toward the mountains. On the way, Lloyd asks what the swordsman knows about these demons, but he only knows ancient stories. He tells him that they lived at the top of the mountain, and their lands were surrounded by ice pillars, which is why no one went there. They were terrifying and ate humans, the same thing the MC knew after reading about them in the novel. Draghi flies higher, and they are getting closer. This was the land of the Credo's demons. There was a whirlwind ahead of them, and Javier asks what the plan is to get through it. To Lloyd, it's obvious. They will invade. Javier smiles at his master, thinking he truly is a terrifying human. They had already fought against hell demons and heavenly angels. There was nothing to fear from demons of the earth. With a roar, Draggy clears the icy whirlwind. As they pass through, they emerge into a place with a blue sky. What is disappointing is that the MC expected something much darker, but in reality, the landscape below was quite beautiful. Then Javier informs them that he sees the demons. Below them, there is a demon woman and child. The two panic when they see them, terrified of humans. Lloyd yells at them not to cry, or they'll make him look like some kind of villain. The pair is too scared and keeps running away from the MC in a panic, while he keeps shouting for them to wait, because he has something to ask them. The demon girl turns to face her pursuer, who looks like a madman, screaming and asking why they keep running from him. Javier just stares at his master without saying a word, wondering if he really doesn't understand why those poor demons are running away. Suddenly, the swordsman's expression turns tense. A demon carrying hose was charging toward them. Javier quickly draws his sword to counterattack, stopping the attack with a single strike. When Lloyd asks what just happened, the swordsman explains that they were attacked by an adult demon, with an attack level that rivaled the sword master. Draggy gets closer to the ground, approaching the demon who attacked them. The MC descends, pointing at the attacker, trying to say he didn't come there to fight. But before he can finish his sentence, several other demons appear behind them trying to attack. While Lloyd ducks to avoid being hit, Javier defends against them all with a single strike. Then the pair look at the demons standing ahead of the others. He says they serve the demon queen and protect those lands. Striking a pose, he declares they are the 8 demon kings. The MC looks suspicious of that embarrassing introduction, and says 8 is too many. They should be only 4 demon kings. That way you could at least see the ones in the back. The demon retorts that the more of them there are, the easier it is to protect the land, and Lloyd asks why they're using farming tools. Their leader refuses to answer and tells that evil human to leave. Annoyed, the MC asks who he's calling evil, since they're the ones with horns. Javier knew why they had that impression of his master, but he prefers not to say anything about it. Changing the subject, Lloyd insists he doesn't want to fight any of them and that he wants to discuss something, asking to be taken to their leader. One of the 8 questions what he could possibly want to discuss after what he did to those 2 poor kids. With a devilish face, the MC insists he didn't do anything, telling the kids to tell the truth. That only makes them cry even harder, scared to death. Because of that, they decide to attack that wicked man again, but they're stopped by the MC's terrible singing ability, which makes their ears bleed. Taking advantage of the opening, Lloyd tells Javier to stop them, and the swordsman swiftly knocks each one of them on the head. Before they could react, the 8 demon kings had been defeated. With the enemies unable to fight, Lloyd asks if they can talk now. Meanwhile, the little demon girl tries to wake up one of her companions she calls Let Hose. The MC watches her shake them, trying in vain to wake them. Desperate, she cries and begs them to wake up. Sobbing, she yells that they lied to her. This way they wouldn't be able to keep their promise to pick strawberries together. Only then does the MC realize that the demons might not be evil, and Javier explains that the one who's been wicked is his master. Looking at the pair, the little girl screams that humans are evil, that they attack as soon as they see them, and that's why they had to hide in that place. She asks why they had to come there and bother them. Now the MC realizes what was wrong, one way or another. The demons feared humans and were living in hiding. With those 8 demon kings dressed as farmers in the fields, they survived off what they cultivated there. So the story that they ate humans, could it be just a myth? Suddenly, someone tells the MC it wasn't just a rumor. Another demon states that they really did eat people. She was Queen Artanis, the 5th, leader of the descendants of demons. With her statement, Lloyd wonders if she can read minds, and Javier tells his master to stay alert, because that woman was hiding immeasurable power. The little girl tells the queen that those humans are evil and asks her to punish them, saying they even defeated the 8 demon kings. Lloyd tries to talk, saying it might sound like an excuse and that, honestly, it kind of is. But smiling, Artanis says she won't punish them, leaving the MC confused. After all, they had defeated the protectors of that land. The queen keeps smiling at the little girl, saying that the humans had only put the kings to sleep for a while and weren't there to fight. Looking at the MC, the queen says they seem to be trying to cross through their lands, and that it would be better to continue the conversation at the castle. Lloyd is speechless. He definitely wasn't expecting to be received like that by the queen after everything. Anyway, they fly toward the castle. On the way, the MC keeps staring at the queen, wondering if they really eat humans. And if Artanis was that powerful, conquering humans should have been easy. Something felt off. Sensing his curiosity, she remarks that he must have a lot of questions, and tells him to look to the side. What they see is terrifying. It's a statue of Greediest, the demon king who lived 1,000 years ago. Artanis explains that they used to eat humans. When they couldn't find any, they ate each other. They lived in barren lands and starved, which is why they invaded human lands and tried to use them as food. It was King Greediest who ordered them to stop and start cultivating the land. Since then, they've lived in those lands. The area inside the Arctic force field was bigger than it looked, but production was still difficult. To establish the trade route Lloyd wanted, they'd have to go through demon territory. It was possible to disable the force field, but doing so would destroy the foundation of their people, so the queen couldn't allow it. The MC questions what the queen said about low food production there. If they moved elsewhere, they could produce more and their population would grow. Smiling, Artanis recalls that they used to eat humans. They were terrifying, intimidating demons that terrified humans, who attacked them violently. even when they tried to be friendly. They hadn't attacked any humans since King Kratos' order, but there was nothing they could do about the fear humans felt toward them. That was their punishment for having eaten humans. They were destined to live out their days inside that force field. Crying, Artanis begs the heroic human from another world to help them be freed from that barrier. The MC agrees that he might be from another world, but says he's no hero, just a greedy man who wants their land for a trade route. He asks if the demons could safely live outside that land. Would the queen remove the barrier? And she agrees instantly. Lloyd reflects that he'd be bringing terrifying demons into that world and needed to prevent humans from fighting them the moment they met. Quickly, it seems he comes up with a solution to the problem. The MC tells the queen she read his mind, and asks her to pack her things. He already knows what they're going to do. Artanis actually understands what the MC meant, but she wants to wait and see if his plan will really work. Lloyd stares at her for a moment, knowing she could read his thoughts. Trying to talk to her, he gets confused about whether she was the 5th or 8th demon queen, because of all the demon kings, and asks how deeply she could read someone's thoughts. The queen says she couldn't exactly read minds. It was more like she could see a bit into the near future, which is why she knew where the conversation was going. In the past, Kratos had used that ability to observe the sky, and with it, they planned their crops and movements. The MC thinks to himself that the Demon King must have dumped all his skill points into farming, but that same ability worked to read people too. With that in mind, he gets an idea, and asks the queen how far into the future she can predict, but according to Artanis, it's much less than he thinks. If she stares at someone without blinking for a while, she can see a bit more, but for humans, the most she can see is 24 hours ahead. The MC even stands up from his chair, asking if she could predict things like accidents, if she could see someone dying in an accident. The queen stares at him, knowing why he's so curious about this, and says that if he's asking because of the forced fate phenomenon, her power could only help with small isolated misfortunes. But even that was a ray of hope to Lloyd, who might at least have a chance to save those close to him, until he found a definitive solution. For Artanis, that kind of conversation would be better after the MC helped her liberate her people. She could force everyone to leave like a dictator, but that would only make everyone uncomfortable. So she asks the MC to take one of them as a representative, and show that there is a world where they can live peacefully outside the barrier. Back in the fields, where the two humans had met the demons, the little demon girl is still trembling in fear, clutching the queen's skirt. Lloyd tells her he was in a rush earlier, and probably ended up scaring her. With a creepy smile, he invites her to come see a really cool place to move to. Even more terrified by that scary face, the little girl screams that she doesn't want to go. Javier questions why his master is so mean and keeps scaring little kids, but he thinks he didn't do anything wrong. So the swordsman, with his angelic face, invites the little girl to see the outside world with him, and with a shy nod she agrees. Once again, Lloyd was defeated by Javier's looks. Riding on Draghi, they leave the barrier where the demons live. During the journey, Artanis says the girl's name is Lila, and out of all the children, she's the one who fears humans the most. She asks if the MC had heard about demons entering the human world, but to him, that was just legend. According to the queen, it wasn't just rumors. The demons could pass freely through the barrier. Then we enter a flashback of Lila, in the middle of a forest, observing something. Just ahead, she could see a human family. They were all gathered around the dinner table, peacefully. The little girl thought that even though she'd heard the elders say humans were evil, these ones seemed pretty kind. The couple's children played outside, like any normal kids, and Lila had fun watching them argue after one got hit in the face with a ball while they played. Time passed, and winter came. The family was much thinner, and the kids cried because they had nothing to eat. The little girl was saddened to see those people she'd grown used to watching suffering like that, so she ran back home. A little later, the children were returning home with firewood in hand when they were caught by surprise. In front of them, Lila was holding a basket full of fresh vegetables, smiling, but all their mother did was scream that there was a demon there, shocking the little girl, who hadn't expected to be received that way. The family ran back home, terrified that a demon had appeared. At that moment, their father came from behind Lila, trying to strike her with an axe. Before she was hit, she turned to face the man, and luckily she managed to dodge the blow. She ran into the forest while being chased by the man who shouted that a demon was escaping. That night, the forest was lit by the villagers' torches as they searched for the girl. Eventually, they found her, and the father angrily asked what she was planning to do with his family, while the other villagers screamed to kill her, saying those creatures eat humans. Cornered, Lila found herself with no way out, and transformed, now looking much more powerful, which scared the humans around her. But she remembered someone saying that demons should always remember the words of King Kratos. No matter what happened, they must never harm a human. So, instead of attacking the humans, she climbed up the mountain. Even as she fled, the humans still screamed that they would catch her. The little girl ran through the forest without stopping, in tears. Back in the present, the MC says he's heard enough of that story. He's crying, totally moved, and says that, to be honest, it's something he's heard countless times before. It was time to leave those stories behind. Right there, in Frontera County, where they were arriving, the two humans and the two demons walked through the county in silence. Lila was very afraid. After all, she was in a human village once again. Then she hears Lloyd's voice greeting someone he hadn't seen in a while. For a moment, she shrinks back, afraid of what was coming. The orc told the MC he was going out with Melissa and needed to train more. When she sees who Lloyd is talking to, Lila freezes in shock. And soon, the group of orcs continues on their way peacefully. The little girl asks why there are demons walking around a human village, and the queen explains that they were orcs. Farther ahead, the skeleton soldiers show their love for Master Lloyd, who asks if they're managing to wake the Dragon King properly. Seeing these creatures is also pretty strange for the little girl, who stays clinging to Artanis. As if that weren't enough, Solitas in his dragon form flies overhead, and that makes Lila want to ask the MC something. It seemed like he was a demon king too, which would explain why his face looked like that. Annoyed, he wants to know what's wrong with his face. A little farther ahead, they run into some old acquaintances who greet Lloyd. The MC doesn't understand why the pair is so well dressed, which makes them confused, thinking the master had come back because of the wedding. Meanwhile, Lila stays nervous seeing humans right in front of her. The knight starts to look seriously at the newcomers, but Queen Artanis shows no reaction at all when being stared at. The knight suspiciously asks if they were demons, and the queen confirms it, while the little girl hides behind her, scared. However, all the knight does is confirm that his suspicion was correct. Then he continues on his way with his friend, talking about strange plants. Around the county, people could be heard greeting the MC and making comments about the wedding. An old man passes by Lila, asking where she's from, and upon hearing her origin, he just jokes about the little girl being a descendant of demons. Some children from the village also pass by Lila, excitedly saying it's their first time seeing her, and they invite the frightened little demon girl to play soccer, a game the MC had taught them. The human girl asks Lloyd for permission to play with Lila, but he says she should ask the demon girl directly. The two eager and excited children invite her to come play. Even so, Lila is still scared, saying she has horns and her skin is a different color. The human girl stares at her for a moment, then starts shouting angrily that Lila should stop showing off. That kind of thing is super normal around there. Not wanting to deal with any more nonsense, she asks if the demon girl is going to play or not. Still hesitant, the little demon girl looks in the direction of her queen, who gives her an approving look. So Lila finally lets go of Artanis' hand, and runs off to play with the other children. Next to the queen, the MC comments that he still isn't completely sure if this would work. But seeing the little demon about to kick the ball, he starts to believe. Lila's powerful kick blasts past the other kids, who didn't stand a chance at stopping that ball, which slices through a tower in the distance, as the queen comments that this hero's village lacks the hatred and prejudice that haunted them for so long. Seeing the damage she caused, the little girl panics, fearing how the other children will react. Instead of being afraid, the kids praise her powerful kick. This fills the once scared Lila with joy. Seeing that, the queen falls to her knees, saying they would be fine in a place like that. Facing Lloyd, Artanis solemnly asks him to lead her people as the new demon king, which leaves our hero confused. Suddenly, a gust of reddish light blows toward the monarch. Then, the light engulfs Lloyd's entire body. The system notifies him that he has earned a new achievement. He is now the new demon king. His new ability was activated by the powers of a demon king, and not by the system. Then horns and wings sprout from his body, showing that he was officially the new demon king. The MC didn't even know how to use this new ability. Seeing what was happening to his master, Javier comments that he doesn't need to worry. He doesn't look much different from usual. The people around who had heard Artanis' declaration are even confused. For them, Lloyd already looked like a demon king just because of that face. The MC is on the verge of tears. Was that really how everyone had seen him all this time? Trying to fix the situation, he tries to say he doesn't have the power needed to be the new king. But for Artanis, being the new demon king didn't require strength. Then the system notifies the MC that all demons must now follow his orders. Now things were getting interesting. He had just secured even more cheap labor. Finally, we see the wedding of Kuga and Emily. Even the recent arrivals who didn't know them feel happy to witness such a union. Javier takes the opportunity to mention that the master's horns could be hidden. Not that it really mattered, since everyone already saw him as a demon. The MC watches the genuine happiness of the young couple, remembering a part of a novel in which Count Cremo asks Javier what happened to the Frontera servants. In that story, both Emily and the other servants had been sold as slaves. Wanting to make sure nothing like that would ever happen, the MC calls for Javier. It was time to act. So, they set off far away, mounted on Draghi. Upon hearing Lila and Artanis talk about the county, the demons immediately pack their things to move. In the basement of the Demon King's palace, there was an artifact called Taibonghug, responsible for maintaining the force field. The former queen simply presses the artifact's mouth, and the entire force field surrounding the mountain simply vanishes, as if it had never existed. With no further use for the artifact, Artanis gives it to the MC, explaining that it could be used to summon Arctic winds anytime, anywhere. Lloyd accepts the gift with a smile. He already had the perfect use for it. Surrounded by the demons who already had their things packed for the move, the MC asks for their attention. Starting right then, even before they set off for Frontera County, all of them would work for 1 year on the new trade route being built there. The smiles on everyone's faces, including the former monarchs, are replaced with looks of apprehension. If Artanis had used her prediction powers, she would have seen this coming. Knowing that demons could adapt to eating very little, and even the weakest among them was as strong as a warrior orc, There was no way the MC would waste such a valuable labor force. One of the 8 Demon Kings comments that he had heard that man was supposed to be kind. But all the former monarch could say in a situation like that was that he was a Demon King. After all, with a workforce of 3,000 demons, construction of the trade route was underway. Ideally, Lloyd would freeze time and start building, but since it would take a year, preparations were needed first, like building a small village to house the workers and providing enough food for a whole year. In front of the crowd staring in his direction, the MC declares that it's time to morph, like a Power Ranger. His eyes immediately change. They no longer look human. Now he was in his Lloyd, Demon King form. He had been wondering when he would use that power, and he thinks he looks super cool in this form. Javier's voice from behind catches his attention. Blushing, the swordsman begs his master never to embarrass him like that again. Clearly, he really hated the MC's show. The MC still tries to explain that the words, demon, and Demon King, added a powerful effect to his speech, which doesn't make Javier any less embarrassed. Thinking that Artanis had liked what he said, the MC tries to say she agrees with him, but she's also extremely embarrassed. Even so, he doesn't give up and calls the demons to listen to him. Despite that, his audience remains completely silent. Annoyed, the MC demands that they respond. Couldn't they see his horns and wings? He was their king. The crowd simply answers flatly that they know Lloyd is their king. He asks Artanis if that's the kind of reaction they usually have, but she's still far too embarrassed. Even she wasn't sure if the vassals were the best listeners. Previously, their king was chosen by being the strongest demon. The absolute principle set by King Kratos was that power came from being worthy of the role one occupied. Since she had acknowledged the MC as the current king, they would all follow him, but they do so with expressions of discontent. So Lloyd realizes he needs to show these demons that there's a reason to follow his orders, but something like that would take time. Then he asks if the subjects would listen to him if he defeated the strongest demon. The problem is, according to Artanis, Kratos had forbidden physical duels. However, there was one kind of duel that Kratos considered acceptable. It required extraordinary intuition, instant judgment, sharp reflexes, and keen eyesight to capture every movement. This duel could only be won by someone who possessed all those skills. And its name was rock, paper, scissors. The thrower knocks one down. The MC squints, hearing such a familiar bit of info. A Korean game. Was it the weird novel author who inserted this game into the story? Or was it King Kratos himself? Either way, if everyone agreed, they would play it. From atop the cliff, Lloyd announces to the demons that he's sure they would be happy working on that project. But since he needs to convince them, he challenges them to a duel. If he wins, the subjects must work joyfully on the construction. He calls for the strongest demon among them to step forward. Immediately, one steps up. The leader of the 8 Demon Kings says he will offer a prayer to the soon-to-fall Demon King's authority. This game was getting interesting. Gathered in lines, holding farming tools, the demons shout, rock, paper, scissors, while the competitors line up face to face. Seeing what's about to happen, Lila desperately begs them to stop. It was true the Demon King was a good man, but she's warned there's no choice. Face to face, the two stare each other down with serious looks. Worried, Javier asks what kind of duel this was, and according to Artanis, the first thing to know were the rules. The fist or rock represented the hammer that could shake the earth. The 2 fingers or scissors represented the guillotine that could split the skies. And the open palm or paper was like a sheet of cloth. The hammer knocked down the guillotine cut the cloth, and the cloth made the hammer useless. Each shooter chose 2 of those 3 weapons, one in each hand, following the chant of rock, paper, and scissors. After the call, the shooter drops one. Each shooter must show one of their weapons, leaving the other as their final choice. The winner was decided based on who had the last weapon standing. To Javier, this was exactly the game the children of the county used to play, but this type of duel showed who was the strongest. Each of them was on the same level as a sword master. They could feel the slightest changes, whether in their opponent's movements or breathing. What trick would Soho use to win this time? Artanis commands the challengers to get ready. It was time to show themselves. Rock, paper, scissors. Even before they reveal their choices, Javier notices an imbalance in his master's aura. He would use 2 guillotines or scissors. Either would result in defeat or a tie, and mentally questions whether his master hadn't understood the rules. Something was off. At that moment, the MC screams horrifically for the shot to be made. His face is so terrifying it startles the demon, who shuts his eyes and shows both hands open. Meanwhile, Lila and another child are watching the spectacle, completely engrossed. The other demons, however, seem dumbfounded by what they're seeing. In that moment of shock, their challenger opened both hands, forming the paper shape, which gave victory to Lloyd, who had used 2 scissors. Confident in his win, he asks which weapon his opponent was going to drop. The leader of the 8 Demon Kings remains frozen, until he falls to his knees. He hadn't expected to lose, especially not so quickly. Javier, still watching the duel, is absolutely sure his master's move was a cheat. Next to him, Artanis comments on a legend about a warrior who won even before the phase of dropping the weapons. What kind of legend was that? Still on the ground, the defeated one calls for his comrades, asking all demons to kneel. To make the scene even more dramatic, the MC transforms into the Demon King, and orders them to immediately begin cutting the mountain base into terraces. Javier can't help but feel embarrassed after his master pulled a scene like that again. Right after the game, they depart riding Draggy. Queen Alicia had told the MC that everything he got involved in would return to its original state. The forced fate phenomenon was progressing faster than the last time he checked the spoiler of the end. The future was changing because he was doing things differently. Lloyd was worried about the Queen turning evil, but there were no signs of that yet. The misfortune of fate could strike those he cared about at any time, and he couldn't freeze time. The MC had thought he'd be unable to save anyone, but now he smiles, knowing he can, and casts a discreet glance at Artanis. Her prediction ability ensured she'd know what was about to happen. The trio arrives at the Frontera mansion, where the Queen is reintroduced to Lloyd's parents. The couple compliments her beauty, and Marbella comments that she thought demons could only have scary appearances. Lloyd recaps that the forced fate phenomenon is coming, and he's trying to solve it, but if something happens before that, it will all have been for nothing. That's why he brought Artanis, something he needed to check their fate daily. To boost efficiency, he also called his brother and Scheherazade, and asked Alicia to keep him informed. It was time to get to work. First, he would appoint the best members of his engineering corps to lead the construction team. Then he'd have Greg and Corgidus join in case of mechanical issues. Since there'd be a lot of physical labor, the buffest orcs were also summoned. Kuga takes the chance to say he'd like to go too, but the MC tells him to stay home. He's still on his honeymoon after all. The first demon we see determined to work is the leader of the 8 demon kings. Since there were 8 of them, with power equal to that of sword masters, the land leveling would take only half a day. With all that variety of monsters gathered, the houses would be built quickly. All of this would take less than a month. That's the power of those grand demons. And even the demon girls are charmed by Javier's looks. A bit later, Lloyd and the swordsman are flying on Goming. The MC finishes his route research, and the next day he'll be able to freeze time and begin construction of the railway. Meanwhile, back in the county, Artanis begins her daily checkup routine. She had to stare at the Frontera couple for 5 minutes without blinking for the ability to take effect, which definitely made the MC's parents feel awkward. Little by little, it became harder for the Queen to keep looking at them. Arcos also looked pretty uncomfortable with it. Artanis practically reaches her limit, and tears begin to stream down her face, while Arcos' expression remains serious. Suddenly, the Queen can't take it anymore, her face turning red, which worries the couple. What could she have seen in their future? Then the girl says that those two seem deeply in love, leaving the couple blushing furiously. The two quickly leave the room, while Artanis calls for Julian and Scheherazade to come in. Once again, the seer starts trembling after just a few seconds of staring at the new couple. Red all the way to her ears, Artanis says these two are also deeply in love, leaving yet another couple completely flustered. Far from there, the MC declares to his subjects that the village where they will live for the next year is finished. All of them were different, a complete mess. But even so, they all came together to finish that job, with a common goal to have a better life. Lloyd quietly comments that they had to leave out the elf girls this time, since they're destroying nature. Then he shouts for everyone to get ready for work. He was heading to the top of the mountain to do a final check and freeze time, and asks Javier to get Bangul and make some rebar. Despite his friend's concern, the MC reminds him that he's a sword master equipped with the Song of Hell. There's no way the abominable snowman would stand a chance. At the top, he meets with Draggy, who brings a message. His job as a male dragon was now complete, and the MC asks him to return to the village. The message from Artanis said that Lloyd's family was safe and would remain so for the next 24 hours, which reassures him. In the letter, she also says she was teaching the villagers the demon's way of farming, and that everyone was kind and open-minded. She had heard from Draggy about the 8 demon kings. Now the children were happy they could see the world as they had always dreamed. Everyone was happy thanks to the MC, and the Queen wished he could be too. A system window appears, informing Lloyd that he had fulfilled the wish of the remaining demon descendants, making him smile. He was already having tons of fun, and it was time to freeze time. Immediately, the entire mountain is covered by a dome that isolates it from the rest of the world. And with that, the MC's heart freezes a little more, causing a wave of intense pain. The pain is so strong that he collapses in the snow. Thinking he had to hurry, this was happening faster than he expected. Seeing this suffering, the Heart of Winter apologizes, but Lloyd knows it's not his fault. In fact, thanks to him, he had a chance to fight against the forced fate phenomenon. Everything was fine now. Even though it was a little cold, the MC wondered where that storm had come from. It seemed like the storm worsened as soon as he froze time. He couldn't move, his heart hurt too much. He needed to call Javier. Then he feels his body being lifted by someone, and wonders if it was the swordsman. Nearly passing out, he thinks about what he would do if he didn't have his friend to help him. In so much pain and cold, all he could think about was resting for a moment. But it wasn't Javier who rescued him, it was Queen Alicia, who, even with the blizzard, didn't let herself be shaken. Back in the village, the blizzard wasn't letting up either. Bangul looked furious as she tried to work, but it was way too cold, and she was shivering while trying to make the rebar. Seeing her condition, Javier asks her to stop for the day. They wouldn't get anything useful done in weather like that. The swordsman glances in the direction of the mountain where the MC had gone, thinking that Suho's mana had been unstable ever since time was frozen, probably because his heart was freezing. If it were up to him, he would have run to the mountain that very moment to check if his friend was okay. Then he hears a familiar voice asking what that ice dome was. It was Queen Alicia, saying it looked like she wouldn't be able to leave. Javier explains that the dome freezes time, and she asks if the MC was the one responsible for that, and he confirms it. She would be trapped in there until the construction was finished, about a year. To calm her, the swordsman explains that time doesn't pass outside the dome, and she should think of her time there like a vacation. Laughing at the situation, she jokingly asks if Lloyd was trying to become some kind of demon king. All the demons around her turn to look, because that's exactly what he had become, and even without a word being said, the queen understands the situation. Rejecting Javier's explanations, she wants to know where Lloyd is, and learns that he had gone to the mountain to do some research for the construction. Seeing the storm grow stronger, Alicia decides to go find him. Sensing a powerful source of mana near an unstable one, the swordsman concludes that the queen must have found his master. Giving a slight smile, he decides not to bother the two. Suddenly, Lloyd opens his eyes, startled. He was sheltered from the snow, covered by the queen's cloak. Quickly, he realizes he's in a cave. It was great that something like this was nearby. Looking at the clothes he was wearing, he wonders if he brought them himself, but that fur cloak looked pretty expensive. When he turns to ask Javier about the clothes, he realizes it's not him lying there half-dressed. Alicia was curled up and looked cold. The MC is confused. Up until now, he thought it had been Javier who pulled him out of the snow. Very gently, he tries to cover the queen without waking her up. Then he bolts out. He couldn't owe her a favor or he'd have to work even more. He needed to hurry and call Draghi or Javier. Before reaching the cave entrance, he suddenly feels a sharp pain in his heart again. He bends over in pain. If he moved even slightly faster, his heart would freeze. Behind him, he hears Alicia say he looked awful, and she calls him to come closer. Lloyd bows slightly toward her and starts greeting her, but she doesn't want to hear that nonsense again and tells him to come closer. He drags himself slowly toward her. Alicia tells him to hurry, and he does, but still stays hunched over. She adjusts herself under the fur blanket, lowering her legs, and tells him to lie down, patting her legs to show he should lay there. The MC hesitates for a moment, looking at his queen. He lies down in the opposite direction, pretending he didn't understand what she meant. Then she points to her lap again, saying it was for him to lie there. The MC tries to think of what to do, but just ends up looking more and more like a clueless fool. Losing her patience, Alicia grabs him by the head, annoyed, and throws him onto her lap, even as he tries to hold her arm back. As soon as he stops resisting, she places her hand on Lloyd's chest. A bluish light begins to emit from her hand and flows into his chest. The MC realizes that her mana is entering his body, but for her to do this, she must have learned the Azurhan core technique. Alicia explains that she noticed it while fighting Javier, that both Lloyd and Javier used the same kind of mana as others, but amplified, absorbing external mana. The MC realizes that the queen learned the technique on her own. She really was different. He always vomited when absorbing Javier's mana, and other people's mana was too weak to use. But the queen's mana actually made him feel better, and Alicia was happy to hear that. Seeing the satisfied look on her face, Lloyd can't help but blush, so he quickly rolls to the side, trying to move away from her. But before he can, she grabs him by the face, and places him back in her lap, asking him not to move. After all, wasn't he the one who said everyone should relax once in a while? Blushing, the MC can't relax at all. In fact, he's extremely uncomfortable. Trying to change the subject, he asks what Alicia came there to do. Without hesitation, she says she wanted to see him. A bit awkward, Lloyd says maybe she was worried about the project and that there's nothing wrong with the construction, even with the storm. Alicia asks if he really doesn't understand her, or if he's just pretending not to. But the MC just puts on that same dumb expression like he doesn't get anything. She compliments his cleverness and talent, but when a woman proposes marriage to him, he's completely incapable of understanding that she's being sincere. The MC can't even organize his thoughts. What did she mean by marriage proposal? When? Then he remembers when the queen came to the county and said he should marry her and become the prince consort. His mind can't accept that that had been real, and he starts blushing even more. Wasn't that just a way to make the MC keep working for her? That had to be all she meant, right? There's no way she could want anything else from him. Interrupting those thoughts, rocks from the cave ceiling begin to fall, and Alicia asks if they're causing earthquakes now. Lloyd quickly realizes what's happening. With the storm intensifying and the earthquake, there's a shift in mana. It was clearly someone trying to interfere. Smiling, the MC wonders who dared try to mess up his project. The queen sees that he quickly understood something was happening, but before she can finish her thought, Lloyd grins devilishly, saying that for every worker he loses because of this, he'll pay it back tenfold, making Alicia wish he could at least change that face of his. Outside, the storm worsens even more. His name was Pantarasa, the spirit king of the Pantera mountain range. He and the mountains had existed together for a long time. To protect that place from humans, he made the terrain harsh and inhospitable. Long ago, when a horde of demons arrived in those lands, he didn't care, because their guardian dragon created a peaceful space surrounded by a wall of ice for them to live in peacefully. But those men were different. In Pantera's memory, Lloyd looked exactly as he truly was, but Javier didn't appear demonic like he remembered. He realized the two humans had removed the demons and brought their own companions. In that memory, the MC had ordered Javier to flatten those mountains, and the swordsman had blown up the mountain. The two of them stood watching it with demonic grins on their faces. Pantera was in shock. Who were those possessed maniacs? They destroyed the mountain base, then without any mercy, cut down all the trees. Those demons wouldn't stop causing destruction to his land. The spirit also saw when Alicia realized the storm was getting worse and decided to go find Lloyd. At that moment, Pantera decided he would drive those wicked ones out of there, ordering the freezing storm to blow even harder. Seeing how bad the weather was getting, Greg orders everyone to stop and hurry. They couldn't let all that snow spread. To the furious spirit, it wouldn't matter. Their bodies wouldn't withstand the freezing cold. The workers really do stop their tasks and start building snowmen and having snowball fights. The one behind all this is dumbfounded. It wasn't supposed to turn into fun and games in a situation like this. As always, the orcs found a way to train and were happily strengthening their bodies in the cold. The demons, immune to colds, could enjoy the snow without worry. Pantera could see not just the orcs and demons had a massive amount of mana, the humans did too. It wouldn't be easy to get rid of them all at once. He'd have to take a different approach. The best option was to take down their leader, and he tries to find out where he is. Casting a freezing gust of wind, he wouldn't allow the MC to stay hidden safely in a cave. As soon as the earthquake starts inside, Lloyd and Alicia leave their hideout. Now the spirit could see the mastermind behind all this evil, and wished the icy wind would rip him apart. Just looking at the storm, the queen realizes this wasn't the work of a mage. The MC knows it wasn't a dragon either. They wouldn't use cheap tricks like this. There was a faint mana energy trying to conceal its presence, along with manipulation of nature through storms and earthquakes. The MC gives a devilish grin. He's almost certain this is the work of a spirit. To the one who caused it all, it was impressive they figured it out so fast. And now they know there was no way to fight him. Physical attacks or even mana had no effect on him. Just as he thinks there's nothing they could use to hit him, the MC starts singing, with that infernal voice. In the blink of an eye, the storm vanishes. Even for the queen standing beside the MC, it was hard to endure that. But Lloyd doesn't stop, making the spirit squirm in agony from the noise. Even Alicia is worried she might not withstand it. Finally, Pantera collapses into the snow, covering his ears. Still laughing wickedly, the MC asks if he was the one interfering with the construction. Furious, the spirit wants to know what kind of magic that was. Being pure mana, there shouldn't be anything that could hurt him. Cackling maliciously, the human explains that it wasn't a physical attack. His opponent collapsed because he was offended by his voice. And he takes the chance to ask why he was interfering with the construction. Though for the spirit, the reason was obvious. Everything humans did was destroy nature, so he wouldn't let them destroy that mountain. Lloyd doesn't even let the poor guy finish his sentence, and hits him with full force using a shovel, sending him flying. But Pantera laughs like it was nothing. He knew that was a powerful mana attack, but it had absolutely no effect on him. Then the MC takes a deep breath to sing once more. Afraid of having to go through that torture again, the spirit retreats. Alicia comes from behind and strikes Lloyd. She didn't want to hear that again either. If she had to hear that cursed demonic scream again, she'd never be able to look him in the face again. Looking at her after that burst of rage, the MC's eyes start to tear up, and the queen feels sorry for having been so harsh with him. Taking advantage of the opening, the spirit decides to attack again, causing an explosion of lightning in the middle of the mountains. He declares that he was the mountains, and the mountains were him, and that he didn't want to kill that human, but had no choice. Seriously, the MC warns the creature that now he was the one in trouble, leaving Pantera confused, not understanding what he meant by that. Then Lloyd explains that whenever someone threatens him, they always end up facing an even bigger threat. Behind the spirit, a small beam of light can be seen approaching. Finally, Javier had come looking for his master, and arrives by striking the enemy straight in the face. Seeing that his protector had arrived, the MC starts laughing evilly, commanding nature to kneel before man. Beside Lloyd, Alicia can't stop staring at the man-like expression on the MC's face, thinking she must have gone insane. Of all the men in the world she could have fallen for, she chose this one. Meanwhile, in the fight against Pantera, Javier's mana had managed to injure the creature, even though powerful mana usually couldn't do that. The only explanation would be that his opponent was a grandmaster, and that's exactly what he was. Javier's attacks don't stop, making the spirit cry, begging him to stop. Collapsed on the ground, he even apologizes, saying he can't take it anymore. This time, the swordsman just stares at his opponent before attacking again. Pantera is much smaller than he used to be and protests that there's nowhere left to hit. Then Javier begins to sheath his sword. But before that, he tightly grips the blade's tip, and hits the tiny spirit on the head again. He only stops when Lloyd holds him back, warning that the opponent no longer has the strength to fight back, and that violence doesn't solve everything. To Alicia, who was watching everything, the MC only said that after the poor spirit had been thoroughly beaten, he pulls Javier away from Pantera and picks up the tiny creature in his hand, asking if he's okay. Even so, the swordsman turns to launch another attack and has to be stopped again by Lloyd, who asks why he's being so mean. The queen, who knows the two of them well, can see through all that and knows they're on the same side. In Lloyd's hands, the spirit thanks him for being saved. Alicia is sure the MC is definitely a villain. But what about Javier? Had he been corrupted by his master? Those two were bandits, no doubt about it. With an angelic smile, the MC politely asks the spirit why he's interfering with the construction. According to Pantera, he does it for the mountain, he couldn't let them destroy nature. So Lloyd asks if it would be okay if he promised they would protect nature during construction. Something very unexpected for Alicia, who was used to seeing only the demonic side of her subordinate. The spirit didn't see a problem with that promise, but it was tricky when humans said they'd protect nature, and the human understood that. Unlike other animals that adapt, humans tend to alter nature for their own benefit, but the power to destroy it should be used to preserve it. He promises to make those mountains even more beautiful. The queen realizes that with just a few words, the MC had managed to calm the spirit, wondering if his work there was done. With Pantera more at ease, Lloyd asks if he could make the weather a little warmer, if possible, and the spirit happily agrees, as long as it doesn't harm the local inhabitants. Alicia couldn't take her eyes off her favorite subordinate. The fact that she never knew what was going on in his head made him interesting. Back at the construction site, the first step was to carve the mountain ridges, cutting and widening the narrow ravine, to reinforce and level the ground where the rails would go. Step 2. Develop the rail system. Thanks to Greg, a mechanical genius, and Corgidus, the plans were ready. Step 3. Produce the carts. Just like the MC had seen them being made in the underworld, this wouldn't be a problem. Artanis had said that demons could work on anything as long as they had full stomachs. They believed that working to eat was sacred, and they were the strongest of all. Although they needed some nourishment, they were incredible. Step 4. Create a beautiful landscape to revive nature. Since humans knew more about that, this part was left to them. Despite everything going well, Lloyd's heart still hurt a lot. Following Alicia, the construction had taken a bit longer than expected, but she thought the MC could finish the project there. But of course, he wouldn't accept that. The land still needed to be cultivated. Alicia asks if it's worth dying for this, but to Lloyd, if he didn't do what needed to be done, he would regret it. If that mountain turned into a beautiful landscape, it would become a tourist destination, and he could profit by building a lodge there, returning to his demonic self. That washes away all of the queen's concern for him, and she takes the opportunity to warn him that after using her money to build all this, did he really think the profits would be his? The MC kneels with his butt in the air, praising the empire and begging to build at least a small building there. But all he gets at first is a discreet chuckle from her. She allows him to be as greedy as he wants, since that would always benefit others. Lloyd is thrilled. This was one more income stream to fund his retirement. His dream was to be as rich as Mansa Musa. In the middle of the blooming landscape, the demons arrive with the train. Lloyd orders them to pull the lever back, and the train begins to climb the mountain. Inside, Lila and her companions enjoy the ride through the mountain. Even Pantera is happy with what he sees. During the journey, the system notifies that the MC has unlocked a new title, along with a new jumping ability that didn't seem very useful. Finally, he was back. It was time to face the phenomenon of force fate. At that moment, his heart freezes even more, and he collapses, being caught by the queen, who tells him to rest, because she will protect him. With the barrier broken, Draghi reappears, and Alicia declares that they must go, to save the royal consort. Some time later, Lloyd wakes up in the royal palace. He notices the queen is still regenerating her mana, and she asks if he had woken up. As soon as he realizes his condition, the MC apologizes to her, but Alicia tells him to rest. Even though she wants him to keep resting, she comments that they need to hurry and hold that ceremony. There would be a ceremony for the granting of the Eye of Summer. Before the nobility, the queen declares all the MC's accomplishments, that he was able to open a route through the Pantera Mountains, paving the way for the kingdom's expansion. Imagine Tano would no longer just be the world's trade center. They could now proudly say they had peacefully become the most powerful. Saying that, she casts a glance in her consort's direction. Lloyd is nearly freezing when she offers him the Eye of Summer as a reward for his services to the nation. Worried, she knew that if she let him go, he would deteriorate instantly, but for appearance's sake, she had to perform the ceremony. Then, the mages bring forth a large ornate box. The MC's heart could barely beat at that moment. Even the heart of winter was straining, trying to keep that heart beating just a bit longer. To delay things, a noble begins a long speech. Lloyd couldn't take it anymore, and begins to faint in front of everyone. At that moment, Alicia draws her sword, and shouts for Javier to join her. Like an angel, he leaps from the middle of the crowd of nobles. As the queen is about to strike the box, Duke Toscano is startled, afraid of what the queen is about to do. With a single strike, she breaks open the box containing the Eye of Summer, leaving everyone watching the spectacle stunned. Inside, the eye looked like a ball of fire, and the nobles run in fear of being hit by it. Indeed, the artifact begins to burn out of control. The mages guarding it flee, and Javier steps in front of it. Despite the swordsman's strength, the heat emanating from the eye begins to burn his skin. Even doing this, Alicia knew it was absurd to go this far just to save one person, but she believed in him. He would be able to fix all of this, so he had to wake up. With no other choice, she injects all of her mana into Lloyd's chest, begging him to absorb it. Immediately, his eyes open, and his overload ability activates. As soon as the MC points his hand in the direction of the eye, the artifact vanishes from in front of Javier, flying at full speed toward Lloyd. Frightened by the artifact coming at them, the nearby nobles duck to avoid being hit. Then that fireball disappears, leaving the nobles confused, and Javier, who had fought against it, lies unconscious on the floor. So do Alicia and the MC. Thankfully, the system announces that the Eye of Summer has been absorbed, and the spirit of winter couldn't take his eyes off that light. It was a little orange orb, just like him. It was love at first sight. The two come together and start spinning, forming a powerful sphere of energy. They merge, and now they were Lloyd's heart. At that moment, he wakes up, seeing a system message that all his sacrifice had been rewarded and he had gained a new ability. The Demon King's baptism, which could be granted to only one person per day and lasted 24 hours. One of that person's abilities would be amplified to its true potential. For example, if used on Javier, a beginner-level Grandmaster, he would awaken as a peak-level Grandmaster, with enough power to kill a god. The information makes our protagonist smile. Recovered, he pushes himself up, completely renewed and more powerful. From the balcony, he asks if everyone saw it, the spectacular performance His Majesty had prepared for them, declaring that now the whole world knew that with the new trade route, Magentano was the richest country in the world. Not even an army with the strength of a dragon could harm them. Below him, the crowd erupts in cheers, supporting the MC's words. Just as Alicia expected, he handled the situation as if it were the most natural thing in the world. Still on the balcony, Lloyd looks at her and Javier with a confident smile. Southwest of the kingdom of Magentano, far beyond the mountains of Pantera, lay Veneto, a barbarian village. There, a little boy proudly showed his mother a bouquet he had made with dried flowers. The incredibly muscular woman praised her son's beautiful work. But suddenly, the boy's father kicks the door open, wanting to know what all that nonsense was. Dalflund, the tribal chief, yells that warriors don't make pretty things. With a kick, he destroys the bouquet the boy had worked so hard to make. Irritated, he demands to know why his wife let the boy do that, but she doesn't respond, saying he only says what needs to be said, but in his eyes, those things must be said. The people of Veneto fought and took what they wanted, believing that only strength could protect them. Shouting, he asks if Lunta is going to keep doing things like that, and the boy apologizes. But the father says he can't hear him, forcing the child to scream out an apology in tears. As punishment, Dalflund orders his son to apologize to the ancestors for an hour, and tells his wife to bring him a beer. He glares at the woman as she goes to do what he asked, thinking to himself that she never smiles at him. Even his sons seemed to hate him, but it didn't matter, he had to endure it. Kindness and tenderness didn't keep anyone alive. As soon as the sun rose in the village, he ordered the village warriors that it was time to hunt. They all head out, singing and dancing in a line. Their song said they were descendants of exiled warriors. Those attacked by them had to hand over their rations. They risked their lives to provide food. They were outlaws in those desolate lands. The Pantera mountain range was far off, and beyond it was their true home, the kingdom of Magentano, the rage and bitterness of their exiled ancestors. With tears in their eyes, the end of the song promised that one day they would cross the mountains and get their revenge. They would pass through that harsh mountain range once more. It was enough to point to the place that had now been transformed. Dalflund is confused by what he sees. Inside a hut, they discuss that the people of Magentano must have created a path through the mountains. One of the barbarians says that even after days he hadn't seen any soldiers. It didn't seem like they planned to attack them, but to the leader, that wasn't the point. 70% of their ancestors had died crossing those mountains. He never imagined anyone could make it through. Shaking his hair like in a shampoo commercial, he declares that now it was possible to cross. That same night, they head to the mountain base, shouting that this was an invasion. They would take everything and cross the mountain. Suddenly, the leader stops, seeing something ahead. 3 men were coming in their direction. They weren't in uniform, nor did they look like soldiers. One of the barbarians thinks they might be there to negotiate, but the chief says the people of Veneto don't negotiate, they fight. He planned to start by cutting off the heads of the 3, but soon realizes something's wrong. Lloyd was staring at him with a demonic expression, and he wasn't even in his demon form. Just seeing that was enough to terrify the barbarians. That was terrifying. The MC asks what they were doing there, showing up with their swords drawn. They'd better talk like civilized people. Sweating cold, Dalflund repeats to himself that he was a warrior of Veneto. He couldn't feel fear. Even though he was terrified, he wasn't even sure if Lloyd was a human being. He was so scary that the horned guy next to him almost seemed normal, terrified down to his hair. The barbarian remembers telling his son to stop trembling, saying men of Veneto don't do that, even though the child was in a panic. He also recalls not wanting to talk to his wife. Men there solve things with force. At that moment, he was terrified. He starts explaining that they came from Veneto, descendants of an exiled tribe. Then he orders his men to start the fight, but they're all thrown into the air with a single swing of the MC's shovel. In a room, he still questions why a pacifist like him had to resort to force, advising that it would be better for them to return to their village without bothering anyone. Hearing this, Dalflund yells that men of Veneto only stop fighting when someone dies. They'd come back as many times as needed for revenge. Lloyd reminds them he's far more powerful than they are, but the leader says he'd rather die than submit. The MC orders them to be released, even with Javier warning they'll cause problems. His master says that, as a pacifist, they'd die before they could be stopped. The swordsman suggests detaining the barbarians, which Lloyd calls abuse. They probably had wives and children. Detaining all of them would be too much trouble, so the whole group ends up being released. Javier thinks they'll need a force to contain the barbarians when they return, but the MC doesn't want to spend money on that. Queen Alicia was already worried about the cost of the project, and they were looking for ways to cut expenses. And now, thanks to these guys, they had a way to do that, but the swordsman doesn't really get it. Standing up without concern, Lloyd returns to his demonic expression, saying they'll handle it in a very pacifist way. The sight of the MC's horrid face was burned into the minds of the men as they walked back home with their heads down. On another night, the railroad workers' village was at peace, until Dolph Lund showed up again, observing the surroundings from hiding. He knows they were too obvious last time, and now seems to want to do things differently. Striking a pose, he tells his allies they'll do a stealth attack this time. Seeing some kids playing at night, he figures they're troublemakers and decides to take them as hostages. One of the barbarians sneaks up behind one of them and grabs the child, ordering them to stay quiet. Lila gets worried because she can't hurt humans, but her friend reminds her of something the Demon King said. There were two types of humans, those who needed a little flick on the forehead, and those who needed a good beating. To the attacker's surprise, the little child begins to transform. Lila and her friend enter their most demonic forms, and of course, the barbarians get thoroughly beaten. Back in the village, they're feeling discouraged. What would they do if even the children were that strong? Annoyed, the leader insists they're violent and tough as nails. They do whatever it took to defeat them. Even as a warrior, he still needed to eat. His stomach growled. It had been days since they hunted or pillaged, and he figured his wife and son were starving. But as soon as he opens the door to his house, that didn't seem to be the case. There was a roasted boar on the table. He asks who hunted the beast, and judging by his wife's injuries, it had been her. Seeing that seems to affect the warrior, he reacts by yelling that hunting and raiding were a man's job. Women were supposed to take care of the kids and the house. His wife agrees, but says that only applies when they aren't starving. That makes the husband angry, but even so, he stays silent. She was right. The next day, an old man rides a cart along the road. By Dolph Lund's count, the cart was full, and he orders the attack. Dozens of barbarians throw themselves at the poor man. Even while dancing like chickens, the farmer surrenders. Opening the cart with a smile, the leader celebrates that they'll have a real feast that night. But inside were three of his old acquaintances. Immediately, the warrior starts sweating cold, and tries to play it cool and leave. But it's too late. The demon grabs him by the shoulder. With them captured, Javier explains that the kingdom of Magentana was now providing demon security for all transport, so attacking wagons was pointless. From inside the cart, the MC calls attention to himself, saying there's a way for them to get what they want. Would they believe him if he said that the massive amount of food in there could be theirs? The MC demonstrates how that could happen. As soon as he shows several gold coins, Dolph Lund insists they're warriors of Veneto. They don't need to use money. Lloyd makes a negative gesture, as if the leader hadn't understood. He opens the warrior's hand and places a few coins in it, then asks for the coins to be returned. With that, he points to the cart, saying that the entire load now belonged to them. Then the trio, along with the peasant, leaves, wishing the warriors a wonderful dinner with their families. Dolph Lund doesn't quite understand what just happened. Either way, that night his family truly had a delicious dinner. The leader accepted the food for his wife and for Lunta, but his pride as a warrior refused to accept it. He decided that the next day he would go out hunting. The problem is that the group runs into Padang the next day. The startled barbarian wonders if there had always been a monster like that in the area. That hamster had a demonic expression, just like its master. With just a few kicks, it sends the entire band of warriors flying into the air. The MC appears, walking calmly among the defeated, commenting that they always get hurt when they hunt. It's tricky that small prey have little meat and the big ones are too strong. As if he were some enlightened being, he says they no longer need to worry, because now he had a new way for them to get food. Once again, he places a few coins in Dolph Lund's hand, then asks for them back. With that, he shows they had gotten a mountain of meat. Irritated once again, the leader tells his companions they'll go hunting the next day and eat whatever they manage to catch. This time, one of his companions has something to say, suggesting they just get food from the scary guy again. It was easier than hunting or raiding. Their chief explodes in anger, trying to break the man in half after hearing that. He couldn't accept that. Even with warrior blood in their veins, they seemed to have completely lost their pride. Still scowling, he turns to his wife who was calling him. She smiles at him, saying he hadn't come home hurt lately, and that made her happy. Dolph Lund is surprised. His wife was finally smiling at him. Judging by the emotion on his face, he looked like he might cry at any moment. Then the warrior returns to the railway village. He talks with Lloyd about getting food using money, and the MC tells him that in that case, he'd need to agree to a few terms. To form a long-lasting partnership, he offers a contract to the warrior, asking, very suspiciously, for him to sign it. They were a global trading partner, and that was Frontera money. Dolph Lund doesn't understand what all that paperwork was. With an angelic expression, Lloyd explains that it's a contract that must be read carefully before signing. The barbarian just flips through the pages one by one. Lloyd already knew he couldn't read, so he says he'll do it for him. The terms used in the contract, lender, borrower, and loans that would trigger debt, only made the barbarian even more confused. In the end, the MC says the payment could be made within a year, but could also be paid off early. The interest was 30% per month, and if payment wasn't made, there would be consequences. He even says that if the debt were paid within 3 days, the contract cancellation fee would be waived. If a payment was overdue, the the interest rate would rise to 40%. And he continues explaining various things that the warrior doesn't understand. At the end, he asks if Dolph Lund understood everything, and obviously, he had no idea what any of it meant. Taking advantage of that, the MC tells him to write that he agrees, just like the example shown in the contract, explaining step by step when and how the barbarian should write his name on the pages. Finally, everything is signed, and Lloyd hands a big sack of gold to the newly indebted man. It was much more than he expected, and he asks if he could buy all the food his village needs with that. The MC explains that not only that, he could also buy clothes, toys, whatever he wanted with it. As long as he didn't steal or kill, he could have anything he wanted. The barbarian blushes, remembering his wife's smile, seeing that he no longer came home injured. But he also remembers the lectures he gave his son, criticizing the boy's hunting skills. That part must have hurt his pride as a warrior. Either way, he thanks the MC for it. Before leaving, he says he'll make good use of that gold. Alone, Lloyd gives a victorious smile. He got what he wanted. In Veneto, the barbarians celebrate that their leader got money through a loan and get excited to take one too. The next day, a line of dancing barbarians is outside the MC's cabin. They all leave with smiles on their faces, holding their sacks of gold. While Lloyd grinned diabolically behind them, he now had a band of warriors in his debt. Seeing this, Javier asks if his master hadn't gone too far this time. But he replies that he didn't force anyone to do anything or lie. Everyone did it of their own free will. Realizing there was nothing to be done, the swordsman just agrees that his friend is right. When he lies down, even the system advises that whether as Lloyd or as Suho, he had already seen how loans destroyed people's lives. The MC reflects on that for a moment, and concludes that he's not the one borrowing, he's just the lender. Elsewhere, the rising count of Lloyd's evil deeds appears on a scoreboard, and the King of Hell watches it closely. Despite everything, the MC's good deed count was still higher than the other, and Helcaros didn't seem to like that one bit. Back in Veneto, someone knocked at the leader's cabin door. He wasn't expecting that visitor, and asks what he had come there for. With a goofy smile, the MC peacefully says he came to collect the loan payment. The barbarian doesn't really understand and is told he needs to repay the money he borrowed. That was in the contract. By the lender's calculations, he borrowed 12 million and now had to pay 12 installments of 833,000. With interest, it totaled over $1 million. Even Dolph Lund, who didn't really get that kind of stuff, could tell he was dealing with a con man. Since things weren't going his way, Lloyd's expression changes completely, and he calls some colleagues to help handle the situation. They would make the barbarian's life a little harder. Even his wife and child get scared. Frightening strangers were invading their home. It looked like they'd destroy everything with those sledgehammers in hand. But instead, the falling apart cabin they lived in is completely rebuilt. The family couldn't believe it. The house sparkled, the roof didn't leak anymore, and even the floor was heated. Still looking sinister, the MC asked the barbarian if he was seeing that. If they could renovate a house like that so quickly, imagine how fast they could destroy it. Dolph Lund was stunned. Those people renovated homes without permission and destroyed them if they were angry. He still didn't know how he'd get the money. Then he has the brilliant idea of borrowing more money to repay his lender. But he's stopped by his wife, who grabs him by the shoulders. With a punch, she tells her husband to rethink that idea, and asks the MC to give them a few more days. They'd find a way to pay. Without giving her much credit, Lloyd asks if she was planning to loot some country, but she insists they wouldn't return to that life of raids. No one else would suffer just because they weren't good hunters or fighters. That was probably the answer the protagonist had been waiting for. He offers them a job in the village. If they accepted, the interest rate would drop to 0.5%, and the payment could be made over 10 years. He'd also teach them work skills, and if they weren't good at that, he'd teach them something else. There were countless things they could do, welcoming them to the civilized world that was opening before them. By doing this, the MC's good deed counter skyrockets, making Helcaros uneasy. Those who reached over 100 million good deeds were automatically sent to heaven when they died, and Lloyd was getting close. But the King of Hell wouldn't let them take his slave that easily. Near Magentano Castle, a sinister man was approaching. Helcaros hoped Worth Road would hurry with his mission. As the sun rises, a group of barbarians marches toward the railway village. Now they were working men. Just to keep the habit, they marched in synchronized lines dancing. What had changed was their chant. Now they were warriors who had to break their backs to pay off their debts. They no longer killed or stole. Life was much easier, and when afternoon came, they wanted a break. But their evil employer wasn't very willing to give them one. Only when the sun set could they return home, exhausted. Along the way, a delicious smell forces them to make a stop, and Dolph Lund arrives home with a bag of freshly baked bread. This time, his wife and son smile at him, and Lunta can show his flower arrangements to his father, happy and without being punished for what he did. Those flowers made the warrior's heart bloom with joy, even more so when he receives a kiss from his beloved wife. It was as if he were standing in a radiant flower field. His work was worth it now. Not far away, The MC and Javier listened to the family's cheerful conversation. For a moment, Lloyd seemed distant, remembering when his parents would bring something back from work so they could eat together. The delicious smell would spread through that underground apartment. His parents had passed before he could do anything for them, but he reconsiders, remembering the Frontera couple. In this life, he still had parents to protect, so he calls for Draghi, who soon appears behind them. The swordsman asks if he was looking for a new way to fight the forced fate phenomenon. Clearly, he was, but first, there was a problem they needed to solve. Above the North Pole Sea, there was a portal to hell. The duo, standing near the portal, could feel the heat radiating from it. That's why the MC brought Taibonghug there. As soon as he places his finger in the artifact's mouth, its eyes light up with a flash. Then a whirlpool begins to form. It takes over the entire portal. In no time, it no longer looked like there had ever been a portal there. Lloyd had never stopped worrying about that portal, always wondering how he could stop that heat. As Javier thought, his master was someone responsible who just pretended not to care. The MC was still furious at those bastards from hell who opened random portals like that. Looking at him, the swordsman recalls it was actually his master who had opened the portal. But Lloyd interrupts, declaring they were now monitoring the forced fate phenomenon 24 hours a day. He planned to use the Demon King's baptism. With this power, he could amplify someone's ability. Obviously, the one chosen for that was Artanis, who could see the future. Using his demon form, the MC activates the ability, and even shouts the name of the power, which wasn't necessary, but just made it cooler. With that, the Heart of Winter and Eye of Summer released the power of fusion and amplification. Now, Artanis' power had a new function, the tracking ability. Wide area tracking allowed her to monitor a target in real time, as long as it was a place she'd visited or someone she knew. That was perfect for the Demon King's plan. He would have her target every place they had been and everyone they had met. He selects as targets the Loyhavi Bridge and Queen Alicia, but nothing outside the Frontera County could be seen. The MC wonders if it would be better for Draghi to take her higher for a better view, but he needed him nearby. Then something catches his attention. The Queen's clothes begin to transform. In seconds, it was as if wings sprouted from her back, and she shoots into the sky like a lightning bolt. Now she could see all her targets, monitoring the forced fate phenomenon. They were ready now. It was just a matter of seeing who would win this battle. Behind him, Javier comments that his friend's actions are intriguing. He could have made the demons bow before him easily, yet he chose the harder path and gave them a new home. Because of that, his new ally Artanis was proving to be a great help. The MC didn't do it out of kindness. It was simply better if everyone could benefit. Javier felt a bit jealous of how amazing the new ally was, saying he would obey Lloyd's orders and do anything to stop the forced fate phenomenon. There was no need to worry about that. His master always counted on him for the hard jobs. Lloyd had to prevent the destinies from being restored, and to check how the plan was going, it was time to take another look at the spoiler of the end. There was still one person Lloyd hadn't been able to save. Even using Artanis' powers, one person would still die because of him. That meant he still hadn't found a way to prevent the forced fate phenomenon. For now, he would continue doing things the same way. Maybe he'd find a clue about what was coming. So he selects in the system that he wants to see the end spoiler once again. Suddenly, everything around him disappears. By this point, the MC had seen many endings and thought none of them could scare him anymore. But his eyes widen at the vision in front of him. The buildings in the county were being destroyed by a devastating force. He couldn't understand what could have caused that. What could have attacked them, destroying the entire county so easily? Looking more closely, he notices a force in the dust and rubble. There were gigantic monsters attacking. The MC wonders if those creatures were from the novel. He had no idea what they were. Before he could think more about it, a beam of light passes above him. The rainbow-colored light rapidly heads toward the ground. The light was coming from Javier's body. Desperate, Lloyd cries out for his friend, who appeared to be unconscious. The speed of the fall was so great that it destroyed everything in its path when the body hit the ground. How could the swordsman be losing if he was a grandmaster? Had the Demon King's baptism been useless? Or was that monster attacking stronger than a true grandmaster? Beings like that weren't supposed to exist in that universe. On second thought, he knew they did. In the universe of the Knight of Blood and Iron novel, they were the closest things to gods. The Dragon King of the human world, the chief of angels in the heavens, and him, the king of hell who now hovered above Javier's body. Helkeros praised the swordsman's ability to injure him, being a being akin to a god. Even though gravely wounded on the ground, the Grandmaster still manages to get back up. He wouldn't give up yet. The king asks if his opponent would still continue fighting, and the swordsman replies that Helkeros would never take his master. Watching that, the MC wonders what those words meant. The enemies keep staring each other down, until the king strikes, kicking the swordsman in the face, who was already at his limit. It was awful to see his friend suffering like that. Javier could only stare at the enemy from the ground, motionless. It was all he could do. The king acknowledges that he had been a worthy opponent, but declares it's time for him to rest. Lloyd couldn't believe it. Javier couldn't die. He was the hero of that story. The system window appears, showing the life the MC couldn't save. He falls into despair. Just as the king is about to deliver the final blow, a familiar voice shouts that he surrenders. The Lloyd from the spoiler ending walks toward his friend. He falls to his knees near Helkeros, saying he surrenders. In tears, he begs the creature not to kill any more of his friends. He lowers his head, repeating that it was his fault, and pleading with the king for mercy. Coldly, his enemy asks what he's doing, and slowly approaches Lloyd, saying that he had done nothing wrong. With his last bit of strength, Javier tries to protect his master, but he could barely move. Then, with a single strike, Halkeros severs the MC's head. Lloyd returns to the darkness as a voice says that this way, the world regains stability with only one hero left. The world would restart, and a new story would begin, which was strange, because at this point the MC was supposed to return to reality. Then an epilogue begins, with Lloyd's soul bound by ropes. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. The voice continues, saying that Lloyd Frontera had been taken by the King of Hell. There, he would work as a loyal strategist of hell for all eternity. The protagonist boils with rage at that. So Halkeros was actually the final villain?
After watching the prophecy of the ending, Lloyd wasted no time. He immediately mounted his ice dragon and headed straight for the Arctic. Javier, who was sitting beside him, looked puzzled and asked in a surprised tone where Lloyd was rushing off to so suddenly, wondering aloud if he had some business in the Mermaid Kingdom. But Lloyd, gazing into the distance, simply told him that he would understand when they arrived. Before that, however, he insisted on one thing. No matter what happened, Javier must not draw his sword under any circumstances. At that very moment, they had already reached a massive vortex swirling in the middle of the sea. This was the same gateway to hell they had encountered before. Without hesitation, they dived into it, their eyes filled with unwavering determination and a cold, sharp resolve. Upon entering, they immediately made their way toward the residence of the Lord of the Underworld. The moment they reached his office, a voice echoed out to them, as if it had been waiting. The voice welcomed them and remarked that it had expected them to arrive around this time. As their eyes met, the atmosphere grew inexplicably tense. Then the Lord of the Underworld spoke again, asking if he could pose a question first. He pointed out that Lloyd already knew he wanted him dead, and in that case, he was curious about what kind of courage had compelled Lloyd to come and face him directly. Hearing this, Javier's eyes widened in shock. He was startled by the mention of death, and couldn't help but wonder what on earth was happening to Kim Suho. Lloyd responded calmly, stating that he wasn't someone particularly brave. He admitted that for someone like the Lord of the Underworld, killing him here would be effortless, and luring him into this place wasn't a difficult task either. Then he went on to explain with conviction that both the Underworld and the human world were governed by strict laws. If he were to die in hell, then the Lord of the Underworld wouldn't be able to use his soul in the form he desired. Lloyd was certain that there existed a law like that. Perhaps something about the soul completely vanishing upon death. Javier began sweating nervously as he listened. He remained highly focused, trying to comprehend the situation. The thought crossed his mind that the Lord of the Underworld might be intending to use Lloyd's soul and was trying to kill him for that purpose. The Lord of the Underworld then gave a soft chuckle and clapped, expressing that he was impressed by Lloyd's reasoning and his unwavering belief in it. With a cold glint in his eyes, he added that this was exactly why he wanted Lloyd to belong to him. Lloyd's expression darkened as he replied bluntly that he wasn't interested in men. He even noted that the Lord of the Underworld was old enough to be the ancestor of his ancestors. In response, the Underworld King laughed, saying that it was Lloyd's boldness that had made him so appealing. He then said it was time to answer Lloyd's original question. He acknowledged that he was human and that naturally, one day he would die. But Lloyd asked why the Lord of the Underworld would go to the trouble of descending into the human realm just to kill him, when waiting for his natural death should be no issue at all. The king admitted that waiting for Lloyd to die would, of course, be easier. However, he explained that there was a problem with the laws of the world. He had hoped Lloyd would commit horrific acts and use them to construct Alteroa, but every trace Lloyd left behind was unexpectedly positive. Nearly everyone who had come into contact with him ended up finding better lives and happiness. Because of this, Lloyd was accumulating too much virtue. And inevitably, when someone gathered a sufficient amount of merit, their soul would go directly to heaven upon death. That, the Lord of the Underworld said, was something he could not allow. Lloyd frowned and asked if the king intended to kill him before he accumulated any more virtue. The king confirmed that he did. Lloyd then stated that he knew the Underworld King couldn't just enter the human world so easily, and asked how he planned to do it. The king replied that this was the limit of his kindness. He apologized, saying that as Lloyd likely knew, he never considered himself a good person to begin with. Irritated, Lloyd told him there was no need to apologize, that he would find the answer himself. The Lord of the Underworld sighed, saying that both Lloyd and Javier were overflowing with the will to live. Then, in a darker tone, he declared that Lloyd had no choice but to keep fighting against the restoration of fate until the day he died. He revealed that he had already set his sights on Lloyd's soul. The peaceful retirement Lloyd had always dreamed of was gone now, irretrievably so. His voice turned grave as he asked why Lloyd was still struggling so hard to live a life like that. Upon hearing those words, Lloyd's expression darkened for a moment, before he responded with strained determination that fighting until his last breath, or in other words, stealing like a capitalist dog, was the true meaning of his life. Hearing this, the King of Hell let out a soft chuckle and said he would assist him. The scene shifted back to the kingdom of Atanis. She was using the blood vision skill to observe the conditions of her people, from the centaur tribes to the merfolk, both races living peacefully. Her gaze then moved to other places. A construction tunnel, the bridges spanning across the river. And just then, her eyes lit up. Her vision locked onto the queen's palace. There she saw a stream of blood darting rapidly across the rooftop. When it reached a certain point, it suddenly sank and slipped through the ceiling. As soon as it descended, the intruder transformed into human form, an assassin. This was the queen's sleeping quarters. Just as the assassin let out a smug laugh, believing he had succeeded, his pupils shrank in shock. For the queen had already risen, sword in hand, poised to strike. Her voice rang out, cold and sharp, as she said that if she had stopped training, even for just a second she would have died. She then swiftly struck, slicing the assassin clean in two. But it didn't end there. The assassin's body began to morph into blood and flesh, startling the queen. It was a clone. Moments later, the flesh exploded and turned into a poisonous fog. The queen immediately covered her mouth with a cloth, thinking that the poison was similar to the one from before, but much stronger. The toxin quickly took effect, pulling her mind into a nightmarish illusion, one of suffering and despair. The recovery of fate. Bewildered, she wondered why she was experiencing this again. She was certain she had already overcome this curse. Then within the illusion, a calm voice told her not to worry, that someone was coming for her. Right at that moment, Lloyd appeared through the window. He caught the queen and quickly examined her condition. They laid her on the bed and assessed the extent of the curse. It was evident she was in extreme pain, struggling to resist the magic's grip. Lloyd fell deep into thought. He had arrived in time, but how could he break this curse? The queen was a key figure in the future he envisioned, a future where he could retire and live in peace. For that future to exist, she had to create a strong and stable nation. Seeing the queen writhing in pain caused Lloyd's expression to harden. He turned to Atanas and asked if there was any way to track down the assassin. She apologized, explaining that since the man had merged into blood, it would be extremely difficult to trace him. However, she did know something about the magic he had used. It was black magic created by an ancient demon named Maleficarum. The curse affecting the queen was one of those spells, and its power lay in amplifying the weaknesses within people, driving them to fear and madness. Atanas added that she also knew how to break it. That revelation caused Lloyd's eyes to light up. She explained that the essence of the curse was still just mana, and now it had spread throughout the queen's entire body. To purify it, a source of pure mana was required. Lloyd asked whether using his or Javier's mana could cleanse it. Atanas replied that Javier's mana wouldn't work. The cursed mana had already seeped into the queen's heart. If someone tried to forcefully inject foreign mana, it would only terrify her and scatter the curse further. What was needed was someone whom the queen trusted. Someone who could make her feel completely safe. Only then would they be able to approach and purify the cursed mana. For example, she said, it could be the queen's lover. Lloyd froze for a moment at those words. His expression twisted in disbelief as he silently cursed. Was he supposed to wait until she recovered, then set up a romantic date and make her fall in love with him? That wasn't going to be easy, especially since she was unconscious. Both Javier and Atanas were dumbfounded by the implication. Atanas raised her hand, as if to say, Demon King, but that's the queen we're talking about. Yet before she could finish, Javier interrupted and admitted that it wouldn't be easy, but it wasn't impossible either. The queen clearly trusted Lloyd, so they might as well give it a try. Atanas, now sweating nervously, stammered and tried to object. Wait, Javier, the queen clearly sees him as... But again Javier cut her off, saying that, yes, the queen trusted Lloyd, and that's what mattered. It would work. Lloyd agreed to try. Behind them, Atanas whispered to Javier, saying that clearly he knew how the queen really felt about Lloyd. He wasn't that dense, Javier responded, clearly irritated, that when it came to that subject, he became the dumbest man alive. Then he urged everyone to move on. Lloyd turned to Atanas and ordered her to continue monitoring the recovery of fate effect. He instructed Javier and the others in the territory to be ready within 5 minutes, to intervene if needed. They had to catch the assassin. But first, the queen. He gently took her hand and carefully began transferring his mana to purify the curse, breaking apart the corrupted mana bit by bit. He reminded himself to stay calm and steady, handling it little by little. The first corrupted node, he targeted it. With a surge of pure mana, he shattered it. But the result made him frown. For every cursed unit he destroyed, 1 unit of his own mana was consumed. Damn it. Who knew how long this would take? Suddenly, the queen winced in pain in her unconscious state. Lloyd was alarmed, but moments later, she began to calm down again. He realized she was resisting the curse, even without outside help. He silently vowed to break the curse for her, no matter what. Then he unleashed a series of mana waves to aid her further. Within her mind, the queen was running, fleeing from vines that chased her relentlessly. Soon, they caught up and bound her tightly. Tears welled in her eyes as she cried out in fear, begging for help. Lloyd's voice echoed into her mind, steady and comforting. He told her not to be afraid, that he was there with her. Upon hearing his voice, the queen picked up her sword and fought back. She slashed away the vines coiling around her, but more and more came at her. They wrapped around her body, engulfing her. She continued resisting, sweeping them away again and again, but each wave was stronger than the last, and soon she could no longer fend them off. The vines wrapped around her consciousness like a cocoon, her struggles growing weaker, and just when it seemed like there was no way out, Lloyd's hand reached into the darkness. He spoke with an assertive tone, and the queen, seemingly understanding his intent, continued the countdown with 2. The moment she counted 3, both of them simultaneously broke free from the cocoon that had been restraining her. They exchanged cheerful glances, And then the queen's consciousness instinctively embraced Lloyd's mana. The scene then shifted back to reality. The queen had awakened, while Lloyd had apparently dozed off beside her from exhaustion, still holding her hand. Her eyes, now calm and understanding, quietly observed Lloyd's sleeping face. Elsewhere, Javier was carrying out noise orders when he sensed the change and thought to himself that the queen's mana had grown significantly more stable. He let out a faint smile and wondered inwardly if this was what people called a partner in the language of romance. The next morning, a few female attendants approached the queen's chamber door and politely requested permission to enter, addressing her formally. But no response came. After waiting for a while, one of the girls called out again, asking if the queen was inside. A guard, now alert, remarked that it was strange. He clearly remembered the queen had gone to bed early the night before. He and the others instinctively reached for their sword hilts, feeling something was off. If there was no answer after 2 calls, they would have to break down the door. After all, they hadn't heard a single suspicious noise throughout the night. If there truly had been an intruder, the enemy must have been incredibly skilled to suppress all sound. They began calling out to the queen again, twice, but there was still no response. One of the guards finally shouted that they had to break down the door for her safety. Without further delay, they forcefully burst into the room, and what they saw caused the 2 of them to freeze in shock. There, on the bed, the queen and Lloyd were asleep in each other's arms. One of the guards shouted angrily, calling Lloyd a scoundrel. Their raised voices roused Lloyd from sleep. Still groggy and not yet fully conscious, he was startled when a strong hand grabbed him by the collar. In moments, he found himself tied up and dragged before a panel of judges. Before he could even open his mouth to explain, they had already declared him guilty and hauled him up to the execution stage with the intent to burn him alive. Lloyd, who hadn't even had a chance to brush his teeth or wash his face, was wide-eyed in panic and screamed out in confusion, demanding to know what the hell was going on and begging them to at least let him say something. But the angry crowd, looking at his bewildered expression, only hurled more curses at him. They said his repulsive face was evidence enough. He tried to ask them to wait, begged them to call the queen, but was immediately silenced as they snapped that she was still sleeping and that he, a filthy pervert who had dared sneak into a noblewoman's bed in the dead of night, deserved to be thrown into the 19th layer of hell. Desperate, he pleaded that it was all a misunderstanding, but someone mocked the very idea, claiming that just by the look on his face, it was obvious he'd enjoyed himself. Another even accused him of stealing a puppy from their house the night before, and insisted he must have been the culprit. That was when Lloyd suddenly noticed something. Javier had arrived. He had been hoping Javier would come to his rescue. But to his horror, the man was only standing there laughing at him. Lloyd cursed internally, realizing Javier had no intention of helping him. He looked up toward the sky and silently called out to Atanis, hoping she could see his plight and come to his aid. But up in the heavens, Atanis was clutching her stomach, doubled over in laughter, showing not a hint of concern for him. Now both frightened and furious, Lloyd shouted in frustration, asking why no one cared when he was in danger. The system's voice chimed in mockingly, reminding him that he was an existence imbued with the power of a high-level swordmaster, a demon lord, and the commander of the world's mightiest army. So who would bother to worry about him? Lloyd continued to protest, yelling that there should at least be a little sympathy. Just then, a voice called out in the distance, asking what was going on. As soon as he heard it, Lloyd immediately recognized it. It was the queen's voice. She stormed forward and demanded to know where Duke Lloyd was. Hearing that, Lloyd frantically cried out that he was right there, his expression full of panic. But when she finally laid eyes on him, strung up on the execution frame, she couldn't help but be startled, and then burst out laughing. Her reaction crushed what little spirit Lloyd had left. Tears welled up in his eyes, not from fear, but from sheer humiliation. Eventually, he was freed from the frame and escorted back to the palace. The queen's voice was the first to speak. She began by apologizing, saying that she should have explained everything to everyone much earlier. However, even if everyone's actions had been justifiable, the queen stated that acting without her permission was still considered disrespectful. Upon hearing that, Lloyd grew disinterested and didn't bother replying, instead thinking to himself that she clearly seemed pleased about being strung up by that group. At that moment, the queen's tone turned more serious as she explained that her health was currently not in good condition. As she raised her hand, veins bulging and darkened by the curse, the gathered officials couldn't help but stir with concern. They whispered among themselves, saying they had never seen the queen in such a state before. Lloyd, too, looked on in surprise. The queen went on to say that the previous night, as her condition had worsened, she had summoned Lord Lloyd to assist her. She mentioned that he knew some methods to dispel the curse and had exhausted himself helping her through the entire night. The process, she said, had required an enormous amount of mana, and both of them had fallen asleep without realizing it. Right after saying that, she used her mana to activate the curse on her arm again, causing visible fear among the officials. She added that if the treatment was not continued, the curse would only worsen over time. Lloyd silently thought to himself that being direct about the only solution was indeed the best approach, and he chuckled inwardly, thinking that this was just like the queen. The queen then formally addressed him, calling out, "Lloyd Frontera," and asked how long the treatment would take to complete. He replied that it would take about a month and assured her that he would ensure the curse would be completely eliminated within that period. When she asked what the method entailed, he answered that he would use his own mana, as he possessed the ability to eradicate the cursed mana from her body at its source. Just then, the cursed veins began spreading to the queen's face, causing her visible pain. The officials panicked and cried out, asking if she was all right. The queen called Lloyd to come closer, and when he approached, she extended her cursed arm to him, telling him to heal it. He took her hand gently and began transferring his mana into her. Her condition quickly improved. The veins gradually disappeared before everyone's eyes, leaving the ministers astonished. After the healing was done, the queen explained to everyone present that as they had just seen, the treatment required Lloyd's unique mana. Therefore, she declared that for the next month, Lloyd Frontera would remain by her side at all times, 24 hours a day, to continue the purification process. Hearing that, Lloyd smiled and thought to himself that he hadn't even figured out how to convince the officials, but thanks to her, things had progressed smoothly. At that moment, an official stepped forward and respectfully said that while they deeply cared for the queen's well-being, there were still the laws of the kingdom to consider. The queen calmly responded that she would, of course, follow the kingdom's laws. Her words shocked those present, who could hardly believe what they were hearing. Meanwhile, Lloyd, who still hadn't fully understood what law they were referring to, was left confused. Then the queen stood up and told everyone to disperse. Afterward, she turned toward Lloyd, extended her hand to him, and said it must have been hard on him. Lloyd replied that it was nothing, Your Majesty, though in his mind he was still wondering what law they had been referring to. Suddenly, the queen gripped his hand tightly, startling him, and softly said, "Caught you." Her expression made Lloyd's face flush red, though he still had no idea what was really going on. Before long, the entire kingdom erupted with gossip. People whispered, asking if others had heard the rumor, that it was indeed Count Lloyd, and that he would be staying by the queen's side every day for an entire month. That would mean he'd also be entering the royal chambers. Some speculated that according to royal law, anyone who shared the king or queen's chamber, regardless of the reason, must marry the monarch. No exceptions. The scene shifted to some time later. At that moment, the queen was working as usual, but she held a pen in one hand and Lloyd's hand in the other. The potato boy sat beside her, fully focused on eliminating the curse. Evidently, a group of enemies had been hiding in the area, but now all of them had been surrounded by the queen alone. Immediately, a series of mana rays shot out, shattering countless cursed mana streams. When one of the enemies tried to escape, Lloyd, whose expression turned wild, gritted his teeth and internally warned that he wouldn't let the foe get away. His mana, like a hound, chased down the cursed energy and sank its fangs into it. His face contorted with effort, matching the intensity of the moment. Watching all this, the queen, who sat right beside him, felt a mix of exasperation and revulsion, clearly wanting to distance herself. At the same time, Lloyd's face gleamed with a predatory eagerness, as though he just found something delicious. His mana surged forward and his mouth opened wide, as if ready to chomp down on the cursed stream. But at that exact moment, someone entered the room with a document. Lloyd immediately changed his expression to one of seriousness, but that slight distraction gave the enemy a brief opportunity, though the threat was quickly neutralized again. Then, suddenly and without warning, the queen let go of his hand. Lloyd looked stunned and called out, asking why she had done so, saying that without holding hands, the healing process would. Before he could finish, the queen remained silent for a brief moment. Then she smiled faintly and looked at him teasingly, as though to suggest that he seemed to enjoy holding her hand quite a bit. That reaction made the potato boy freeze in place. He stammered in response, insisting it was purely for treatment purposes, and nothing more. Hearing that, the queen's voice took on a more serious tone. She asked him if that meant he didn't enjoy holding her hand at all. Lloyd stumbled over his words again, unable to clearly say whether he did or didn't. The queen, amused, thought to herself that teasing this potato head was actually rather entertaining. At that moment, the system interface appeared, displaying that his intelligence seemed to drop only in situations like this. She found herself wondering what kind of strange condition that might be. In response, Lloyd could only make a few incoherent sounds, unable to form a proper sentence. Seeing his mind starting to overload, the queen finally spoke up with a voice of mock understanding. She said she got what he was trying to say, that if she let go of his hand again, the treatment would slow down. With that, she rolled up her sleeve and handed her arm to Lloyd, allowing him to take hold once more. Then, she picked up a strip of cloth and tied their hands together. In a calm tone, she instructed him to hold one end of the string and to pull it tight. When she reached the count of 13. She began to count, 1, 2, 3, 4. And as soon as the last number fell from her lips, they both pulled, fastening the knot. She then remarked that from this point on, they wouldn't be able to separate, no matter how hard they tried. Her actions made Lloyd blush deeply, leaving him momentarily speechless. His thoughts drifted back to the time when she had once proposed to him and to what had happened in the frozen cavern. But he quickly shook his head, trying to regain his focus and dismissing such ideas as foolish. He reminded himself that the queen must surely see him as nothing more than a loyal retainer, valuable only because of his competence. He believed she simply wanted someone capable by her side. Telling himself it was impossible to think otherwise, he vowed to finish the task at hand and escape from that place once and for all. The system appeared once again, but then it raised a hypothetical. What if she truly had feelings for him? Upon hearing that, Lloyd immediately made a mocking face, prompting the system to sigh in exasperation. It was clearly tired of his antics but could do nothing else. It merely advised him to stay focused, urging him to concentrate and carefully monitor every trace of dark mana. At that moment, a voice called out from outside, announcing that it was time for the queen's training. She sprang up so suddenly that Lloyd was startled. She declared her arrival, and not long after, The two of them were already in the midst of the people, right in the training ground, where arrows came flying from every direction. Naturally, Lloyd had now become little more than a tool in the queen's hands. Thrown around like a rag, tossed this way and that without mercy. At one point, an arrow whizzed right between his legs, causing his blood pressure to drop dramatically. As soon as the training session ended, someone approached to inform the queen that it was time to attend a royal assembly. She simply replied that she would be there. Once the meeting concluded, another attendant arrived to announce that it was time to review official reports. She acknowledged it again. After completing those duties, someone else reported that it was time for training once more. And thus the cycle repeated. Lloyd, poor thing, was once again flung about like a wet mop in a storm of arrows. This endless loop of the queen's work showed no signs of stopping or even slowing. There was absolutely no rest. After a while, Lloyd resembled a shriveled potato, completely worn out. That evening, exhausted, he addressed the queen. She asked what he wanted. He told her that she needed to reduce her workload, that her recovery was being delayed. She acknowledged his concern and admitted she wished she could, but insisted that it wasn't possible. When he asked why, especially given how many capable subordinates she had, she explained that if she delegated everything, problems might arise in some unnoticed corner. Those issues could be delayed in detection and end up harming the country. Lloyd, tired but persistent, argued that even if things were delayed a little, her treatment was still more important. He begged her to rest at least a little, but the queen countered that if she rested, the people would suffer. She said that if she could endure hardship, then others could rest easier. Lloyd tried again to persuade her, but she abruptly cut him off, saying that it was enough. She simply could not rest. She shouted that she would be releasing his hand for a moment, needing to change clothes. Lloyd let out a sigh, feeling dejected. He thought to himself that she truly was the obsessive type when it came to work, someone almost impossible to reason with once she set her mind to something. He also realized she wasn't someone who could be deceived by tricks or manipulation. He wondered what he should do. And then, a glint returned to Lloyd's eyes. It seemed like he had come up with a new scheme. That evening, he raised his voice again and addressed her. She responded that she had already told him she couldn't take a break, but he claimed that wasn't what the gods wanted. When she asked what he meant, he calmly stated that he believed he could do better. Better at what? She inquired. He answered, at fulfilling the role of a monarch. His words clearly startled her. After a moment of silence, she turned to him and asked what he had just said. Lloyd smiled, and replied that if he were king, he believed he could handle everything more efficiently. The queen asked if he truly meant to suggest he could be more effective than her. Did he really believe he could rule? Lloyd smiled again and confirmed that he did, adding that having observed her work today, he was confident he could do better. The queen fell silent for a brief moment, seemingly deep in thought, but then her expression darkened as she snapped at him. She accused him of being all bark and no bite, and reminded him that even after following her around for just one day, he was already reduced to a lifeless husk, yet still had the audacity to spout nonsense. In response, Lloyd sarcastically retorted that if the driver was bad at steering, of course the passengers would get motion sickness. That comment only infuriated her further. She reminded him that he hadn't even seen 1/10 of her duties. But Lloyd, now full of snark, twisted his lips and arrogantly remarked that, from what he'd seen, there seemed to be many different tasks, but they all looked surprisingly easy. Before he could even finish that sentence, the queen punched him straight in the mouth without hesitation, and she didn't stop there. She unleashed a flurry of blows like a furious goddess of war, while Lloyd could do nothing but cry out in pain, completely overwhelmed. Eventually, she grew tired and halted her onslaught. Lloyd, now battered and broken, weakly gasped that he, her lowly servant, had no means of resisting her overwhelming power. He retracted everything he had said. He admitted that, being weak and incompetent, there was no way he could ever perform better than the queen. Lloyd hastily apologized, saying he was deeply sorry. At that moment, the queen was about to strike him again, but hearing his apology only made her more furious. Through gritted teeth, she declared that if he insisted on speaking like that, then he should stay by her side for a week and try handling the duties of the royal family himself. In response, Lloyd quickly raised his hand and pleaded not for a week, but just for 3 minutes. From that moment on, he asked to be treated like a king for exactly 3 minutes, promising that during that time he would show her something incredible. Though clearly irritated, the queen reluctantly agreed. She stood up and dragged Lloyd's battered body across the floor, set a timer, and told him that for the next 3 minutes he would be king. She challenged him to see how far his grand boasts would actually get him. But before she could finish, Lloyd interrupted her with a grave voice, pointing out her knees. A dark aura began to radiate from his body, and he widened his eyes menacingly at her. In a low, commanding tone, he demanded to know why she wasn't kneeling before the king of the kingdom and ordered her to bow her head immediately. The queen immediately lunged forward, shouting angrily, questioning how he dared speak to her in such a manner. But Lloyd barked back just as fiercely, accusing her of trying to beat him into submission again. He told her to reflect on herself and questioned whether she was willing to admit that she was nothing more than a king who ruled with her fists. Though her face was still twisted in fury, Lloyd continued, saying that if she wanted proof of his words, she had better start showing proper respect. Despite his arrogant speech, Lloyd was actually terrified, sweating profusely as he silently prayed for his life and for divine protection. The queen, seething with anger, found herself unable to argue back. Gritting her teeth, she slowly lowered her fist. Seeing this, Lloyd was stunned. He was still alive. Grateful and relieved, He internally thanked the heavens and the ancestors, thinking he was about to die for sure. Then, regaining his composure, he crossed one leg over the other and casually ordered the queen to kneel, taunting her for her earlier anger. When she snapped back at him, questioning how he dared speak like that to a king, he simply raised his voice again, demanding why she wasn't performing the proper royal salute. Even though she was trembling with rage, the queen tried to force herself to comply with the ceremonial bow, clearly intending to see what this self-proclaimed dog thief was planning next. Lloyd pressed on, instructing everyone to listen to the words of this great king. He proclaimed that Alicia Termina Magentano would immediately delegate all duties to her subordinates and focus solely on recovery, just as she had previously stated. Hearing this, the queen shouted that she had already said such a topic was out of the question. But Lloyd, grinning and waving his hand dismissively, cut her off with exaggerated sounds, mockingly lamenting that the words of the king had been interrupted. The sight of his smug expression startled her, and despite her rage, she finally gave in and allowed him to continue. Lloyd continued by saying that, as she had mentioned before, no matter whom the queen entrusted with a task, she would never be fully satisfied, because the best results always came when she handled things herself. That experience had made her unable to stop working. And Lloyd admitted he understood that deeply. He knew it all stemmed from her deep concern for the nation. He emphasized that she was incredibly important, perhaps not the greatest monarch in the kingdom's history, but certainly one who carried immense weight. However, he questioned what would happen if the curse continued to worsen. If she lost the ability to act, the kingdom would fall. He stressed that sacrificing one's body wasn't the only form of devotion. Even if there were immediate issues to deal with, he urged her to look further ahead, to care for herself and focus on the future. In doing so, she could actually do better. He pleaded with her to stop everything and focus on healing. Any problems that arose during her absence could always be addressed one by one later on. At that moment, the queen fell silent in contemplation. Eventually, she lowered her gaze and solemnly replied that she would follow His Majesty's command. Lloyd, meanwhile, was sweating nervously, inwardly grateful that she wasn't so much of a workaholic that she couldn't step away. He figured she would likely accept that his words mirrored the approach of previous monarchs. Then, with some awkwardness, he suggested that Magentano continue the discussion. He began by proposing to allocate a bit more of the royal budget to the Frontella district. However, the queen quickly interrupted him. When she started to speak again, the king interjected, asking in disbelief if she was interrupting him once more. She protested that she wasn't, but stated with icy calm that exactly 3 minutes had passed. At that, Lloyd Frontiera's face turned pale. An oppressive silence descended over the room. The queen slowly stood up, and in the next moment, launched into a flurry of merciless, lightning-fast kicks, stomping Lloyd's head into the floor. She furiously exclaimed that this was for talking nonsense, and for daring to make her bow. Despite Lloyd repeatedly begging for forgiveness, calling himself her loyal subject, she continued stomping him relentlessly. Eventually, when she grew tired of kicking, she suddenly remembered something and demanded to know. Hadn't he claimed that he would prove himself more capable in the role of king? What exactly had he managed to prove? With his face still pressed to the ground, Lloyd murmured that there was no way a mere servant like him could take on the role of queen. He admitted that what he had said earlier was simply a lie. Upon hearing that, the queen once again flew into a rage and resumed her barrage of stomps, cursing as she went. But amidst her fury, a thought began to form in her mind. She realized what Lloyd had truly been trying to express. He must have come up with something to help broaden her narrow perspective. That night, as she reflected on it, she smiled gently and remarked that she liked him more and more. And as she said this, she continued pressing her foot down on the poor potato still lying on the ground. The scene shifted to a month later. At that time, both of them had unwrapped the bandages around their wrists and slowly released each other's hands. The queen stood in quiet reflection, sensing her body anew. Meanwhile, Lloyd knelt before her and congratulated her on a full recovery. The system issued a notification, congratulating Lloyd on receiving a new title. Husband of the Queen. Lloyd cursed inwardly, expressing his intense dislike for the title. He thought to himself that if he ever married someone so obsessed with work, he would inevitably become her #1 slave. The system further explained the effect of the title, stating that if he were ever in danger, Queen Magentano would instinctively sense it and immediately rush to his side. Lloyd privately admitted that the effect wasn't so bad after all. If only he could rename the title, everything would be fine. However, the system denied that possibility, flatly stating that such a change would not happen, as it rather liked the current title. After the queen completed her treatment, Lloyd returned to Frontella. He needed to clean up all the minor issues that had piled up over the past 2 months, which was his way of softening the blow of fate's recovery. But before handling those tasks, he had to face a more immediate threat, the invasion of the King of Hell. He reminded himself that the King of Hell could not freely enter this world, which meant that, like the Hell Knight, he too would need to undergo some sort of ritual. Lloyd believed that if they could completely seal that ritual, they might be able to stop him. And to find out how to do that, he soon made his way to the Machine of Truth. He thought that all he had to do was ask the Gem of Truth. However, after a long moment without any response, he began to worry. He wondered what was going on and feared the worst. He immediately moved and soon made a shocking discovery. There was a visible crack. He was stunned. He had run countless simulations before, confirming that the gem would remain stable for thousands of years. And yet now, the Gem of Truth was being damaged. Everything he had worked for in this world, everything, was possibly falling apart. At that exact moment, a voice called out in urgency. The Demon King Atlantis, filled with concern, reported that all the facilities Lloyd had built around the world had been destroyed simultaneously. Every single one of them, everywhere. The news left Lloyd shaken. Without wasting a moment, he mounted his dragon and flew to the nearest location, the territory of the centaurs. There, he immediately summoned Babylon, who responded swiftly by enlarging itself and using earth to fill the emerging fissure. Meanwhile, from below, Atlantis reported again to the Demon King that a crack had formed at the Laha Bridge. Lloyd quickly instructed them to contact the Queen and request that she halt all travel activities. He added that once the area was sealed, he would head directly to that location. The scene shifted to the port city of Cremo, where a horde of monsters was already surging toward the shore. Alarm sirens echoed across the area, urging citizens to evacuate immediately. It didn't take long before the monsters climbed onto land and began wreaking havoc. Sensing the threat, the merfolk tribe appeared and quickly launched a counterattack using their spears. Javier reported that they had managed to repel the Giga Titan's assault, thanks to the assistance of the Mermaid Kingdom. Lloyd acknowledged the report and asked about the ice prison. Javier informed him that Lord Byron was currently overseeing the repairs. Lloyd then issued orders, instructing that Julian must never leave Princess Sarazat's side, and that the number of demon guards at the Count's residence be increased. Seeing the anxiety on Lloyd's face, Javier couldn't help but feel concerned as well. Back in the Frontera territory, someone was shouting at Team B, urging them to stop lagging behind. Once they finished the insulation layer, they were to move to road repair duty. There was a shortage of workers in the mining area, and a support team needed to be dispatched immediately. Meanwhile, pests had started appearing on the restored grasslands, adding to the growing list of problems. Amidst the rush and chaos among the citizens, several unfamiliar figures began to appear. One of them remarked that everyone seemed very busy. Another, dressed in red robes, responded that human lives were short, so it was only natural for them to live busily. She then gazed into the distance and commented that their sleepy-headed boy seemed to be over there. Very quickly, the three of them entered through the gate of the Count's mansion. Upon seeing this, a group of demonic guards immediately demanded that they stop, declaring that the area was restricted. However, in response, the girl in the red dress merely flicked her hand lightly. Instantly the ground erupted, sending the entire group flying in chaotic disarray. The girl beside her, visibly worried, expressed her concern that those people might actually be good individuals. But the one in red simply waved it off, saying that such a detail didn't matter all that much. It was faster this way than wasting time trying to explain everything. At that very moment, another group quickly approached the trio. It was Javier and Atanis, and they immediately assumed combat-ready stances. Seeing this, the girl in red clicked her tongue in annoyance and muttered that these little pests were truly irritating. Fortunately, the girl beside her hastily urged her to calm down. And just then, a voice from behind caught everyone's attention. It was the Dragon King, who called out joyfully. The girl known as Kiddo also waved back at him in greeting. Without delay, they proceeded inside the mansion. The Dragon King, speaking in a gentle tone, mentioned that she had been contacting him every day since that day. The girl in red responded by stating that their mother had already forgiven her, and that they had come to take her back home. Upon hearing this, the Dragon King remarked in mock realization that it must have been the cruel dragon mother who had been blocking his calls. Someone nearby scolded him, telling him he shouldn't say such things, and warned that they had definitely heard every word. Another voice even threatened to burn him if he kept talking like that. Someone else added that their world tour had come to an end, and now it was finally time to return home. Upon hearing that, the Dragon King went silent for a brief moment, before stating that there was still someone she needed to meet first. The scene then shifted to where Lloyd was working with the villagers to repair a structure. The Dragon King's voice reached him, drawing his attention. The Dragon King remarked that Lloyd still seemed to be working hard. Lloyd replied hesitantly, saying that he was managing to hang on. The Dragon King asked whether the Stone of Truth hadn't told him how to stop the restoration of fate. Lloyd didn't respond, remaining silent. The Dragon King continued, suggesting that perhaps Lloyd didn't like the proposed method. He pointed out that Lloyd must have known things could get worse, and questioned what would happen if those events continued to unfold, one after another, without end. He asked whether Lloyd truly intended to keep doing this for the rest of his life. Lloyd's short reply was that he could. Surprised? The Dragon King commented on how quick and unhesitant his answer was. Then, standing up, he sighed theatrically, and asked if there was anything he could do to help. Since he had developed a good impression of Lloyd, smiling faintly, responded that he had never done anything good for the Dragon King, and therefore couldn't ask for anything in return. The Dragon King fell silent for a moment after hearing that. Then he remarked that, if there ever was something he could help with, he imagined Lloyd would probably find a way to blackmail him into doing it anyway. He then added that he would return to his own home now, admitting that the time spent here wasn't so bad after all, and wished for Lloyd to become someone better. With that, the Dragon King's figure vanished. Lloyd, lost in thought, pondered silently to himself. The powers of hellish and heavenly dragons, if pitted against one another, would create destruction far worse than any war among species. If he could end the invasion of the King of Hell by his own hands, he might be able to minimize the damage. He questioned how he could possibly defeat the King of Hell, or better yet, stop his manifestation entirely. To learn the answer, he knew he had to fix the Stone of Truth first. At that moment, Javier approached and reported that the Vikings had been right. At this pace, they wouldn't be able to hold out much longer. He added that they were unprepared for the King of Hell's invasion and that they needed to resolve at least one of the two major issues. He pleaded with Lloyd to tell him what the Stone of Truth had said, how they could stop fate from restoring itself. The question made Lloyd fall silent for a brief moment. Then, with a smile, he replied that he had already told Javier. It had said it didn't know, that it was completely useless. But before he could continue, Javier interrupted with a firm gaze and once again asked him to please share what he knew. Slightly surprised by Javier's persistence, Lloyd repeated that he had already said it. The stone claimed it didn't know. Javier questioned him, insisting that what he heard couldn't possibly be true. At that moment, Lloyd grew visibly irritated and told him he should stop. But Javier remained firm and demanded the answer. Lloyd repeated, more sternly this time, that he needed to stop. Javier, however, raised his voice, asking why Lloyd was intentionally hiding the truth. He told him not to try to face everything alone and reminded him that they were supposed to confront it together. He then asked almost pleadingly whether they weren't friends. Lloyd, cold and distant now, shouted back, asking who Javier thought was his friend, calling him a country bumpkin. His words startled everyone around them. Hearing those cruel remarks, Javier fell silent for a moment before quietly apologizing, admitting that perhaps he had overstepped his bounds. Without saying another word, Lloyd turned and walked away. Inwardly, he thought to himself that he was sorry. He wondered how he could ever tell Javier the truth, that one of them would have to die to save everyone else. Not long after, Lloyd stood before the pyramid-shaped crystal of truth, a vital cornerstone he had once designed. However, a large crack had formed on it. With a pensive hum, he acknowledged that the material was irreplaceable and couldn't be repaired through ordinary means. He placed his hand on the surface, prompting a digital interface to appear. He considered the idea of compressing it and switched to simulation mode. But as the test simulation began, where mana was compressed from both sides, the entire structure collapsed instantly. He cursed, realizing it had completely shattered. Determined not to give up, he told himself to try another idea. This time, he attempted to slowly inject mana and let the crystal heal itself. To his surprise, this method, though slow, proved effective. He expressed a sense of triumph. It would take time, but the damage could be repaired. Just then, a system alert appeared. It warned that due to slight structural alterations in the crystal of truth, some functions might experience errors. Frowning with resolve, Lloyd muttered to himself that there was still much to uncover. But regardless of the challenges, he had to fix it. As he continued to analyze, he noted that only he and Javier were capable of handling this task. Just then, his mind drifted back to the harsh words he had said earlier. Regret washed over him, and he slammed his head against the wall. He cursed his own stupidity for not just staying silent as he usually did. He accused himself of behaving like a foolish main character. After a few more head slams, he rolled over in pain, groaning that it still hurt just as much, even with the title of Swordmaster. Then he remembered Javier's words, telling him not to carry everything alone, urging that they face everything together. Lloyd began to reflect, wondering if he had been wrong all this time. He told himself that Javier was the true protagonist, the real hero, the one meant to solve the problem and save everyone. He thought that if he could just stop this damned resurrection phenomenon, then he could focus on accumulating merit before being taken by the King of Hell. And that would be enough to solve everything. A spark of determination returned to his eyes, and he felt that perhaps the outcome of their story could still be changed. Just then, a system prompt appeared, asking whether he wanted to see the ending in advance, and before he could respond, he was pulled into a vision of the future. There, he stood silently by a balcony, his expression heavy and contemplative, gazing over a dark and gloomy landscape. Frontera, at least, was still safe. And with that, he began to think that maybe telling the truth to Javier was the right thing after all. A knock at the door interrupted his thoughts. Javier announced himself, saying he had something to say. Lloyd invited him in. Javier entered calmly and walked over to him. He hesitantly asked whether Lloyd was still angry. Surprised by the sudden question, Lloyd began speaking in a gentle tone. He admitted that, the day before, he had said some very hurtful things that he shouldn't have. Javier was startled, exclaiming that it had only been one day. So did that mean the end would come tomorrow? Lloyd continued, explaining that he assumed those words must have weighed on Javier's mind. He also added that he understood now what Javier had truly meant. Lloyd remained silent for a moment, adjusted his posture, and then began speaking with a more serious tone. He said that regarding Javier's question from the day before, he would now explain the method that the gem, truth, had proposed to stop the phenomenon of restoration. He decided to begin from the root of the matter. According to him, Javier was actually the true protagonist of this world. That statement caught Javier completely off guard. He seemed shocked and asked, almost incredulously, if Lloyd was really referring to him. Lloyd, observing him quietly, realized with some alarm that he might never have shared this information with Javier before. Then Lloyd from the future resumed his explanation. He claimed that he himself was also a protagonist, but from a different world. He asked rhetorically what it meant when two protagonists existed in the same timeline, then answered his own question. The world would collapse. For the restoration phenomenon to end, one of them had to die. Lloyd from the past tried to keep a calm expression. He continued watching Javier and thinking to himself with frustration that there was no way he would do something that foolish. He was certain that once Javier heard the truth, the boy would find a solution. But that assumption proved wrong. Javier, after hearing everything, began unsheathing his sword, That action stunned both Loi from the past and Loi from the future. Javier, however, remained calm, as he said that if the phenomenon of restoration couldn't be stopped, then the best thing to do was to accumulate as much virtue as possible. Before Loi could even fully register what was happening, Javier had already thrust the sword straight into his own chest. The act left Loi from the past in utter shock, his pupils contracting in disbelief. Loi from the future also responded in panic, rushing forward and shouting for him to stop. He screamed, asking Javier what the hell he was doing and calling him insane, demanding that he pull the sword out immediately. In those final moments, Javier summoned his power to envelop the sword, and with a gentle smile, he asked Loi to protect the world well. He called him Young Master. One last time, right in front of Loi, who was frozen in horror, a blue light began to wrap around Javier. It was the light of a swordmaster's aura, a divine radiance that chose what to leave behind, an empty space and a boundless pain. After Javier willingly sacrificed himself, the sword fell to the cold ground with a metallic clang. Loi from the future hadn't even managed to do anything. His eyes gradually lost their light as he dropped to his knees in the room still glowing red from magical aftershock. His entire body trembled. His soul felt like it was shattering. And then came only pain. Pain so deep it couldn't even be voiced. He could do nothing but cry out in despair, tears flowing in two burning streams down his cheeks. The scene shifted back to the present. At the same time, Javier slowly approached him again, calling out in a familiar voice, "Young Master!" He reappeared as if he had never left. Calm and composed, Loi thought silently that Javier had always been like that. And that was precisely the problem. That very trait of his made Loi bite his lip in frustration. After a brief pause, he finally spoke Javier's name aloud, but within himself, he vowed that no matter what happened, he would never let Javier die again. Loi's expression suddenly changed. He put on his signature crooked smile, raised his hand, and turned to face Javier with a teasing remark. He asked if Javier was still mad about him losing his temper yesterday. People tended to say nonsense when they were tired, didn't they? He reminded himself. He concluded that everything would have to be solved one step at a time. Upon seeing Loi's face, Javier could only respond with a tired look, not even bothering to argue. He muttered that Loi had been the loudest one screaming anyway. Loi immediately mimicked his tone in mockery, reminding Javier smugly that he was the boss around here and that Javier shouldn't forget that. Javier ignored the teasing and instead gave a report. More importantly, Lady Atonist had just detected an anomaly in Namaran. Signs of dark magic had recently appeared in the area. Loi furrowed his brows, speculating that it might be another attempt to summon a Hell Knight. He considered launching an attack to stop them in time. Even if they succeeded in summoning Heogai, he figured the situation wouldn't be too dangerous. But suddenly, something clicked in his mind. He heard the echoing laughter from the 19th layer of hell. It was Lloyd's voice, laughing like a mischievous dog thief. He. Wait a minute, Loi thought. This might actually be an unexpected opportunity. Javier, hearing this thought, asked what exactly Loi meant. Loi's face lit up in a dangerously enthusiastic way. He said it was time to begin. Their plan to kidnap Heokai was now officially in motion. The scene cut to hell itself. There, a massive figure clad in black armor stood imposingly. He held a glowing red sword and introduced himself as George Eximus, the head of security for the Hell King's office. He recalled that, in the past, there had been a brutal duo from Hell who had left a lasting mark on his soul. He shouted at the intruders to stop, cursed at them, and demanded to know if they realized where they were. He declared that he had a personal grudge against their kind. He remembered back to when he was a rookie, shy, awkward, and full of mistakes. The scene flashed comically to that memory. George was fumbling around the kitchen, frustrated and muttering to himself about where the hell the coffee had gone. He worried that if he slacked off, the senior officers would scold him again. A teammate had called out to him at the time, saying that he was only slow because of his nerves. He just needed to stay calm and enjoy the process. That senior officer had been a beloved mentor, kind-hearted and always encouraging. George believed that without that support, he could never have become a true Hell Knight. Someone nearby asked if he had seen the newly arrived souls. They laughed, commenting on how ridiculous their expressions were. George laughed back, agreeing. Then suddenly, he sensed something. He was being summoned into the human world. He accepted it with a grin, acknowledged it respectfully, and said he would be careful. And with a final laugh, he said goodbye. For now, in a moment charged with emotion, his senior was split in half right before his eyes. The shock of the event overwhelmed him, and all he could do was cry out through tears of despair, calling out to his mentor in helplessness. Later, he heard rumors that his mentor had been devoured alive by the Hell Poet. Now, standing face to face with his enemy, George Eximus roared with fury. He declared that he was George Eximus, captain of the Boar Division, and challenged the intruder for causing chaos at his workplace. He proclaimed that those who knew how to enjoy life were the strongest, just like his mentor had once said. He insisted he had never forgotten his mentor's teachings, and vowed to take revenge. With tremendous power, he charged forward, claiming he would avenge his mentor with all his heart. But before he could even reach his target, Javier appeared suddenly and struck him down with a devastating blow. Joker Eximus collapsed in defeat, admitting bitterly that he had lost miserably and was crying with all his heart. Still, he shouted that he wouldn't give up. He explained that he had trained with all his might in hell, savoring every moment of the pain in order to grow stronger. He hadn't been allowed to act last time, but this time, he declared, he had been summoned to the human world. At that very moment, Hell Knight, a dark warrior brimming with fury, stepped onto the battlefield. In his heart burned the intense hatred caused by the death of his close comrade. He swore he would take revenge for his senior no matter what happened. Yet he warned the Hell Poet to beware. He would no longer allow him to act freely. Meanwhile, on the other side, the two protagonists had managed to assess the situation just in time. Even without any summoning rituals, dark magic had already spread throughout the area. They realized it was the phenomenon of restoration at play, something that forced fate to regenerate, even if it defied natural law. They noted that summoning a Hell Knight required absorbing life force, which meant that even if all of Nemarian were evacuated, the spell would still seek out living beings to drain. Loy responded that Count Nemarian had mentioned a recent surge of unusually aggressive rats in the area, which could be a result of their life energy being siphoned away. At that point, Lloyd wore a sinister expression as he declared that he would turn this chaos to their advantage. A massive explosion suddenly erupted. From the smoke and blazing magical light, Hell Knight charged forward. It was time for revenge. However, he was caught off guard to find two individuals already waiting. They claimed it was just a coincidence. But Lloyd, wearing a scornful expression, retorted that if it was merely a coincidence, then he would take the opportunity to end Hell Knight's life right there. Hearing this, Hell Knight became enraged and rushed forward with a furious scream, shouting that he would avenge his fallen comrade. On the other side, however, Loy maintained his usual devious smirk and suggested they finish this quickly. Without warning, a powerful blow crashed down on Hell Knight's head. Then Javier began relentlessly striking him with his sword without a shred of mercy. Eximus could only clutch his head in pain, tears streaming down his face, lips trembling. He couldn't understand it. He had trained every day, endured the brutal effects of hellish training, and yet this was the outcome. In the moment of defeat, he muttered that now he understood. They enjoyed every aspect of life more than he ever had. Eventually, his body collapsed onto the shattered stone floor. Loy approached calmly and gently remarked that he was sorry. Since the man had barged in uninvited, his bodyguards had attacked on instinct. Then he turned to Javier and angrily scolded him for not controlling his emotions. In contrast, Javier simply growled with a dark expression. Lloyd snapped at him again, calling him a cruel, sadistic deviant. But the next moment, he switched to a gentle, motherly expression and assured everyone that leaving Hell Knight alone would be dangerous. He might end up killing their dear knight. However, he promised that as long as he was present, the vicious one wouldn't dare do anything. Still, the Hell Knight was far from calm. He shouted that Lloyd should shut his mouth, that he was the enemy of Senior Choexius, and swore he would kill him. Before he could finish his sentence, Javier had already charged at him, beating him down like a dog. Lloyd, once again pretending to be the good guy, tried to stop Javier, telling him to calm down and that it was enough. After Javier had vented enough violence, Lloyd resumed speaking with mock sincerity. He apologized and said he didn't know what else to offer. Then, with a glowing smile and a gentle demeanor, he presented a contract and softly asked the Hell Knight if he would be interested in a good job. Furious, the Hell Knight shouted that he was a warrior of Hell and had no need for other employment. Loy, puzzled, asked whether Hell didn't allow for side jobs. He then demanded to see the Hell Knight's employment contract. When the knight asked what a contract was, Loy was stunned. He couldn't believe they were working without contracts. It was simply absurd. This reaction sparked the knight's curiosity. Lloyd went on to ask how much the knight was paid for his work. The knight responded by asking what pay meant. Growing increasingly concerned, Lloyd inquired about working hours, asking if he worked 24 hours a day, without rest, without insurance, and what that even meant to him. By this point, Lloyd could no longer contain himself. He cried out in disbelief, wondering how there could be a place even more capitalistically exploitative than his own workplace. Tears streamed down his face as he clutched his head in despair. He sobbed that the King of Hell must be a heartless tyrant, exploiting his subordinates down to their very bones. The Hell Knight fell silent, his gaze distant as memories of the past surfaced in his mind. He sometimes wondered if life was meant to be this way, where one worked themselves to the brink of exhaustion only to die without gaining anything in return. He questioned whether such a life was truly one of labor, or merely one of being used. But back then, his senior had merely given him a light, playful slap, and told him to forget he ever said such things. Returning to the present, the Hell Knight now stared intently at Loy. He told her that he had once fought another Hell Knight, someone who had likely been her comrade. He revealed that he had won that battle and absorbed the knight's soul. Yet he felt no regret. On the contrary, he respected the man, for he had fulfilled his duty as a Hell Knight. As for himself, he had fought to protect his own city, and he firmly believed that the fallen knight would have accepted the outcome of their battle. However, he continued, there was another way to look at it. He asked her to imagine a life where that knight had been exploited his entire existence, summoned as a slave by the Demon King, used until the end, and finally killed in a battle he might never have wished to fight. Though that knight was dead, the Hell Knight claimed, he still lived on, within his heart. Overcome with emotion, Loy clutched her chest, tears streaming down as she declared passionately that she and Georgios, who lived on in her heart, would bring an end to such exploitation. Upon hearing what could only be described as manipulative rhetoric from Lloyd, the Hell Knight said nothing. Tears began to pour from his eyes like rain, mixing with the storm of emotions rising within him. Finally, with a strained voice, he asked to see their employment contract. Just that Loy, their sneaky recruiter, allowed herself a satisfied smile, knowing she had roped in another unwilling worker. Soon after, the three of them flew off on an ice dragon to some distant destination. While reviewing the contract, the Hell Knight was stunned. It promised a salary of 10 million gold per month, only 4 working days a week, and just 2 patrols per day. He questioned whether it could be real. They assured him it was. They told him to read the contract thoroughly. It was all accurate. The final clause simply stated that good communication with teammates was required. They emphasized that part. Hearing that, the Hell Knight mused to himself. Good communication with teammates. He figured that if he failed in that regard, Lloyd Frontera would get moody and stop speaking to him. While not a particularly terrible consequence, he began to wonder if this was truly the right decision. The Demon King would soon descend upon the human world. If the king discovered his whereabouts, everything would be over. He pondered whether he should escape before that happened. Then, he said he had a question. When asked what it was, he hesitated a bit before asking when exactly the Demon King would descend upon the human realm. He turned his head slightly to the side and admitted that he didn't know. Lloyd laughed at the answer, but then narrowed his eyes, his capitalist instincts flaring. He told the knight he obviously knew the answer, and questioned why he wouldn't share it. He accused him of having signed the contract only because he knew when the descent would happen, so he could escape just in time before the Demon King arrived. The accusation struck a nerve. The Hell Knight flinched, visibly shaken, and asked Lloyd to just tell him when and how the Demon King would descend. He swore he truly didn't know. At the same time, he thought to himself that if he leaked any of that information, the Demon King would undoubtedly hunt him to the very edges of hell itself. Lloyd said nothing in response, but raised his nose and let out a weary sigh, as if the entire conversation had drained him. Meanwhile, Javier began to push himself up from the ground with his hands, and when Hector turned around, sweat was already pouring down his face. Because Javier's silhouette looked more like a demon closing in than a man, seeing that Javier was about to strike, the man quickly raised his hand, panicking. He urgently asked what Javier was trying to do, claiming he had done nothing wrong and begging the boss to stop this lunatic. He kept stammering, F, in fear. However, Lloyd remained completely indifferent, neither hearing nor reacting. It was only then that Hector and I finally realized the true meaning behind the contract clause. That if it was violated, Lloyd Frontera would sulk and stop communicating altogether. In a rush, he confessed that during that particular eclipse, someone would have to be sacrificed. Upon hearing this, Lloyd immediately spun around like a dog snapping at a fly. With a grin, he asked excitedly if Hector had just mentioned a sacrifice and inquired about the victims, expressing exaggerated curiosity. The Help Knight, visibly terrified, turned to Javier and explained further. He said that if someone managed to harvest 10 large-scale instances of fear from the death of someone who sought revenge, the King of Hell would manifest in this world. Hearing this, Lo laughed with smug satisfaction, thinking to himself that he had now obtained the hints he needed. Then, the two saints exchanged mischievous smiles and playfully said that it was time to resume communication. The second Help Knight, meanwhile, seemed to realize with horror that he had unknowingly made a pact with a demon. Lo internally noted that the Help Knight had just provided very valuable information. That the fear being spread was under the King of Hell's command, and the source of it was likely the same person who had previously tried to eliminate the Queen. He thought about Alicia, and noted that he had asked Hector Knight further, but Hector admitted he didn't know exactly how the fears would be gathered. Loie then recalled the terrifying creatures he had seen in the spoiler ending, suspecting they might be fragments of an ancient god of darkness. Recently, the King of Hell had been absorbing many souls who were supposed to be reincarnated. If those souls were injected into bodies containing the essence of the ancient god of darkness, which had been buried in hell, they would transform into monsters known as fragments of the dark god. He understood that the power of hell could not match that of Frontera, which was why she was preparing to become far stronger. Lo then frowned and asked how many of them would be coming. Hector replied that he didn't know. The King of Hell never reported anything to him. Lo glanced over at Javier again, prompting Hector Knight to quickly blurt out that he knew their weaknesses. Afterward, Lo began planning. With all the information they now had, it was time to start preparing for the battle. At the same time, there was another critical task: the restoration of the Gem of Truth. He believed that if they could prevent the King of Hell's appearance from the very beginning, it would be much better. He reminded himself that rushing things could ruin everything. They needed to move slowly and carefully, making progress bit by bit each day. After some time spent repairing, Lloyd finally exhaled and declared that it was enough for today. Javier then stepped forward, admitting that something had been bothering him. When Lloyd asked what it was, whether it had to do with Job Eximus, Javier pointed out that in the end, Lloyd had simply beaten the guy up and forced him to reveal the information. So why had he bothered making a contract in the first place? Lloyd looked completely blank and acted as if he didn't know what Javier was talking about. He claimed it had just been a friendly conversation. Seeing this, Javier was too fed up to say anything further. As he watched Lloyd walk away, he silently wondered whether the contract had been an act of conscience, or just a clever way to avoid guilt. He couldn't understand Lloyd at all. Lloyd continued walking and casually mentioned that the important thing now was to collect holy water. Back at the Count's mansion, an awkward encounter was taking place. On one side stood Raphael, an angel from heaven. On the other was Jock Eximus, a knight of hell. The atmosphere was heavy with silence, neither speaking at first. After a while they began to communicate hesitantly. Raphael introduced himself politely as an angel. George Eximus apologized and returned the greeting, saying he was happy to meet him. Raphael then asked if George was the one who had replied to his message. 300 years ago. George admitted that it was indeed him, and apologized again for what had happened back then. He tried to explain why he had become a demon of hell, suggesting that he might have said something rude at the time but hadn't meant it seriously. Raphael waved it off, saying it was all right. He reminded George that he too had once said George was a cursed demon, but only because their circumstances were different. He asked if they could try to understand each other. He acknowledged that it might be difficult for George, who had been born into a world of ignorance and forced to work like a demon with pitiful pay. George chuckled and told Raphael that he too had initially thought Raphael was overly strict at work. But it turned out Raphael had also been kicked out of heaven, which, to him, was quite amusing. The two pitiful individuals looked at each other with shared empathy. Two victims of the system had somehow found each other even in hell, back in the mortal realm. Lloyd arrived and commented on how quickly the two had become friends. Raphael responded lightheartedly, explaining that heaven and hell were merely fulfilling their duties, and they weren't truly enemies as people believed. He said he understood that, and that the real problem at hand wasn't some mission from hell, but rather the personal ambition of the king of hell, which now posed a major threat that had to be dealt with. Raphael questioned what the other man meant. After a brief exchange, he seemed to understand and concluded that the king of hell was likely orchestrating something truly horrific. He stated his intention to report the matter to headquarters immediately, as the situation clearly constituted a rebellious and invasive act. He assumed that Lord Wynn would likely issue a strict warning in response. Lloyd then asked how effective such a warning would actually be. Hearing that, Raphael simply turned away in silence, offering no reply. Lloyd let out a sigh, remarking that the warning clearly wouldn't have much effect. Raphael then said he would do his best regardless of what might happen, adding that he genuinely liked this world and thus wanted to help Lloyd as much as he could. Lloyd smiled at that and proposed an idea. He would ensure Raphael had the chance to help, and in return he asked for some angel tears, saying he needed them in order to defeat a dark entity called the Fragment. Raphael froze for a moment upon hearing that, then admitted that indeed, exposure to angel tears would weaken such entities. However, he apologized and said that angels did not cry easily. In fact, he himself had never seen an angel shed tears in all his thousands of years. Lloyd then curiously asked if he could make an angel cry. Surprised, Raphael asked how that would be possible. Without warning, Lloyd suddenly hurled a handful of chili powder directly into Raphael's face, catching him completely off guard. Tears began streaming down Raphael's face as he screamed in pain. Between cries, Raphael shouted that that was how one could force angels to cry, through surprise chili powder attacks. He added, while still in agony, that he was happy to help. Lloyd quickly collected the tears and told Raphael not to move, cautioning that any drops lost would be wasted. Raphael complied and apologized for his carelessness. George Eximus, having watched the entire chaotic scene unfold, couldn't help but break into a nervous sweat. He wondered why Raphael seemed so cheerful despite being blatantly mistreated, and whether he himself would end up the same way in the future. At that moment, George realized with dawning horror that his new boss might be even more devilish than the King of Hell himself. Sometime later, Raphael contacted the Celestial Realm to make a report. The manager on the other end acknowledged the situation, saying they had also received some information. Technically speaking, the manager explained, the King of Hell's actions were not considered an invasion. Raphael, clearly alarmed, questioned that claim. He insisted that the moment the king entered the human world, countless people would surely die. The manager calmly elaborated that the King of Hell was not a pleasant being, but the act itself mirrored what angels did when answering the prayers of humans, descending in response to calls from Earth. If the one who had first called upon the king was someone named Lone, then the King of Hell was merely answering a request. Therefore, the act didn't violate any global laws. However, should the Celestial Realm choose to launch a war against him, they would be providing him with the very justification he needed to interfere in heavenly affairs. The manager asked whether Raphael could imagine the chaos that might follow. At that moment, Raphael was sitting in a cattle barn, deep in thought. After a long silence, he sighed helplessly, having already suspected that things would turn out exactly as the manager had said. He knew he had to report all of this to Lloyd immediately. Just as he turned around to leave, Lloyd once again ambushed him with a fresh burst of chili powder to the face. However, this time Lloyd furrowed his brows in irritation and scolded Raphael, asking why he had closed his eyes. He demanded to know whether Raphael truly intended to help them or not. Startled, Raphael quickly apologized, explaining that it was simply an angelic reflex. He promised he wouldn't fall for the same trick a second time. Javier suddenly appeared, approached Raphael, and squeezed the angel's cheeks to keep his mouth open. Javier tried to calm everyone down and asked for some understanding toward Raphael. But then, without warning, he reached out as if to poke Raphael directly in the eyes, clearly attempting to force more tears. Raphael broke into a cold sweat. Terrified, Loey immediately stepped in, raising his voice and demanding to know what Javier was doing to the angel. He asked if Javier truly believed he could do anything he pleased just to achieve his goals. He added that if Javier continued like this, he would be no different from the very King of Hell they were trying to resist. Javier froze at those words, a sweat breaking out on his forehead as he stood in silence, questioning when exactly he had become this kind of person. Meanwhile, Loey gently picked up Raphael's glasses and asked if he was okay, noting that things had gotten dangerously close just moments ago. Trembling, Raphael thanked him. Loey then carefully put the glasses back on Raphael, and theatrically exclaimed that Javier really had gone too far. He warned that if that finger poke had landed, Raphael could have been blinded. In his heart, Javier began to blame himself. Reflecting more deeply on Juvi Frontera, he realized he had done many things that were truly immoral. so much so that even the young master was shocked by what he had become. He knew he needed to reevaluate himself. At that very moment, instead of putting on his glasses, Lloyd jabbed the frame directly into Raphael's eye and exclaimed that he had done it by accident. Seeing this, Javier's face darkened as he cursed inwardly, thinking that the way Lloyd poked Raphael was no different from using one's finger. Meanwhile, Raphael rolled on the ground in pain, clutching his eye and screaming in agony. Lloyd, speaking in an innocent tone, apologized half-heartedly, casually remarking that it must hurt a lot, and told Raphael to go ahead and cry as much as he needed. However, Raphael could only mutter bitterly that he had grown too used to pain, so much so that he couldn't even cry anymore. Lloyd sighed, remarking with exasperation how troublesome angels could be. The two then sat down to brainstorm ways to collect more angel tears. Lloyd recalled having once heard that angels could only cry genuine tears through laughter and happiness. But, he reflected, given how they were constantly hounded by superiors with work deadlines, their emotions had become numb over time. He then fell into contemplation, wondering if it would take something truly hilarious to make them cry. For him, as a scientist, humor was not exactly a strong suit. Just then, the system issued a notification, questioning why Lloyd kept referring to himself as a scientist. Lloyd responded seriously that it wasn't a joke, it was simply the truth. He even asked if anyone had ever met a science major with a good sense of humor. At that moment, Lloyd seemed to remember something. He began to wonder to himself whether that particular thing might work. All he could recall were two ridiculous jokes from one of his university lecturers. Then Lloyd slowly asked a question. What had a round head, a slender body, was hard when in the mouth, and soft once taken out? Raphael was taken aback by the sudden and random nature of the question. Lloyd raised his voice and repeated the riddle. Raphael began to sweat nervously, immediately thinking it couldn't possibly be that part of a man's body as he suspected. He hesitated and muttered to himself, unsure of the answer. Eventually, Lloyd calmly revealed that it was ice cream, a popsicle. Hearing this, the system could only sigh, while Raphael stood frozen in disbelief, and even Javier was stunned silent. Lloyd mumbled an explanation, stating that a popsicle had a long shape, was hard at first, then softened and melted later. Right then, Raphael clapped his thigh with a loud slap and burst into laughter, repeatedly slapping his leg while exclaiming how funny it was. Both Lloyd and Javier were surprised at his sudden outburst, their faces frozen with shock. And finally, from Raphael's shining eyes, the long-awaited holy tears began to flow. Lloyd swiftly caught them with practiced precision. Without wasting time, Lloyd launched into another question. What dies if not beaten, but lives if beaten? He immediately answered himself. It was the heart. Raphael laughed even harder, rolling around and once again shedding tears. He told Lloyd that he really did have a knack for humor. Inwardly, Lloyd began calculating. He realized that these highly concentrated angelic tears could be gathered in large quantities. He had already discovered a pattern through multiple fate resets. He silently resolved to dispatch rapid response teams to every hot zone. After that, Lloyd and Javier dove into the lake and made their way to the truth gem. While working, Lloyd reminded himself that he needed to limit the places he had to visit personally. He recalled what Raphael had said about spiritual merit, but lamented that for now, all he was doing was cleaning up the mess he had made. It wasn't exactly virtuous at this point. He looked into the truth gem and considered asking it how to prevent the king of hell from descending, or how to face and defeat him. Not long afterward, once they had collected enough tears, Raphael was left utterly exhausted, his cheeks sunken as he lay resting on a bed. Still, Lloyd wasn't ready to stop joking. He asked another riddle. What creature walks on 4 legs in the morning, 2 at noon, and 3 in the evening? Then he answered. It was mankind. Raphael, though limp on the bed, let out a faint laugh. Light twisted across his face, and eventually he burst out laughing once more, his breathing ragged from overexertion. But no more tears came. Shortly after, he fell asleep from laughing too hard. Seeing this, Lloyd let out a disappointed click of the tongue. He looked at the now full 3-liter container of angel tears in his hand and his expression fell slightly. Was this really all they could gather? Javier furrowed his brow. With such a small amount, he wondered aloud whether it would be enough to stop the fragment of the elder god, but before anyone else could answer, he shook his head and told himself. It clearly would not be. Lloyd wore a cunning smile. Though it was just a sliver of progress, he believed he had discovered a way to turn the tide in his favor. As night fell and the moon illuminated the mountains, a soft notification echoed, reminding him that only 30 days remained until the solar eclipse. Standing high above, Lloyd looked toward the distant city, recalling what George Eximus had once revealed to him. The scene transitioned into a memory. George Eximus, a Hell Knight, had explained that if pure angelic tears were dropped onto the fragment, it could be destroyed. However, gathering the required amount of those tears was impossible. Nevertheless, there was another way. If the tears were diluted, then even a single drop could purify an entire lake. That lake water, in turn, could be used to weaken the fragment of the elder god, returning to the present. Lloyd confirmed that their region was strong enough to defeat their enemies. He added that once they succeeded, they would launch a full-scale assault to eliminate the king of hell. Since the demon would descend into the world by possessing a human vessel, there was still a chance to stop him. At that moment, a prompt appeared before Lloyd, offering him the choice to view a revelation of the ending. He accepted without hesitation. Lloyd thought to himself that such revelations were only displayed on nights of the full moon. This would be the final spoiler before the eclipse arrived, and this time, the ending would be entirely different from before. Without delay, he pressed, "Yes." In an instant, he found himself standing before the scene that foretold the ending. Confused, he wondered aloud what was going on. The King of Hell's voice echoed coldly, stating that Lloyd had done nothing wrong. The words left Lloyd stunned. It was exactly like the previous time. Just then, the future version of Lloyd appeared to be looking directly at him and said something that startled him. The King of Hell could see everything. This statement left the present. Lloyd, deeply surprised, immediately after, the vision ended, along with the future Lloyd's brief appearance. As the illusion faded, Lloyd fell into silent reflection, wondering what message his future self had tried to convey. He was convinced it had been a clue. One that pointed to how to undo everything. It meant the King of Hell was watching and knew his every move. Then Lloyd smiled. If that was the case, then perhaps all he needed to do was ensure he wasn't being watched, or at least find a way to slip past that surveillance. At the same moment, the King of Hell was indeed watching Lloyd through a computer screen. Noticing the confident smile on Lloyd's face, he silently questioned what that smug expression could mean. Was it possible that the boy had uncovered something he himself wasn't aware of? Lloyd walked forward with determined steps, while the King of Hell continued to observe him in silence. Meanwhile, in the celestial realm, a lower-ranking angel came rushing in with urgent news. The angel, visibly shaken, informed Gabriel that a new petition had just arrived, one so powerful that he had been unable to resist its force. Gabriel let out a sigh, guessing that it must have been Lloyd again. He reminded the messenger that he had already said there was nothing he could do for that boy, but the subordinate angel remained troubled. He acknowledged the warning but added that this time, there was a particularly puzzling line in the petition. The scene shifted to hell. The King of Hell stared at Lloyd on the screen and wondered aloud what exactly the boy was doing. Suddenly, the phone rang, its shrill tone cutting through the silence. He picked it up, asking what it was. On the other end, Gabriel's voice came through. He addressed the King of Hell by his name, Helkaros, and remarked that he had heard whispers suggesting Helkaros was scheming something. Helkaros replied calmly, claiming he had no idea what Gabriel was referring to. Then, with composure, he offered an explanation. There was simply a desperate human in the mortal world, and he had merely extended a small helping hand, but Gabriel's voice turned stern. He pressed further, asking what Helkaros intended to do if Lord Frontera truly submitted a petition to borrow heavenly forces. Helkaros let out a dry chuckle, reflecting on the Great War, and how he had been imprisoned in hell for so many years, drained to such a degree that he no longer feared anything. After a brief silence, he burst into laughter again, assuring that there was no need to worry. He insisted that Lloyd would never do such a thing. He would not destroy the world over a personal matter. Gabriel, clearly irritated, muttered that it was easy for Helkaros to say so. He told him to wait while he uploaded something to the computer and urged him to take a closer look. A moment later, a message was sent directly to the Lord of Hell. When he opened it, he was met with a video of a cat singing a children's song. Meow, 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 washing a cat's face. So ugly, even its mom doesn't love it. Helkaros's face darkened immediately, but the song continued to echo in the room. No towel, so it just keeps licking. Now its eyes hurt and it cries. Meow, meow. He frowned and asked in a baffled tone what on earth he was looking at. Gabriel quickly told him to look again, insisting that it wasn't a joke. At the same time, he gestured discreetly to one of his subordinates, who immediately ran off. Meanwhile, down in the mortal realm, Lloyd's face lit up with a smug smile upon receiving the message. Your request has been processed, Lord. Hell will not be able to monitor you for the next 5 minutes. Lloyd thought to himself that he had told them he feared Hell's surveillance, and that's why he submitted a request to temporarily block it. This way, he had both reassured Heaven and freed himself from Hell's eyes. Benefiting both sides, he quickly handed an object to Javier and told him to take it. Javier, surprised, asked what it was, but Lloyd shouted, instructing him to pour it into Lake Kabu. They were going to produce a great amount of divine water. Then, without delay, Lloyd directed him to go see his parents. At that moment, he imagined Javier rushing toward the Count and Countess, urgently delivering the message. That he had important news, back in Hell. The music continued playing. The next song featured a duck spreading its wings, 2 young lizards biting each other playfully, and a baby bird chirping from a high branch. A cute cat on the screen let out a cheerful, meow. The screen displayed typical video options, like, subscribe, exit. Helkaros, with a deadpan expression, chose, exit. After a heavy silence, he finally spoke up, asking what the hell that old angel had just sent him. Gabriel, keeping a straight face, asked whether it wasn't great. He remarked how catchy the songs were, saying they were freaking amazing. Then proudly announced that it was from his newly created YouTube channel. He told Helkaros to subscribe and like the video if he enjoyed it. However, before the video could finish, Helkaros, now seething with fury, smashed his phone and ended the call. He then turned back to the screen with renewed determination in his eyes. Meanwhile, Lloyd remained bowing his head as before. Until suddenly, he looked up with a triumphant smile. It seemed as though he had just realized something crucial. At that moment, the Lord of Hell's face twisted in rage, veins bulging with blood. Up in heaven, Gabriel let out a weary sigh. He muttered an apology, saying that this was all he could do for Lloyd, but he promised that one day he would repay the favor properly. The scene shifted. Not long after, the two of them had already finished their work. Lloyd had completed the restoration of the Truth Gem. He sat quietly, deep in thought, reflecting that the gem was now restored and that it was time to reactivate it quickly. Javier then asked what question Lloyd planned to ask the truth gem. In response, Lloyd murmured that he wasn't sure yet. He continued to contemplate, wondering whether he should ask how to defeat the King of Hell. But he reminded himself that if the answer had been so simple, the ending would surely have revealed it already. He then considered whether he should instead ask how he could survive. Yet again, he doubted it. If it were that easy, the answer would have appeared in the conclusion as well. As he submerged deeper into the water, Lloyd stared at the truth gem. A troubling thought crossed his mind. Even if he managed to uncover an answer, the King of Hell would be watching his every move and would counter each step he took. If he asked the gem right now, there was a chance it could be destroyed forever. He came to a decision. Perhaps the true path forward lay not in the question, but in the battle itself, one that would rely entirely on what he had managed to prepare in the brief span of 5 minutes when the King of Hell wasn't watching. Lloyd stood still in contemplation for a long while. Then, slowly, his hand dropped onto the bank. From a distance, Javier watched as Lloyd emerged from the water and swam back to shore. When he arrived, Javier asked what question he had ended up choosing. Lloyd replied that he would think a little more before asking anything. He mentioned that he had already prepared quite a lot, so there was no need to rely too heavily on the gem. Javier listened silently, thoughtful, offering no reply. Elsewhere, the King of Hell was coldly watching the screen. He admitted, with a hint of concern, that he was a little anxious about whatever Lloyd had prepared. Lloyd was no fool. He wasn't someone who could be easily underestimated, but unfortunately for him, the king believed this battle had already been rigged in his favor, for it was the will of the world itself that Lloyd should die. Later, Lloyd lay curled up on his bed, overcome by anxiety and fear. Images of being mercilessly struck down by the King of Hell haunted him, and his body trembled uncontrollably. In the end, he was still just a human. No one wanted their soul to be traded away to the King of Hell. He told himself that he didn't want to die. He didn't want to be separated from anyone. Meanwhile, Javier stood alone beneath the moonlight, gazing at the lake. He thought quietly to himself that, upon reflection, Lloyd had come too close to death far too many times. It had changed him, made him no longer normal. And now, the King of Hell was after his life again. Javier wondered. If the true soul of Lord Frontera had originally been destined to die and descend into hell, and if Lloyd had escaped that fate by taking over his body, then what if this ongoing fate restoration phenomenon was always trying to correct that mistake by killing people? He speculated further. What if the King of Hell's invasion was actually part of this phenomenon? If he could somehow stop the restoration of fate, then maybe all of these nightmares would finally come to an end. Without hesitation, he reached toward the massive gemstone and shouted silently in his heart, demanding that the truth gem tell him how to stop the phenomenon of fate restoration. The truth gem began to glow fiercely. Javier suspected that this was the very thing Lloyd had been trying to keep hidden all along. Suddenly, a strange melody rang out from the truth gem. The gem began to sing in a bizarre tone. A duck spreads its wings, 2 little lizards play and bite each other off, a young bird on a high branch, chirping joyfully, chirping joyfully. Javier froze in place, stunned by the strange sound emanating from the gem, and watched as glowing musical notes danced through the deep blue water. He stared intently at the truth gem, wondering what these strange sounds meant. Then, the gem spoke again, reminding him that nothing came for free. It demanded that he reveal another secret in exchange. At that moment, Javier recalled what the people of the region had once said. They had all spoken joyfully of Lloyd, saying that thanks to him, they now lived in peace and abundance. They remembered that he had once been nothing more than a troublemaker. But now, because of him, their lives were secure. One villager had affirmed that everyone in the land felt grateful to General Lloyd. The general always paid attention to those in need and offered them strength to become self-reliant. To them, he was both a benefactor and a savior. Another villager remarked that Lloyd must care deeply for the people of the region. A young man had even laughed brightly, joking that if what was said were true, then the general must have wings like an angel. The burly man continued speaking, expressing his disbelief in notions of angels. He said that while the general might care for them, there was no reason for someone of his status to truly love them. In the end, they were merely common folk helping him earn money. The villagers joined in, adding that if they were happy and motivated, it would ultimately benefit him as well. That was why he had created a good living environment for them. They emphasized that this didn't mean they weren't grateful. On the contrary, they appreciated that he wasn't like the typical nobles who only cared about their wealth. They said they were genuinely thankful and held him in high regard. One of them firmly stated their belief that everyone in the land likely felt the same way. Another person concluded that a noble as intelligent as the general surely couldn't truly love them. He pointed out that nobles and commoners were fundamentally different. Javier fell silent upon hearing their words, then told himself inwardly that he knew the truth. Young Master Lloyd truly loved and cherished every single person in this land. At that moment, the truth stone suddenly began to glow brilliantly. Its radiant light spread out like shimmering meteor trails across the sky, prompting everyone to lift their heads in awe of the breathtaking sight. Then glowing letters formed in the night sky as the truth stone delivered its message. Lord Lloyd Frontera truly loves and cherishes every single one of his people. Everyone in the territory smiled as they saw the message illuminating the heavens. Lloyd looked up. The truth stone had activated. That message could only be manifested by someone who could channel magical power through the deepest depths of emotion. His eyes widened, filled with shock and astonishment. In that instant, Javier's plea echoed in Lloyd's mind, the same words he had said earlier, asking him to reveal how to stop the phenomenon of fated restoration, and begging him to protect the world. A sudden flash passed through Lloyd's memory. He saw himself standing across from Javier, who was slowly fading away. But even then, Javier hadn't forgotten to smile and say his parting words, urging Lloyd to live well, like a true hero. Without hesitation, Lloyd leapt out the window and shouted for his little bird. In response, the loyal white bird flew out from inside his shirt and swallowed the seed, instantly growing larger. It swiftly flew toward him and caught him mid-air, letting out a loud cry as it flapped its powerful wings and took off. Meanwhile, from beneath the water, Javier heard the voice of the Truth Stone resounding around him, telling him that it was now his turn to ask what he wished to know. At the same time, Lloyd gritted his teeth and accelerated, desperately trying to reach Javier in time to stop him. Javier looked upward, his gaze unwavering, and declared internally that this was the phenomenon of fated restoration. As Lloyd neared the lake, he immediately jumped down, holding the staff tightly and aiming straight for the water's surface. He grasped the staff with all his strength and unleashed his full power, shouting with everything he had. But at that exact moment, a violent whirlpool surged up and engulfed his entire body. Water spiraled into the sky and burst into massive waves. This was the result of the Truth Stone's full activation. Javier soon found himself standing before the Truth Stone, which then drew him into a pitch-black space. Back on the outside, Lloyd used a bolt launcher to propel himself through the raging vortex. The mechanism absorbed water and fired him downward, shaking the ground with such intensity that even Javier struggled to remain standing. Soon after, the whirlpool began to fade, and everything returned to silence. Deep beneath the surface, in the still, dark water, the pale blue glow of the Truth Stone continued to shimmer softly. Javier quickly discovered a creature created by Lloyd hiding at the bottom. From behind! Lloyd shouted urgently, warning Javier not to move, or he would destroy the object. The Truth Stone. Javier looked back at him with a cold gaze, and with a puzzled expression, asked why Lloyd would destroy it so hastily, especially since it was already beyond repair. Lloyd, startled by Javier's reaction, hesitantly asked what question he had asked the stone. Javier calmly replied that he had asked about how to delay the phenomenon of fate restoration. Lloyd furrowed his brows, confused by the term delay, prompting Javier to explain that even if they couldn't stop it, they could at least slow it down, or temporarily halt it. Hearing that, Lloyd's tense expression eased slightly as he asked if such a method truly existed. Javier nodded and confirmed that there was a way, among all the fates Lloyd had altered in this world, if they could restore one with the most significant impact to its original state. Just one, such as... Javier's eyes grew sharper as he looked down at the shattered pieces of the Truth Stone, which he had just destroyed with his own hands. He explained that doing so would buy them approximately 1 month, a window of time during which Lloyd could rest assured. Lloyd let out a relieved sigh, realizing that he had asked the right question all along. He had been so tense that he hadn't noticed anything else. Feeling a wave of relief wash over him, he smiled and turned away, saying they could now focus and prepare for the coming battle. He silently thanked fate that no one had questioned why he had rushed to destroy the stone, murmuring to himself. He thought that remaining silent when not being asked was often for the best. At that moment, Javier called out to him, addressing him formally. Lloyd turned back and asked what was the matter. Javier, with resolute eyes, requested that when everything was over, Lloyd should tell him the truth that Lloyd had desperately wanted to hide, the one so dangerous that he had chosen to destroy the Truth Stone just to conceal it. Lloyd remained silent for a while before gently replying that he promised. The other man gave a firm smile and declared that they would win. In the calm waters, Javier's eyes shimmered with a quiet sorrow that could not be put into words. As the sunset bathed the sky in crimson, its hue lent a melancholic tint to the room where Countess Marabella sat silently by the window, staring into the distance. In that stillness, Akos entered, his eyes full of concern. He approached gently and called her name. Marabella lifted her head, her voice trembling as she responded to him. Akos took her hand, gripping it firmly as if to pass on some warmth, and asked if she was afraid. She nodded softly, tears glittering in her eyes, and admitted that she was, though not for herself, but for the young man, who had been like a son to them. Akos sat down in front of her, his eyes filled with sorrow. He confessed that he too was afraid. Afraid because the Demon King was coming to attack them. His thoughts drifted to not long ago, when Lloyd had arrived, speaking in urgent tones, addressing both the Count and the Countess. He had breathlessly reported that the Demon King was about to launch an assault on their land. Startled, Marabella had asked him to repeat what he had just said. Lloyd, wasting no time, had said that there was no room for lengthy explanations, and requested permission to carry out several preparations. Speaking with firm determination, he had pointed to a map and declared that the first step would be to destroy a portion of the Kabua Lake Dam, in order to flood the region. The Count had broken into a cold sweat, asking if Lloyd truly intended to destroy everything they had built. Lloyd had replied that they had no other choice. The Demon King's army was too powerful. That was why, he had explained, he had turned the waters of Kabua Lake into holy water. At that moment, a vision had appeared. Javier, following Lloyd's instructions, had poured the tears of an angel into the lake, and the surface of the water had immediately begun to shine with divine light. Lloyd continued explaining that if they were to blow up the lake and drown the enemy army, their power would be significantly weakened. Marabella was stunned and interrupted, voicing her concern that she was still fighting against the phenomenon of fate restoration. And now, with the appearance of the Demon King, she wondered whether all of this was somehow connected to that same phenomenon. Loi nodded gently, saying there was a high possibility. The Count, clearly worried, asked why the Demon King would attack and what was so special about this land to warrant such an action. Loi didn't respond immediately, but after a pause, he quietly said that the time would come when he would reveal everything. In the end, the Count gave a firm nod and said they should place their trust in Loi. He believed that Lloyd would not fail. Back in the present, the Count was trying to comfort his wife. She was visibly distressed, her eyes welling up with tears. She confessed that her fear wasn't for herself, but for Lloyd. To her, he was like their own child. The Count reassured her that he understood how she felt, but insisted that they needed to have faith in the boy. He would be safe. Eventually. Meanwhile, in a different corner of the blacksmith's workshop, Solitas sat with a weary sigh after all the effort he had poured into the preparations. He looked at the divine creation he had just completed, an entity that sparkled as if it had been born from pure light, and quietly hoped that it would be enough. At that moment, Lloyd and Loi arrived and immediately applauded loudly upon seeing Solitas's latest creation, marveling at it and asking whether it was truly his masterpiece. Solitas cast them a sideways glance and replied that, if not him, then who else could it be? Loi, still visibly impressed, admitted that he had thought Solitas's abilities had already peaked. Solitas raised an eyebrow at the remark and accused him, half playfully, of finally admitting that he had been deceived in the past. He then began to recount how, for months on end, he had repeated the same tasks every single day. Initially, he had seen little progress, but over time, the results had improved greatly. A soft smile played on his lips as he expressed his gratitude. Loi scratched his head and told him not to be overly polite. It was, after all, a win-win agreement they had made. He then produced a new contract, saying he had prepared it in advance for their mutual benefit. Solitas narrowed his eyes suspiciously and asked what kind of trick this was now. A short-term rental agreement, perhaps. Loi's friend chuckled, though his tone carried a hint of seriousness as he revealed that the Demon King would be arriving soon. They needed to evacuate the people, and he wanted to borrow one of Solitas's ancient relics. Solitas glanced at the contract and let out a sigh, remarking that it all seemed a bit much. The other man gave an awkward smile, noting that frowning wouldn't help anything. He added that thanks to Solitas, his own skills had improved, and he now felt confident enough to start a family. Then he asked Solitas to state his terms. Solitas tilted his chin and asked what he would be paid in return. Loi flashed a cunning grin and declared that he would arrange a date for Solitas with a beautiful dragoness. Solitas immediately nodded and agreed to the deal. Loi remarked that he had accepted far too quickly, joking that it didn't make much sense for someone planning to borrow a dragon relic to go on a date like that. The other person gave a sly wink, remarking that pride wouldn't get Lloyd a date. Moreover, they pointed out that if the Demon King were to attack, wouldn't it make more sense for Lloyd to ask for their help in battle? After all, they were much stronger now than when they had first met. Lloyd let out a laugh, replying that they both knew dragons couldn't intervene directly in the human world. Solitas nodded thoughtfully, admitting that it was true. The Dragon King himself had once said the same, never to interfere directly with this world. Curious, Lloyd asked whether Solitas had actually met the Dragon King. Solitas gave a slight nod and explained that it had happened once. During the duel between Lloyd and the Angel, the Dragon King had seemed somewhat fond of Lloyd for reasons Solitas couldn't quite understand. Solitas recalled the words the Dragon King had spoken back then. "Win, I would be saddened if you died." Lloyd fell silent for a moment, lips pressed tightly, before replying with quiet confidence that he would, of course, win. Javier said nothing in response. Though once they had stepped outside, he finally asked whether Lloyd had truly been dating a female dragon. The other person merely brushed the question aside, stating that the evacuation of the civilians had been completed and now it was time to prepare for war. Javier continued, wondering aloud if his young master had deceived Solitas once again. Lloyd simply smiled and replied that all they needed to do now was focus their minds on the coming war. Javier asked if the young master truly intended to fight and win. Lloyd laughed heartily, his eyes gleaming as he exclaimed that of course he did. Winning was his favorite thing. Javier fell silent at that, while Lloyd, stroking his chin, added that in order to evacuate the people and prepare for battle, they would need to come up with a convincing explanation, something clever enough to prevent panic, yet vague enough to obscure the truth. Just as they were wrestling with this dilemma, a voice rang out. Lloyd turned to see that it was Bayan. He greeted the man, saying he had been planning to speak with him anyway. Bayan quickly delivered his report, saying the townspeople had already begun preparations for evacuation. However, they needed further guidance to dissuade those who wished to stay and fight. Lloyd was momentarily stunned. Inwardly, he questioned how the people had found out and how many of them now knew the truth. Bayan went on to explain that it had been the Countess and Sir Raphael who had informed them. After all, if the Demon King truly targeted their land, then sacrifices would be inevitable. At that moment, Bayan pointed off into the distance. The strongest warriors had gathered, every one of them loyal to the land and to Lloyd. Bayan urged him to give the order. Before Lloyd stood warriors of all races, ready and waiting. His heart grew heavy with guilt, as he realized the truth. The Demon King wasn't targeting the land, he was targeting him. There was no reason for these people to sacrifice themselves. Determination flashed in Lloyd's eyes as he told himself that he had to fight this battle alone. But before he could speak further, Javier's voice rang out, filled with unshakable courage. Javier declared to everyone that the Demon King's true target was Lord Lloyd Frontera. But they all knew how powerful their leader was. The Demon King wanted to drag Lloyd down into hell and turn him into an eternal slave. He raised his sword high, light radiating from its blade, and cried out that if anyone wished to protect their leader, then they should rise and lift their weapons alongside him. A thunderous roar erupted across the battlefield. Cries to protect Lord Frontera echoed from every direction. That, they declared, was their mission. Thousands of spears and swords were lifted skyward, glinting with a resolve that could not be shaken. Lloyd looked around, his mind a storm of emotions. His eyes reflected unease as he witnessed the fiery determination of those gathered, and far away, somewhere beyond the battle lines, a hidden enemy observed the scene with a sneer. With a voice steeped in disdain, they muttered how foolish these people were. The scene shifted not long afterward. Loey and his comrades stood atop a high vantage point, quietly observing the unfolding events below. Elsewhere, their enemy sat alone in a cold, dimly lit room, gripping a pen tightly as if he were signing a death sentence for the entire land. Meanwhile, the evacuation of the population was nearing completion. Bayan reported that the process was almost done. Addressing Lot Lloyd with urgency, Lloyd gave a slight nod and acknowledged the report, suggesting that Bayan should leave as well. However, Bayan firmly refused. He declared himself a senior knight of Frontera and insisted on staying to fight. Lloyd, maintaining his composure, calmly explained that in such critical moments, one needed to think carefully. He reminded Bayan that no one knew the land better than he did, and if they were to fail, only Bayan could lead the people in rebuilding. Lloyd urged him to go. Though clearly hesitant, Bayan eventually nodded in agreement. He entrusted the responsibility of defending the land to Javier, officially passing on the title. From that moment on, Javier was to serve as the senior knight of Frontera, tasked with protecting the land and their young master at all costs. At the teleportation gate, civilians continued to flee in haste. Solitas, nearly exhausted, gasped for breath as she urged everyone to hurry, saying there were only 30 people left and she had little strength remaining. In the crowd, a young girl clung to her younger brother, sobbing. She asked her brother why he looked so sad and expressed fear that he and Sakuga would remain behind to fight. She worried about what would happen if something went wrong. The young man, however, smiled gently to reassure her. He asked her to imagine whether someone like their young master could possibly lose, and insisted that he himself could not afford to lose either. To him this was just a short break. He promised they would win, instilling in her a fragile but growing sense of hope. In that moment, the somber atmosphere gave way to one filled with renewed belief. Hope and determination burned brightly in their hearts. They were ready to fight to the end to protect their homeland and the people they loved. The evacuation pressed on urgently. Magical teleportation spells activated one after another, enveloping the evacuees in blazing red light as they disappeared, one by one from the battlefield. Only the warriors remained, bracing themselves for a do-or-die battle. It was then that the true emotions of one soldier began to surface. His hands trembled slightly, and his eyes betrayed his deep anxiety as he looked toward those who stayed behind. Far above, in the realm of heaven, a voice spoke. Someone asked whether the other wanted to fight alongside Lloyd Frontera. The reply was calm and somewhat teasing, assuring that Hell wouldn't be able to capture him. After all, he was currently a banned angel, and therefore beyond Hell's reach. He casually referred to the other speaker as Father. Gabriel clarified that that wasn't his point. He warned that the king of the underworld possessed ancient and immense power, and that stepping into the battlefield might be dangerous. But Raphael, holding his sacred ring and angelic hammer, responded with confidence. He believed he could serve as a significant source of strength for their side. Gabriel, startled, pointed out that those two weapons were still under a sacred seal. He asked how Raphael planned to use them. Despite the restriction, Raphael responded nonchalantly, stating that the two artifacts would simply be stolen by a forbidden angel. Hearing this, Gabriel appeared so disinterested that he couldn't even be bothered to respond. As the scene shifted, Atalis, wearing a worried expression, flew urgently to Lloyd and reported that they had discovered a pile of wild animal corpses far to the east. All of the bodies, she added, had been completely drained of blood. Lloyd, upon hearing the news, grew anxious and immediately suspected the blood man from earlier. Delord pondered aloud how the enemy would collect 10 units of fear. Could it be from wild animals? Then quickly dismissed the thought as impossible. He recalled that George Eximus had once explained in detail the method for summoning the King of Hell. It had to be during a solar eclipse. Fear generated precisely at that time was the key to summoning the Dark Ruler. But how would the enemy collect 10 units of fear like that? Their warriors, he insisted, were resolute and not easily shaken. Lloyd, with a grim tone, muttered that he knew the reason. All of them had chosen to fight willingly, driven by unwavering determination. When he thought about it, this war, this burden, should have been someone else's. Yet they were risking their lives, without fear, just for him. He told himself that such heroic stories didn't exist. Back in the present, Javier asked whether Lloyd believed that everyone was fighting for the people and places they cherished. Lloyd shook his head and replied that the true target of the King of Hell was himself. Javier sighed and remarked that Lloyd probably still cared too much about others and trivial matters. That was why, he added with a teasing tone, Lloyd remained single. Girls hated that kind of man. Lloyd admitted that under normal circumstances, he would have shaved Javier's head. But at this moment, he chose to listen instead, Javier continued, saying that everyone in this region had benefited greatly from their young master. Clean roads, warm beds, good labor health, protection from illness, accessible jobs, and a life free from hunger. That, he said, was what they were striving to preserve. and it could only continue as long as their master remained. He asserted that they were fighting not for Lloyd, but for themselves. Meanwhile, the front lines had already been fortified. Every single person was fully prepared for the coming battle. The eclipse had begun to take shape in the sky, slowly dimming the light. Behind Lloyd, his spirit beasts had grown into their larger forms, ready and looming in silence. Gradually, the eclipse began to veil the heavens. Deep within the underworld, the king of hell paused his work. Rising from his seat, he straightened his robes with solemnity. At the same time, Lloyd rose too, a look of unwavering resolve in his eyes. The eclipse neared completion. On the tower's summit, Raphael posed a quiet question. If the king of hell truly appeared, would Jock Eximus have to face him? George Simpson responded, reflecting that Frontera's treatment of the people might after all have been more justifiable. He had no intention of giving up such a lucrative position. As the solar eclipse fully swallowed the sky, the sound of war drums echoed across the land, signaling the beginning of a battle of life and death. From above, the Bloodman appeared, riding a crimson vulture, accompanied by a horde of blood beasts under his command. Lloyd looked on with steady eyes, thinking to himself that even though his people knew the King of Hell's army was approaching, they still stood tall and fought. There was no fear in them. He wondered silently how the enemy intended to harvest the 10 fears now. Suddenly, from the blood-red sky, a massive winged creature dove down. The Bloodman's voice rang out with venomous hatred as he screamed his intent to destroy Lloyd Frontera. In response, Lloyd merely smirked with contempt. He mocked the man, suggesting that he must be mentally unstable to get so furious over a minor defeat, and that someone as foolish as him could do nothing but scream out of jealousy. The man in the cloak fell silent for a moment, his face twisted with rage before he finally roared that he hadn't come to exchange words. He had come to destroy everything. He gave the order to his army, and thousands of crimson demons surged downward like a plague from hell. Each step they took shook the earth like a quake. Below, the warrior alliance, beastkin, elves, and humans, stood ready. Lloyd remained composed, calculating his next move. He reasoned that preventing the King of Hell's arrival was their best chance. On the surface, it didn't seem too difficult. If they could defeat the Bloodman, it might be enough to end this. Yet, as Lloyd observed the battlefield, the enemy let out a thunderous roar, his body radiating a terrifying killing intent. The sight of the red horde storming the land caused the ground to tremble. Still, Lloyd didn't waver. No matter how many came, he believed Javier alone would be enough to handle them. He gave the command for one of his AI troops to fall back, but a sudden flicker of doubt crossed Lloyd's mind. What exactly was the enemy planning? At that very moment, Atanis appeared behind the Bloodman, her eyes glowing with red energy. She unleashed her secret technique, Black Eye, and instantly read the enemy's entire strategy. The cloaked man was stunned and demanded to know how she could possibly have known. She coldly declared that she had seen through every piece of his plan. He had walked right into their trap. Lloyd shouted in agreement just as the warriors prepared to open fire on the monsters. But then, the girl abruptly halted them. She told them not to attack, explaining that the beasts also had feelings. The enemy, she said, was harvesting their fear, but it was already too late. The Bloodman had already gathered enough fearful energy from the beasts. It coalesced into a glowing orb of purple magical power in his hand. With a scream of hatred, he launched it, shouting for them all to die. Atanis launched a counterattack, casting a stream of dark magic that wrapped around the enemy and flung him violently into the distance. The Bloodman screamed in agony, his voice echoing through the battlefield. In that very instant, realization struck Lloyd. He had nearly fallen into a trap. Without hesitation, he shouted a command, ordering Javier to dig into the ground immediately. Javier appeared without delay, like a guardian angel descending from the heavens, his radiant wings unfurled behind him as he gripped his sword tightly. With a brilliant flash of light, he landed with immense force, roaring as he channeled all his strength into the earth. The ground trembled violently. Massive rocks were hurled upward as a colossal pit opened beneath them, as if the earth itself were devouring everything above. From within the depths of this gaping hole, blood-red beasts, creatures summoned from hell, began to tumble downward. They shrieked and thrashed, but could not resist the pull drawing them into the abyss. Lloyd issued another command, ordering his allies to surround and neutralize the monsters. At once, adorable, tiny creatures, his faithful companions, leapt forward and formed a circle around the hellspawn. One of them, the sweet-faced mouse named Budong, tried to reassure the panicked beasts, squeaking comfortingly that they had nothing to fear and would not be harmed. While the monsters reeled in confusion, Atanis struck from afar, lashing the red-robed Bloodman and slamming him into the ground. A brutal blow landed straight across his face. Lloyd slowly approached, a staff in his hand, placing his foot firmly on the enemy's chest. With cold resolve, he demanded to know how defeat tasted. The Bloodman, wild-eyed and frothing with rage, screamed that Lloyd should stop pretending. He shouted that Lloyd had stolen everything from him, that he would never forgive him, and that he wanted all of them dead. His voice rose in madness, trembling with fury, his entire body convulsing as he thrashed like a madman. Lloyd observed the scene with a hint of disbelief. He found it difficult to comprehend that someone could descend into such insanity. Nowhere he had ever been, no world he had visited, had shown him a creature as deranged as this one. With a furrowed brow and a cold stare, he considered that perhaps if he ended the man's life now, everything would be over. But as he stood there deep in thought, a flood of questions surged through his mind. Why, he wondered, did fate continue to insist that one of the two of them had to die? At that very moment, The system displayed a message. Fate point restored. Fish boys. Meanwhile, in the depths of hell, the king of the underworld raised his head toward the blood-red sky, where a giant swirling portal had begun to open. A grim omen, Lloyd issued another command, instructing Lady Atanis to continue observing with the blood eye. She nodded, her glowing red eyes brimming with caution. On the other side, the king of the underworld remained calm, still waiting to be summoned. Lloyd pressed forward, determination burning in his gaze. He told his enemy that it was over, that he had lost completely, and now it was time to pay the price. The bloodman hissed back with eyes full of hatred. His expression startled even Atanis. With bloodshot crimson eyes, he let out a maniacal laugh and declared that even if he died, he would still destroy Lloyd. His body convulsed violently, blood spilling from his mouth in heavy bursts. Atanis tried to hold him down, panicking as she realized there was no way to stop what was coming. The bloodman's body began to transform, radiating a deadly black and red aura. Lloyd sensed something was terribly wrong and shouted for them to wait. But it was too late. A violent explosion of crimson black energy erupted from the bloodman's body as he screamed to the underworld king, pleading for his final prayer to be answered. He offered himself as a loyal sacrifice. In an instant, his body dissolved into a mist of blood and detonated. Lloyd stumbled back in shock. He muttered to himself that the man had just committed suicide to offer a sacrifice. A chill ran down his spine, somewhere far away, as if sensing the event. The king of the underworld's expression shifted. A faint smile formed on his lips. As the bloodman died, every hellish beast he had summoned screamed in pain. One by one, they exploded, their souls torn apart and sucked toward the swirling portal in the sky. A massive vortex of purple light coiled upward, rising like a pillar of energy. Lloyd quickly understood what had happened. With the mage's death, the monsters had perished as well. Their fear and anguish were now being harvested. Just as the mage had planned, he realized with horror that death and fear were being used as fuel to summon something even more terrifying. Streams of fearful energy from the fallen beasts were now flowing upward, gathering into a massive whirlpool in the sky. From it, a grotesque skull, glowing with magical light, began to take shape. At that moment, Javier too understood what was happening. So this was the mage's true goal. He was harvesting fear. Javier summoned his sword of light and launched himself into the sky, slashing at the stream of energy. With a fierce battle cry, he struck the vortex with all his strength, but no matter how hard he tried, the summoning gate did not waver. Watching this, Javier could only grit his teeth in frustration. Then, from the skull above, a voice echoed, deep and unshakable. It declared that once the summoning ritual had begun, it could not be stopped. No matter what they did, it would continue, just like gravity, like time itself, flowing ever forward. On the ground below, Lloyd tightened his grip on his staff, his gaze filled with unwavering resolve. The king of the underworld, from within the skull, flesh began to form. It stared directly at Lloyd with glowing red eyes and a twisted, horrifying grin. It spoke, declaring that it had come for him. Lloyd Frontier. The ground quaked violently. A suffocating pressure descended like a deathly mist, wrapping tightly around every living being. Lowy and his guards stood tall in the heart of the battlefield, their eyes filled with unwavering vigilance. Despite the howling storm of magical energy swirling around them, they remained composed, unmoved. Just ahead, at the center of a blood-red vortex, a furious magical spiral erupted. From within that churning void, a vague figure hovered midair, its entire body glowing with a dark purple aura of power. Then came the trembling voice of the king of the underworld. Not out of fear, but due to the sheer horror of the power being unleashed, he was heard commanding the fragments of an ancient god to rise and march forth at his will. The moment his words faded, a spatial rift tore open amidst the eclipsed sky. It stretched from the city into the heavens above and pierced downward into the very depths of hell. Lloyd froze. That was hell. He could feel the tortured screams, the seething resentment rising from its abyssal core, and then, boom! A colossal clawed limb burst through the gateway, breaching the boundary between worlds. Immediately afterward, hordes of grotesque, malformed creatures with razor-sharp teeth and glowing red eyes began swarming out like an army of ants. The fabric of space twisted. The sky looked as though it were being ripped apart. Warriors from the allied forces, humans, beastfolk, and mages, lifted their gazes to the sky with resolute expressions. A monstrous entity, towering like a mountain, slowly emerged. Its eyes burned red like twin suns of blood, and its mouth was filled with countless razor-like teeth, each sharp as a blade. It opened its mouth and let out a roar that shredded the eardrums of those nearby, and from the rift behind it, more creatures poured forth, one after another. Lowy clenched his fists tightly. The twisted creatures, some resembling mutated insects, others like skeletal trees, rose relentlessly from the depths of the abyss, screaming as if hell itself had invaded the mortal realm. In the midst of that chaotic wind, Lowy muttered quietly that the moment had finally arrived. The battle had begun. He had seen it many times before, a terrifying defeat repeating over and over in his mind like a curse. Countless warriors were flung into the air, their bodies spinning amidst a storm of ice and slaughter, like torn leaves shredded by a howling gale. Corpses shattered against blood-soaked stone, and he could do nothing but gasp in despair. This was the ending he had seen, revealed in a final glimpse of the future. He had wondered whether they could truly win. But no. It wouldn't be easy. Not when facing the thing that had emerged from that infernal gate. A massive hole had opened in the sky, and hundreds of chaotic entities were pouring out, claws, fangs, bones, twisted limbs. They bore no consistent form, only raw, living terror. And yet that was not the worst of it, because trailing behind them was a being far more terrifying. A thick aura of death swirled around his body, his glowing red eyes radiated lethal intent, and his exposed ribs resembled the cage of a reaper. He was the one whose mere presence could strike fear into even the most powerful masters of the arcane, the King of Hell himself. They had once believed that destroying the monsters with their current strategy would bring an end to it all. But they were wrong. This was only the beginning. Despite fighting with all their might, even the strongest attacks from the high-ranking mages proved utterly useless against him. Not even the most powerful among them could stand against his might. In the blink of an eye, the battlefront collapsed. They were all driven back, physically and in spirit. But then, just as Javier was about to speak, Loi's action stopped him. The young lord had fallen to his knees, eyes averted from everyone's expectations. Through clenched teeth and pain, he declared that he was giving up. In front of Javier stretched the ever-widening gateway to hell, from which the monsters surged like a flood, consuming even the sky. Loi then raised his head and shouted to the king of the underworld, pleading for the assault on this land to end and offering himself in exchange for everyone else. Javier, stunned and furious, cried out, demanding to know what Loi had just said, reminding him of what he meant to them, but Loi only shook his head and insisted that they think rationally. Even if he were to vanish, the others might still survive. The King of Hell laughed coldly, a sound as sharp as a blade sliding across a throat. Slowly approaching, his gaze pierced through them. He said that he had come to fulfill Redlot's final wish, and that this wish went far beyond the death of a single man. What Redlot desired, he explained, was for all of them to understand. The king paused, clenching his fist, that this pain, this horror, and the death awaiting them all had a single origin. Lord Frontella. His voice then dripped with murderous intent as he declared that he wanted Loi to die, screaming in hatred, cursed by all those present, and after that, he vowed to kill every last one of them. Loi could no longer hold back. He gritted his teeth, his eyes burning with fury. If that was how it would be, he growled like a beast and rose to his feet, his rage igniting him like fire. He demanded to know whether the king truly believed he could defeat them all. Then, without hesitation, he ordered the Frontera army to immediately initiate victory protocol. His powerful command shattered the stillness of the battlefield like a thunderclap. It wasn't just a command. It was the lighting of a flame, the spark of hope. He charged forward without a moment's doubt. A powerful surge of energy swept over everyone, soldiers, mages, beastfolk, and all their allies, spurring them forward into a desperate united assault. The strength of Frontera lay not only in their weapons, but in their indomitable fighting spirit. The command to launch a full-scale assault had been issued. Grotesque monsters poured forth as if from the depths of hell, increasing in number and shrieking madly. Yet the warriors of Frontera did not falter. They charged into the blood and fire, their courage blazing like torches in the dark. All forces advanced rapidly toward the plaza, their shared destination. The central square was not only the battlefield that would decide everything, but also the place where Frontera's secret weapon was hidden. Amid the chaos, someone had shouted for Lord Raphael and Lady Atanas to retreat immediately, but while the others were heading for the center, Raphael, his wings pure white, and Atanas, wielding dark magic, flew in the opposite direction. The Underworld King narrowed his eyes at the sight. He wondered if the distraction hadn't worked yet, and questioned how they planned to use the holy water once they reached the square. He remained unaware that the true plan had yet to unfold. Meanwhile, the tide of demonic beasts kept surging forward, destroying everything in their path. Amid the advancing chaos, Lloyd and Javier were also on the move. Javier warned that things were progressing faster than expected, and assured that reinforcements would arrive soon. Lloyd responded while moving that it was time for them to act, clutching the weapon haul, which had accompanied him through countless battlefields. He yelled for everyone to keep running and to regroup with the army at the square. The warriors launched themselves like arrows, converging on a single point. Above them, winged monsters drifted like burning cinders in the night sky. High above, Raphael wielded a massive holy weapon that illuminated the air with radiant light. Atanas unleashed tendrils of darkness to entangle the enemies, her crimson eyes sharp and cold. Her movements were graceful, yet brimming with deadly intent. She commanded the forces to push the monsters back, and the attacks began to intensify. Flames of magic lit the air, blood and clashing metal filled the battlefield, forming a chaotic symphony of war. Javier charged forward, his entire body glowing with arcane power. Even the Underworld King, observing from a distance, was taken aback. He marveled at Javier's brilliance. How, despite having no time to prepare or issue detailed orders, everyone moved as if following his instincts, adhering to a plan he had never spoken aloud. Grinding his teeth, the Underworld King muttered to himself, acknowledging the extraordinary strength of Lloyd Frontera. Or rather, of Kim Suho. He admitted that while Suho was incredibly strong in an uncanny way, it was unfortunate that his enemy was even stronger. At that moment, a colossal monster appeared at the center of the battlefield. A single yellow eye glaring menacingly. It faced off against Javier's blade strikes, its twisted mouth curling into a sinister grin full of jagged teeth like iron spikes. It lunged forward, signaling the beginning of one of the most brutal clashes. Another massive creature blocked Raphael's holy hammer with its bare hands, while a third, worm-like in form, engaged in battle against Atanas' shadowy whips. On another front, the Underworld King hovered mid-air, unaffected by a fiery attack launched his way. A barrier of some kind had completely nullified the assault. That attack had come from Loi, who had now entered his second-level Demon King form. With curved horns and a billowing cloak, he roared, declaring that he was bestowing the Demon King's blessing upon Javier. A crimson light enveloped Javier, reinforcing his hidden strength and elevating him to an entirely new level. From a distance, the Underworld King watched with sharp, intrigued eyes. He found himself increasingly curious. Just how powerful was this man, really? His gaze grew serious as he focused on the figure who had once been the main character of this story. Now standing in the midst of utter chaos, Javier, with silvery blue hair and unwavering eyes, was surrounded by a fierce red magical aura. He stood firm, unshaken. Just behind him was Loi, now fully transformed into his Demon King form. His eyes gleamed with the will to fight. Right after empowering Javier, he shouted for him to advance and hold back the monstrous swarm as long as possible. Javier surged ahead without hesitation. Alone, he hovered amidst the leading monsters, clutching his sword tightly as the full force of his swordmaster strength began to ignite. Clenching his teeth, Javier unleashed a devastating wave of sword energy toward the approaching horde. The monsters had no time to react. Many of them were cleaved in two with clean precision. Watching this unfold, Loi shouted his approval, saying Javier truly lived up to being their protagonist. Then, turning swiftly, he ordered Jack to prepare those items. Jack, sweating and running at the same time, asked in disbelief if Loi truly meant those items. On the battlefield, however, the monsters were proving no easy foe. Though cut down, many began to regenerate rapidly. One shark-like beast let out a thunderous roar that echoed across the field, then launched tentacles from its maw to assault Javier. Dodging swiftly, Javier slashed the approaching tendrils apart with his sword. But as he was distracted, a winged larva-like monster with saw-blade teeth darted toward him from behind. It rammed into his back, causing Javier to cry out in pain. Yet, without delay, he grabbed the monster's head and spun around, slicing it in half. He had no time to rest. Another massive humanoid beast lunged at him with a powerful punch. Javier raised his sword to block the attack, but the force still drove him backward. He responded by plunging his sword into the creature's arm and channeling a massive amount of swordmaster aura through the blade. Even so, the monster's punch remained relentless. In that instant, Javier sensed danger behind him. He looked around and saw that he had become completely surrounded by a horde of monsters. The colossal creature was charging forward. One of Javier's legs and an arm were still entangled by thick tentacles, greatly limiting his mobility. Seeing this, Loi shouted out in alarm, telling Javier to fall back and quickly move in the direction he indicated. Understanding immediately, Javier summoned all his strength to break free from the restraints and dashed in the direction Loi had pointed. The monsters, however, were relentless. They began to pursue him with renewed vigor. Javier quickly flew toward Loi, who was waiting for him. Behind him, a horde of monsters had formed into a tiger-like formation, advancing not only on him but also on Frontera's army, which had already formed their battle lines. With cold determination in his eyes, Loi gave the order to open fire. Behind him, Greg and a heavy artillery team, armed with weapons resembling anti-aircraft guns, were already in position. At once, all the missiles were launched, releasing shrieking roars that echoed across the square. But contrary to what everyone expected, the missiles flew past the monster horde, leaving even the beasts confused. Even the Underworld King furrowed his brows and wondered whether the shots had simply missed their mark. Yet in the next instant, his expression changed as if he had realized something. The missiles were not aimed at the monsters. They were headed straight for a nearby mountain, he murmured to himself, remarking that he hadn't thought Loi Frontera would plan this far ahead. A thunderous explosion followed, obliterating the entire mountain in a tremendous blast. Rocks and debris were flung in all directions, and a shockwave swept violently across the area. Before the dust could even settle, a massive surge of water came flooding through. The waters of the hydroelectric lake where their little otter Bebong once lived, and into which Javier had once poured 3 liters of divine tears. Loi had once mused to himself that, thanks to heaven buying them time, he had managed to turn the Kabua Lake into holy water. Thus, after luring the strongest monsters of the ancient dark god into one place, they had destroyed the mountain to submerge the creatures in sacred water. It was perfect, if everything worked as planned. As the massive wave approached, Loi watched in silence. Then he shouted a command. Atanas, as if waiting for that exact moment, leapt into action. She plunged her hand into the ground, releasing streams of power downward. Gradually, a wall began to rise. The tidal wave came crashing down, but Frontera's forces were now encased within a protective cocoon. Inside, Loi listened intently to the roar echoing from outside. His mind drifted to all he had built here, the achievements, the happiness of the people, and now, it was all being destroyed by this battle. The cobblestone roads once walked by so many were gone. The tunnels where people worked were now being drowned. The fertile fields would soon become a lake bed. Javier, too, could only stare somberly at the ground, but the sacrifices were necessary to drown the monsters in holy water. As soon as the monsters made contact with the sacred flood, they let out agonized screams that echoed across the battlefield. Their bodies began to dissolve. Soon after, the floodwaters began to subside. The cocoon protecting the people of Frontera remained intact and was slowly lifted. Inside, Loi raised his staff into a combat stance. A surge of power burst from him as he shouted for the flames to ignite. A fireball blasted toward a nearby monster that had barely survived the flood. The heat of the attack instantly incinerated its head, causing the entire body to stagger and collapse. Unlike before, the monster could no longer regenerate. It had been utterly destroyed. Seeing this, Loey didn't hesitate. He immediately shouted an order for all frontline soldiers, declaring that it was time to teach the creatures a lesson. As soon as the ancient monsters were weakened by the holy tsunami, Loey commanded the elven unit to attack. From drawn bows, a volley of arrows was launched toward the enemy. The rain of arrows inflicted heavy damage and drove back one of the largest monsters at the front, causing it to roar in pain, its cries echoing through the battlefield. Meanwhile, the cavalry unit was locked in battle with a beast that had the body of an elephant, the head of an insect, and a single enormous eye. The creature lifted one massive leg, preparing to crush them. In response, the cavalry captain bellowed for his troops to advance. He urged them to show the enemy the might of the White Spear Cavalry, the survivors who had built and defended the capitalist lands. He declared that their strength would never submit to any enemy. Following his command, the entire cavalry unit released a wave of protective energy. Their shields resonated together, forming a large protective barrier that covered their entire formation. When the monster's foot came crashing down, the barrier held firm, stopping the attack completely, and they did not stop there. Under the lead of their captain, the cavalry surged forward into the fray. Another group simultaneously charged forward from behind the shield. With a powerful coordinated strike, they pierced the monster, causing it such excruciating pain that its eyes nearly popped out. Elsewhere, the goblin army was fiercely battling ghost-like creatures. They leapt and darted across the bodies of the monsters, each swing of their axes decapitating one enemy after another. But the monsters were no less aggressive. A swarm of bear-like insects rushed forward, firing beams of energy at the Frontiera forces. In response, the frontline troops immediately received the order to retreat. They were told that the B-52 aircraft were about to engage in aerial combat. At the same time, the Icebone Dragon swooped in with a roar. It opened its mouth wide, gathering energy into a massive blazing lotus-shaped sphere. In the next instant, a barrage of energy blasts swept through and obliterated the enemy's insect army. In another corner of the battlefield, the Hell Knight, mounted on his black steed, fought with remarkable valor. The demon forces showed no signs of weakness. Armed with sharp sickles and bolstered by their racial power, they sliced through the monsters as effortlessly as cutting cake. The battlefield was engulfed in flames and chaos, yet no one seemed to notice the cherry blossom petals drifting gently through the air. Even Loey's small pets were holding their own in the battle. The mouse Budong unleashed devastating punches, while the little worm Bagun continually shot searing hot steel from its rear. The otter Bibong and the sea pig Hamang were also fiercely engaged in combat. At that moment, the entire Frontiera Square was engulfed in the smoke and fire of war, and behind the enemy forces stood the King of Hell himself. He had fully regenerated his body, which was now formed from swirling petals of energy resembling cherry blossoms. He took a moment to feel his body and silently estimated that he was at about 30% of full strength. But to him, 30% was more than enough. His gaze swept across the battlefield until it landed on Loey. He muttered to himself, calling Loey a truly exceptional individual, someone capable of gaining the upper hand against monsters whose strength had been amplified by ancient gods, beings powerful enough to destroy the human world with ease. Yet, he observed, someone like Loey always used his power to protect others and the land around him. This, he surmised, must mean that Loey cherished this place deeply. Then, with a sharper tone, he remarked that it seemed they were giving him quite a ceremonious welcome. At that moment, the three strongest warriors, Javier, Atanas, and Raphael, appeared before him. Javier spoke in a cold tone, questioning whether, in the eyes of the King of Hell, everything they had built amounted to nothing but nonsense. The King of Hell laughed in response, sarcastically praising Javier for asking a question he already knew the answer to. He added that no matter what he said, they would still do everything in their power to resist him. Without hesitation, Javier swung his sword straight at him. The King of Hell merely leaned back slightly, dodging the attack with ease. Atanas immediately followed up by launching energy threads toward him, attacking from multiple angles, but the old king's eyes easily caught the movement. In an instant, he slipped through the attacks like a shadow, evading the coordinated assault. But as though anticipating this, Raphael was already in position. His hammer came crashing down like thunder, striking the King of Hell square in the face. Yet even that tremendous blow inflicted barely any damage. Seizing the opportunity, Atanas swiftly released silk-like bindings and hurled them forward, wrapping them tightly around the King of Hell. At that very moment, Javier charged forward with all his power concentrated into his first sword. Yet unexpectedly, the enemy casually raised a hand, effortlessly breaking the restraints wrapped around his body and simultaneously grabbing Javier's arm. The old man even dodged Javier's initial strike with nothing more than a slight tilt of his head. The force behind Javier's thrust was so immense it blasted apart an entire mountain in the background, resembling a blow from Saitama himself. However, the Yama King merely gave a mocking smile, remarking with contempt that such pitiful strength wouldn't offer them any chance of victory. Before the enemy could finish speaking, Javier responded with a brutal headbutt, slamming his forehead directly into the old man's. At the same time, Raphael came in from the other side, bringing down his hammer, and Atanas transformed her silk threads into a blade and charged as well. The old man attempted to raise his hand to block her, but just as her sword neared him, it unraveled into countless strands of silk, aiming to entangle him. The unexpected change clearly caught him off guard. The moment his vision was obscured by the silken veil, Javier drew upon the full strength of a swordmaster, compressing that power into a dense ball of energy at the tip of his sword, and launched it toward the enemy. As the Yama King tore through the veil, the energy thrust was already soaring toward him, blazing like a falling star from the heavens, streaking straight at him with tremendous speed. By then, it was too late for the enemy to dodge. The energy sphere was already upon him, striking his abdomen directly. And it didn't stop there. The impact forcefully drove him backward and downward. From a distance, Loi was observing the battle of the strongest warriors with intense focus. He couldn't help but note to himself that this battle was turning out very differently from the ending spoiler he had seen in the system. Frontera had mobilized all its elite forces for this confrontation. Even the Yama King, previously unfazed, couldn't hide his change in expression as the energy blast sent shockwaves through his body. The impact continued to hurl him toward the ground, causing a violent tremor that shook the entire battlefield. When the dust finally settled, the silhouette of the Yama King could be seen lying at the bottom of a deep crater. But Javier, Atanas, and Raphael gave him no time to recover. The three of them charged again, shouting defiantly that no matter who he was, even the Yama King, they would bring him down. From deep within the pit, the enemy's calm voice echoed softly, uttering just one word. 40%. Immediately, Javier sensed a shift, because the Yama King's form had vanished before their very eyes. Before any of them could react, the enemy reappeared behind them in an instant. In one swift motion, he seized Atanas and Raphael by their throats, completely subduing them. By the time Javier turned around, it was already too late. The old man had already lifted them both and, with incredible speed, hurled them down with devastating force, soaring past Javier and smashing the two into the ground, tearing up the battlefield. And he didn't stop there. With a cold expression, he tightened his fists and unleashed a relentless barrage of brutal punches and savage kicks upon the two fallen warriors. Seeing this, Loi shouted in fear for Atanas and Raphael. But within seconds, the Yama King stopped. He casually brushed the dust from his clothes and gave a cold grunt. Atanas and Raphael now lay completely motionless. Watching from behind, Javier was deeply alarmed and landed swiftly on the ground. Yet the expression on the Yama King's face only grew colder. He turned to face Javier once again and declared just one phrase. 50%. Javier's face turned grave. He could feel it clearly. The enemy's power had risen to a completely different level. The battle with the King of Hell was still raging, its intensity showing no sign of waning. The battlefield remained engulfed in chaos as the King of Hell confronted Javi head-on, calm and composed. The King of Hell told him not to panic. He remarked that Javi had already gained the true power of a Grandmaster. It was just that he hadn't yet unleashed his full potential. Javi, however, began to feel a creeping unease. After launching a series of fierce attacks that had failed to leave even a scratch on his opponent, doubt was starting to seep in. With his hands clasped behind his back, the King of Hell casually said that Javi should demonstrate his full strength before he himself decided to go all out. Wasting no time with words, Javi immediately focused his mana. Determination flashed in his eyes as he slashed forward with a chilling, razor-sharp sword strike. To his surprise, the King of Hell actually stepped back to dodge the attack. The moment he avoided the blow, he launched himself forward and delivered a punch straight to Javi's face. A hit so loud and sharp it rang out clearly across the battlefield. The force of the strike was so great that the shockwave blew away the earth and rock behind them, even causing an entire mountain to crumble. The punch landed squarely on Javi's face, filling him with searing pain. He clenched his teeth until they creaked, blood streaming from the corner of his mouth. With a furious roar, he lunged and drove his sword toward the enemy. But the King of Hell merely leaned aside with ease to dodge once more. Immediately after, he retaliated with another punch, this one slamming into Javi's face again, leaving it swollen and bruised. Then, without pause, he followed up with a swift kick to Javi's shin, shattering his footing. Javi lost balance and staggered backward. As his body pitched forward, the King of Hell grabbed the collar of his shirt and yanked him back violently. His expression remained ice-cold, devoid of emotion. Holding Javi by the neck as if lifting a feather-light rag doll, the King of Hell then slammed his head into the ground with such force that the earth split beneath the impact. A deafening rumble echoed across the area. He then calmly stood, adjusted the hem of his garment, and brushed the dust off himself. Javi lay still on the ground, showing no signs of movement. The King of Hell, in a voice void of warmth, commented on how remarkable it was. He acknowledged that even though the enemy had used holy water to repel the shattered evil god, no army like theirs had ever existed. Raising a hand, he snapped his fingers with a crisp click and added that if he could recruit such a force, it would be truly extraordinary. As soon as the sound of the snap echoed, countless tiny black specks began to gather at the barrier gate, forming into distinct shapes. Witnessing this, the warriors began to grow anxious. Sweat rolled down their faces in dread. From the gateway, a horde of bizarre creatures poured forth, varied in form, size, and color, each more grotesque than the last. Their horrifying appearance caused the fighters' faces to pale. Their eyes widened with terror. The sky once again filled with these monstrous entities, while the ground had already become densely packed with them. Seeing this, Javi thought to himself in despair. How could they possibly defeat such monsters? Just then, the system interface suddenly appeared before him. It offered him encouragement, urging him not to lose heart, and teasingly asked why he looked like he was about to lick the screen. The system reminded him that he still possessed the most powerful weapon of all. As the creatures continued their relentless advance, a silhouette appeared behind the front lines, a figure standing tall with their back facing the oncoming threat. The system then announced a special skill, the King's Life Partner. When Lloyd turned to look, the system revealed further information. This was no ordinary skill. She was the unofficial wife of the boss. She had finally arrived. The queen herself had descended, flanked by hundreds of thousands of fully armed cavalry soldiers, emerging onto the battlefield like a divine force. The system continued to speak, explaining that this was a special bond the two had created. Alicia stepped beside him and mentioned that she had just heard from the allied forces in the rear that the water on the ground was now holy water. She wondered aloud if soaking the monsters in it would weaken their strength. However, Big Brother Loy was visibly panicked at the sight of her, likely due to his concern for his future wife. He stammered, trying to urge her to retreat, warning her that the battlefield was far too dangerous, but, as usual, the roof of the house paid little attention to his words. Without hesitation, Alicia raised her voice and gave a direct command for the Royal Mage unit to drench the monsters with holy water. At her order, the mages immediately took formation along the mountainsides. They began casting spells, unleashing water and summoning storms. Complex magical circles appeared in their hands and gradually expanded outward. Streams of water gathered and surged like tsunamis, crashing forward with immense force. When the holy water splashed onto the monsters, they started screeching and howling in agony. Following the command, hundreds of thousands of water orbs were fired simultaneously. Striking the airborne monsters, light exploded like fireworks, illuminating the entire sky. Then, a single sharp arrow descended, followed by hundreds and thousands more, raining down densely like a storm, piercing the monsters on the ground until they resembled porcupines. But that wasn't the end. Reinforcements from the merfolk army had also arrived. They were robust and radiated overwhelming energy. The merfolk king made a thunderous landing, so fierce that Loy, who stood behind, turned pale. With confidence, the queen of the merfolk revealed her toned shoulders, glared sharply, and expressed her disappointment. She scolded Loy, asking how he could fail to notify her about such an incident. She said that if she hadn't received a message from the Queen of the Cloudy Vale, things could have gone terribly wrong. Loy, clearly flustered, had no idea how to respond, and took a moment to stammer a few words, awkwardly asking how they even managed to come up here since this was the surface. The mermaid replied cheerfully, saying that they simply leapt up in one go. Like magic. Loy's face darkened, and he silently wondered how something like that was even possible. At that moment, the sound of rapid movement echoed from the distance. He turned and saw that the centaur army had arrived. Their shouts, screams, and pounding hooves filled the air. They roared for battle, shouting strange catchphrases like, "Beep beep, run now," and "Baang baang, get ready for 100 years in the hospital." On the mountainside, villagers also arrived, singing labor chants and striking dramatic poses. Another tribal group came as well, ready to offer support. The queen, now brimming with battle spirit, drew her sword and shouted the signal for war. The PH army and the allied races moved as one, charging forward upon her command. Everyone surged into the battlefield at once. The merfolk warriors leapt and glided across the land in a somewhat comical yet valiant display. Seeing this, Big Brother Loy regained his spirit. He furrowed his brows and thought to himself that everything had changed. They would no longer need to sacrifice their lives to protect others. As this thought ended, Loy cried out loudly, calling for Ku-min. The moment he did, Ku-min flew toward him in a flash. Loy began moving as well, quietly saying that he was coming for GV. Just as they had always fought side by side, he leapt onto Ku-min's back and shouted that the two of them would end this together. Then the pair dashed across the battlefield at breakneck speed. Elsewhere, Long Long was still fighting, making a dazzling impression. It gathered energy, forming a powerful orb ready to be unleashed. The resulting blast shot forth in a radiant streak, unstoppable in its might. It pierced through a swarm of monsters, and the energy beam twisted with terrifying power. Witnessing this, the king of the underworld's face darkened. He coldly remarked that it was taking far too long, and then he began to move. The king of hell extended his arm forward, and at the tip of his finger, a blazing red sphere of energy began to form, swirling with ferocious intensity. Its sheer power was evident just by looking at it. He aimed it directly at Long Long, who had just finished unleashing a burst of fire. However, at that very moment, from behind the king of hell, Giavi had already risen to his feet, his eyes as cold as ice. Lifting his sword, he summoned magical energy to gather around its blade. Feeling the imminent danger, the king of hell was startled and quickly turned around. But before he could react, a swift and merciless slash was delivered. The blade sliced diagonally through his body like a gust of wind, even tearing apart the very scenery surrounding him. It was surreal. Blood erupted from the king of hell as he stood in shock. Utterly stunned by the devastating blow to his shoulder, crimson splattered across the battlefield, painting it red. The battle was far from over. Gav launched another sword attack, but this time, the king of hell responded more quickly, driving a powerful knee straight into Gav's chin. Yet Gav did not falter. Without hesitation, he thrust his sword forward with unwavering resolve. The strike pierced directly through the king of hell's body, and the force of the attack carved a deep trench into the ground beneath them. Loy stood aghast, his mouth agape, and cried out in panic that he absolutely would not allow that to happen again. Despite the sword driven through him, the king of hell appeared unfazed in the midst of their duel. He immediately countered with a brutal hook to the side of Gav's torso, lifting him clean off the ground and into the air. Meanwhile, Loy continued to shout, filled with determination and fiery spirit, declaring that he would never bow or kneel before that man again. High above the battlefield, Lloyd soared through the skies atop his summoned beast, racing toward Javier with a storm of thoughts swirling in his mind. The number of fates I saved, -1. Down below, the Hell King launched a devastating punch at Javier, but Javier, sword in hand, managed to block the blow, barely. The force of the attack sent him stumbling, thrown off balance. In that split second, the Hell King's fist struck again, this time landing directly on Javier's face. Back in the sky, Lloyd kept flying higher, gaze locked on the battlefield below. That meant one of us wouldn't make it in the end. Then he corrected himself, fire burning in his eyes. That's nonsense. Not me, and I won't let Javier die either. Below, Javier dropped to one knee, blood trickling from his face, body battered, but not broken. Lloyd's voice echoed with conviction. He is the protagonist of this world. At that moment, as Lloyd flew overhead, a strange ripple passed through his body like a glitch in reality, his form flickering, distorting for just a second. On the ground, the Hell King raised his fist again, ready to crush the kneeling knight. But Javier clenched his teeth in fury. In a flash of movement, he struck back, his sword slicing through the Hell King's abdomen. A burst of crimson erupted from the wound. Grinding his teeth, Javier pushed forward for another strike. If I lose, Suho Kim dies. Never. That man, Suho Kim, because he's the protagonist of this world. The Hell King twisted, dodging with eerie precision, his body bending back at a perfect 90-degree angle. Suddenly, Javier's body too began to flicker just like Lloyd's earlier. Another glitch, another crack in reality. Before he could react, the Hell King's foot slammed into his head, sending his sword flying from his hand. The Hell King's wounds were already healing, flesh and clothes restoring as if rewinding time. He watched Javier closely, a hint of admiration in his voice. Javier Azran. I'm impressed. He's growing stronger, just like the 80% of my power that's now recovered. Then, without hesitation, he kicked Javier across the face again. What a shame. If he lives, he might even challenge a god's throne. Blood spilled from Javier's nose and mouth. But still, he gritted his teeth, refusing to fall. The Hell King lifted a single finger and aimed it toward Javier, ready to unleash a deadly blast. But in that moment, Javier lunged forward, mouth wide open, and bit down hard. With full force, he sank his teeth into the Hell King's finger, biting it clean off. He turned his head, spitting the severed finger aside. The Hell King stared shocked from the wound. No blood flowed. Instead, a dark shadowy mist oozed from where the finger used to be. 3 blackened fingers dropped from Javier's mouth, clattering to the ground. A pause. Then the Hell King spoke, calm and cold. Now my curiosity is satisfied. His expression darkened. Time to rest. He stepped forward and grabbed Javier's head with one massive hand, gripping it tight. But before the crushing blow could fall, a shadow dropped from the sky. Lloyd, shovel in hand, leaping straight from his summon, heading straight for the Hell King. The Hell King's grip tightened around Javier's neck, lifting him effortlessly off the ground like a doll in the hands of a monster. Above, Lloyd hovered in the air, his gaze sharp, his shovel pointed directly at the Hell King. Without warning, he shouted, "Boom!" His shovel began to glow, pulsing with a fiery red aura. The Hell King paused. Then, calmly, he released his grip on Javier's neck. With a flick of his left hand, he raised a single finger again, the same deadly gesture as before. A black streak slashed through the air. In a blink, Lloyd's body is cut in half from his stomach down. The Hell King's voice echoed with sarcasm. Why not sing a song while you're at it, though? I do enjoy your singing. But Lloyd didn't flinch. He bared his teeth in a bold smile. The Hell King narrowed his eyes. Something felt off. All right, Suho Kim still has one more life, gifted by the Dragon King. But while he was lost in thought, a sword gleamed behind him. Javier, still alive, still fighting. He let out a battle cry and charged forward. The blade sliced through the Hell King's neck, clean and deep. Lloyd, meanwhile, had fallen to the ground, his lower body slowly regenerating. The Hell King staggered as his neck opened in a bloody gash, and then his head began to shift off-center, slowly separating. Javier stood panting, sweat pouring down his face. But the nightmare wasn't over. Even with his head twisted unnaturally, still attached barely, the Hell King spoke again. 100%. Javier's eyes widened in horror. Lloyd, still watching from below, was just as stunned. His legs continued to regrow, but there was no time to react. The Hell King raised his right arm, and then he moved it. Javier rose into the air, lifted by an invisible force, completely at the mercy of the Hell King's will. Then another motion, the Hell King thrust his hand forward, and Javier went flying, launched across the battlefield. He crashed down violently, tumbling between hellspawn and monsters before finally slamming into the earth near the kingdom soldiers. From the distance, a cry. Sir Azran. The queen ran toward him, panic in her voice. Back on the battlefield, the Hell King lifted his left hand again. This time a ball of crimson fire began to form in his palm, swirling, hissing, growing, and then he threw it. The fireball stared across the sky, expanding as it flew. Buildings in the frontier territory exploded on contact, reduced to dust, and still it grew. Too big, too fast. It consumed everything in its path. Territory, soldiers, walls, obliterated in seconds. Those still battling the monsters turned to see it coming. Frozen in place, unable to move, just watching their doom approach. The entire front line fell silent. Everyone gazing at the apocalyptic wave of fire and death now rushing toward them. Then a system window flashed into the air, and on it only 2 words. Suho Kim. The ground trembles as he slowly rises behind him. The queen, soldiers and mages stand frozen. Silent. His face is battered, bruised beyond recognition. His head lowered. He looks utterly spent, strength nearly gone. Suddenly, a message flashes across the system. With your current power you cannot defeat the Hell King, but he doesn't back down. He takes a fighting stance. Wings burst forth from his back. And just as the Crimson Inferno looms closer, another message interrupts. Wait. You've already used direct advice once. I can't authorize more. Yet, he still charges forward. He raises his weapon, ready to stop the blazing attack. And then screw that. Find me or punish me. However you want, he presses on. From the sky, the author himself protests. Hey, excuse me, the contract says, but the battlefield cares little for contracts. More soldiers, those of the White Mermaid and the Kingdom alike, are blown away by the sheer heat of the blast. A wall of fire sweeping everything in its path. Then another message. Do what you're best at. Use your best skill. And then a voice cuts through the chaos. Calm, sharp, unexpected. Hey, Hell King. From behind he kneels, his body battered but not broken. A smirk spreads across his face. Can you move that circle aside so we can talk? If we agree on the terms. The Hell King slowly turns, hands still behind his back. You might live your whole life without working again. The energy sphere of the King of the Underworld continued to rampage violently across the territory, its size swelling with every passing moment and its destructive force growing ever more ferocious. Javier, his body covered in wounds, especially across his face, still strained with every last ounce of strength to hold it back. His eyes remained filled with unwavering faith and determination. The system informed him that there was something he had misunderstood. All around, the townspeople were struggling to withstand the sphere's overwhelming power. A young man of the Ott tribe stood firmly in front, determined to protect his brother-in-law. The knight who had once turned away from crime gritted his teeth and poured all his strength into resisting the crushing pressure. The system went on to reveal that Loy Frontera had never been on the list of survivors according to DP, and his fate had always been sealed. He was destined to die. Just behind Javier, Queen Alicia rushed forward to assist. The system added that the one in the negative count was Javiel. The queen channeled all her remaining strength, standing shoulder to shoulder with Javier to push back the enormous energy sphere. According to the system's revelation about the ending, after Loy's death, a man named Haben would be slain by the King of the Underworld. It was highly likely that Haben was, in fact, Javier. The system continued, saying that Haben had fought the King of the Underworld until his very last breath before perishing. At that moment, Loy was striding steadily toward the King of the Underworld. His body was smeared with dirt, yet an enigmatic smirk curved on his lips. He told the King of the Underworld that if the latter agreed to a few simple conditions, he would help him escape that hell forever. The King of the Underworld seemed to find the words agreeable. The system remarked that the choice Loy had just made would shake the very fate of the world. Apparently, his words had pleased the King of the Underworld, for the Dark Ruler lifted 2 fingers and made a slight beckoning gesture. The colossal crimson sphere of energy halted in an instant, and then vanished entirely. By now Javier was utterly exhausted, his face pale and worn. Teotui saw the system report that the number of people Javier had saved was still at -1. His wings disintegrated, his strength completely spent, and his body collapsed. The queen immediately rushed to catch him. It was at that moment that fate began to shift. The system announced that the number of lives saved had increased by 1, returning to 0, meaning Javier himself had been saved. Like a domino effect, the first tile to fall was none other than the protagonist of this world. Javier had survived, and because of that, the butterfly effect had been set into motion. In a deep voice, the King of the Underworld said he believed in Loy's abilities, and thought that perhaps Loy could set him free. However, given the current situation, it seemed that Loy would gain nothing in return. He then asked what he should do for Loy. Loy simply shrugged and waved his hand, stating that it was nothing grand. He knew his strength was no match for the King of the Underworld. He only wished to help him choose the path with the least pain. The system announced that if the person Loy saved went on to save others, those numbers would also be counted toward the DB. The King of Hell replied that he could not grant the request to save the villagers. He explained that, according to Watt's wish, he was bound to kill even those around Loy. Loy lowered his head with a faint smile, saying that such a matter could not be helped. After all, even if he died, he would eventually be reborn, so it did not matter. The system then reported that the hero Javier Ahan had grown stronger, and was determined to save more people. At that moment Javier also regained consciousness. Meanwhile, Loy raised 2 fingers and stated that he had 2 requests. First, that the King of Hell answer 1 question, and second, that when he descended to the underworld, the King of Hell should refrain from mutilating him. The system announced that the number of people Loy had saved was now 1. Hearing this, the King of Hell responded that such a request could be accepted. Loy gave a faint smile, remarking that speaking with him was indeed agreeable, and proceeded to pose his question. The system reported that the number of people saved had risen to 8 and was still climbing. The King of Hell's expression grew stern, his deep voice filled with wariness, as he demanded to know first how Loy intended to free him. Without that knowledge, he said, he could not answer the question. But Loy cut straight to the point, his expression darkening, and coldly insisted that the King of Hell answer first. The system reported that the number of people saved had reached 37 and was still increasing. Now both Loy and the King of Hell glared at each other, neither willing to yield. The battle of wills became stiflingly tense. The system continued its report. The number of people saved had surged into 4 digits and was rising rapidly. Meanwhile, the Queen approached, placing an arm around Javier's shoulder to support him, and the King of Hell, realizing the situation was turning against him, began calculating his next move. Eventually, he furrowed his brows, clenched his teeth, and glared, declaring that he had no reason to be led around any longer. He ended the negotiation abruptly and instantly conjured a blazing red energy sphere in his hand. The system reported that the number of people saved had reached 7 digits and was still climbing quickly. The King of Hell hurled the sphere, which rolled away, swelling larger and sweeping aside everything in its path. The system again announced that the number of people saved had leapt into 8 digits and continued to grow without pause. On the other side, the Queen froze in astonishment when she saw the massive crimson sphere hurtling toward her. Though exhausted, Javier gritted his teeth and rushed forward. Bringing his hands together, he focused on creating something. In that very instant, a brilliant golden energy sword burst into existence. With his will blazing and determination unyielding, he let out a roar and swung the sword in a dazzling arc, slicing the incoming energy sphere clean in half. The King of Hell admitted through clenched teeth that in all his years of existence, he had never witnessed such a sight. His eyes glimmered with disbelief, while inside, fury and resentment swelled uncontrollably. Unable to restrain himself any longer, he bellowed in rage, his eyes glowing a fearsome red, and brought his weapon down in a devastating strike. The blow sent Javier flying, shattering the ground around him and filling the air with a choking haze of dust and debris. The King of Hell then swept his hand again, darkening the sky as swirling black clouds gathered above. He shouted that he was still treating them kindly, before with a flick of his wrist, countless red dots appeared in the heavens, like molten droplets, soon erupting into a barrage of meteors crashing violently toward the earth. As he glanced back, he noticed Loy still standing there, his eyes cold and unyielding. Loy's voice was low and firm as he told him to end it, repeating the command with even sharper intensity, his posture defiant. The system then reported that the person Loy had saved had, in turn, saved 73,409,579 others, and had stopped there. The total had exceeded 50 million DP. The system asked twice if he wished to use the power of the strongest being in the world. At this, Loy's expression turned completely unreadable, his face cold as stone. Topo's demeanor grew dejected, Bo's lips trembled as though he was about to cry, Ippo and Kaming looked downcast, and the dragon had been reduced to nothing but a bare skull, its thoughts unreadable. Podong's mouth was pressed tightly shut. Then suddenly, the children burst into laughter together, raising their hands, legs, and wings as if to send him their strength. Loy pressed his lips together, emotion welling up in his chest. Inwardly, he thanked them, saying that he had been truly happy. Gathering every shred of willpower and holding fast to his resolve, he bid them farewell. Standing tall, he decisively activated the power of the world's strongest being. Immediately afterward, the children began to fade away, Long Long included. Yet they all wore radiant smiles until the end, with only Baibu Bum, who had not been summoned by the system, remaining behind. Tears streaming down its face, it ran toward the friends who were vanishing before its eyes, or so it seemed, until it became clear it was running straight to Boo. In the end, Boo smiled, allowing Bibbo to wrap it in a tight embrace. The pets' bodies gradually dissolved into nothingness, and the dragon was now nothing more than its skeletal head. The system announced that for the next 30 seconds, Loy would be the strongest being in the entire world, ending its message with the words that it loved him. With that final declaration, the system itself began to fade, and an immense torrent of energy gathered, enveloping Loy's body. His eyes turned utterly cold, the energy pouring into him without pause. Even the King of Hell stood frozen in surprise for several seconds, momentarily stunned by the sight. Loy then moved, giving a subtle wave of his hand. A violent burst of energy erupted, and with a single sweeping motion, the sky became still. The meteor summoned by the King of Hell crumbled instantly into dust and scattered to the ground. Loy stepped forward with steady, unflinching resolve, his gaze unwavering and devoid of fear. The King of Hell hesitated for a moment, but his voice remained sharp as he remarked that 10 seconds had already passed, and asked what Loy could possibly accomplish with the 20 seconds that remained. Before he could finish savoring the taunt, Loy drove a punch directly into his face, his jaw clenched and his expression tight with unbridled fury. Loy remembered that before the battle began, he had once gone to Raphael to ask about the nature of angels and demons. He had wanted to know whether they were similar to humans or merely immortal, indestructible deities. He had been deeply curious about the essence of such beings. Raphael had laughed and explained that they could feel pain when struck and could also experience anxiety. They were all living creatures, the only difference being that when chosen to become angels, they were granted special powers. Hearing this, Loy had wondered about the idea of being chosen, and asked if Raphael himself had once been human before being selected. Raphael had confirmed it, though he had noted that it was rare, as angels and demons were usually predetermined from birth, much like how this world had a system that randomly assigned roles. Loy had then pondered whether this applied to angels and the king of the underworld as well. Raphael had smiled and told him it did. That they too were living beings bound by the world's rules, only undergoing endless reincarnation and leading lives slightly different from humans. At that, both Loy and Javier had fallen silent in thought. Back in the present battle between Loy and the King of Hell, the countdown had reached 20 seconds. Loi had clenched his fists and thrown a punch straight at the king's face, distorting the surrounding space and drawing blood from the old man's nose. The glasses on the king's face had shattered and fallen away. The shockwave from the blow had thrown the world into chaos, yet Loi had not stopped and had continued to attack. 19 seconds remained. Each passing moment determined their fate. Loi had gritted his teeth and prepared another strike, but before he could throw it, the king had retaliated with a punch of equal force. In the area where civilians were watching, the space had warped, and the shockwave had made it impossible for them to keep their balance. One of Loi's teeth had been knocked out, but he had immediately counterattacked. The two had exchanged blows again and again, each impact sending violent shockwaves through the surroundings. Above them, dense deathly mists and rolling thunder had filled the sky. The powers of the strongest beings of two worlds had clashed, neither willing to yield, their eyes blazing with the fire of determination. At 18 seconds their fists had met like cannon blasts in rapid succession. The tremors from the fight had stirred Javier back to consciousness. A fleeting memory had crossed his mind. He had once reminded Loi that the young master always took on the most dangerous tasks, and had advised him not to let emotions dictate his actions. Loi had only smiled then, saying that doing so would yield the greatest profit. 17 seconds remained. The queen had watched the battle anxiously, while Javier, still injured, had forced himself to stand. At the center of the clash, Loi's face had swollen badly, and he had been struck so hard by the king that his entire body was thrown back. As the king had rushed forward, he had shouted at Loi, calling him insane and saying that he had chosen a foolish plan, and would inevitably fail once time returned to normal. The king had mocked him, asking if he truly believed he could defeat him in such a short span, and had declared that Loi had already lost. Though Loi possessed the power of the strongest man in the world, he had still fallen short of matching the king of hell. 14 seconds remained. Yet he had refused to give up, driving his fist into the king's face even as he endured blows in return. At 13 seconds, both had been knocked to the ground by the force of the other's attacks. Even the king had let out a groan of pain. Loi had then asked whether, after enduring pain countless times, one could become immune to it. His determined gaze had made the king grit his teeth and glare at him in fury. Right after regaining his balance, the old man immediately readied his fist for another punch. Loi did the same, his eyes showing no trace of hesitation. There were 11 seconds left. Directly before the gate to the underworld, the two figures continued trading blows. The ground around them was torn apart, and gravity itself seemed distorted, sending chunks of rock hurtling upward. 10 seconds remained. Outside, the queen ran toward them in desperation, shouting in fear. At the same time, Javier, empowered by his newly gained strength, clenched his teeth, formed a sword of golden light, and rushed forward at an even greater speed. 9 seconds left. Javier thought anxiously that the king of the underworld had said Kim Suho had only 20 seconds of heavy energy left, which would make victory impossible. Yet he was certain that Kim Suho would never gamble unless there was a real chance of winning. Meanwhile, Loi was seizing the underworld king by the hair, leaping high into the air, and then driving a powerful headbutt straight into his skull. The blow left the king reeling, staggering backward right beneath the underworld gate. In the past, Loi had once asked Raphael whether it meant that, if the king of the underworld, the supreme archangel, and Workus were to enter the gate of reincarnation, they would be randomly reborn in another world. Raphael had replied that of course it would happen, for it was one of the laws of the world, just like the passage of time or the pull of gravity. At that time, Loi had turned to say to Javier that he understood now, and asked if Javier wanted him to catch the underworld king and sweep him into the gate of reincarnation. Javier had responded with doubt, asking if Loi really thought it was that easy. Raphael had then laughed and remarked that, unfortunately, such a plan could not be carried out. The three of them were among the strongest beings in the world, so it was nearly impossible. He had added that if Loi truly wished to do such a thing, he would first need the power to throw them in, back to the present battle. 7 seconds remained. Javier was doing everything he could to close the distance, thinking to himself that he knew exactly what Kim Suho was planning and was sure Suho was putting all his hopes into that single gamble. The gate of underworld reincarnation loomed ahead. At that moment, Loi let out a powerful shout, as if pouring every ounce of his strength into it. He lunged forward, driving himself straight into the king of hell, forcing the man's body toward the gate with eyes full of unyielding resolve. As he charged ahead, he told himself to hold on, thinking that they were almost there. That day, he vowed, he would help the man escape from the dark, hellish world. Seeing this, the king of hell seemed to realize something. Javier, despite straining with all his might to reach them, was still too far away. He could only stretch out a desperate hand and cry out for the young master not to do it. With the last of his strength, Loi propelled both himself and the king of hell into a leap toward the gate. The force was so great it created a shockwave that hurled Javier backward. Only 5 seconds remained. The two of them hurtled toward the gate like a blazing comet, tearing through space itself and revealing a starry sky beyond, glimmering like a ribbon of light. The king of hell, struggling to break free from Loi's iron grip, demanded to know what the boy thought he was doing. Sweat broke across his brow as he suddenly understood Loi's true intent, his gaze darting in alarm toward the gate behind them. He thrashed violently, shouting for him to wait and to stop. Loi, however, only continued his charge, laughing and mocking the old man, saying that now he seemed shocked, and asking if he had any idea who Kim Suho truly was. He declared with pride that he was the most handsome and coolest man in the world, something so remarkable that even hell itself would desire it.